He's already got himself on towards the early Goliath potentially, but I will say the Purifiers, 2 of them spent. And maybe not the most significant time towards the hard point as you're looking for if you're Tribe, but it does allow you a free rotation over towards the ski lip. Tectonic watching out towards the snow pathway. He will get the first point of contact on the 2 different members, but the team shots are good. Goliath called in very early here, and it will be collected just before you have Cold Showers hitting along the flanks. Now a very difficult situation here. No specialists earned for Cold Showers to try to deal with this, and you have to feel like Tribe is looking to snowball this map out of control early.
And right now, you saw those Cold Shower players so close to breaking spawns right there, but Jez in the Goliath turns around, takes out the player looking to rotate. And I mean, one thing we talked about a lot last week is how many poor Goliath uses we saw out of even the top European teams. Not seeing that right here out of Tribe as they get some big time value, and he should be able to solo hold this for a big chunk and maybe potentially another full 60.
It's looking that way. I mean, Legacy can do nothing but just sit and wait, and the rest of his team's already on rotation for crying out loud, so there's really no way that Cold Showers could test this. Oh boy, and getting out of hand really quickly here. Tribe absolutely dominating. And as they start to make their move across the middle of the map, every elimination will allow a possible spawn flip here. You already see number 1 in blue. Legacy's already on the backside trying to finesse for scrap. But the thing about it is he wants to make sure his team can start earning any time. And, well, it's not been great news so far. You have to get good operator usage right here for your Cold Showers trying to bring this game back to level terms.
Tech's going to get taken down right there. Looking up at the scoreboard, it's Pepe doing the majority of the carrying and trying to keep his team afloat right now as the 100-point gap elapses. How do you let
the
Goliath march all the way across the map, and he's still above 50 HP. You have got to counter better than that. I don't care if it's FHJs. You got to get somebody pushed out, get some nades on it, and Jed's going to go ahead and blow up the Goliath so he can respawn right there. But, man, if you're Cold Showers, you cannot give them that much value.
No, not at all. I mean, you're really seeing Tribe is doing a great job of winning the hard point and then bumping past it, trying to create a bit of a perimeter around the objective itself, where we just have not had that yet for Cold Showers. Now, of course, to be granted, they've been fighting up against every single resource in the game against them. So Peggy will now have a Purifier of his own, but with only 8 seconds remaining, you're not really going to get a lot on this. I mean, he hasn't even barely used any of the fuel for it, and yeah, you get a little bit of scrap time here, but you find no value trying to break back in towards the PC setup here at 1, and it's going to be just about a 100-point lead for Tribe through the first set of hills.
And obviously this topside control going to be crucial as they rotate back as well. They get some information onto Pepe. He's going to get taken down right there. Players already on the inside of the hard point for Tribe, and you got to expect the lead will continue to grow just across the board. It's Cold Showers getting gunned left and right. Jez, we talked about his slaying ability already up at 22 right there. And we talked about the importance of the fifth man, Pengi, the only player remaining in double digits. They got to find a way to get him going and looking. Oh my gosh, at the KDs. Jez sitting on 24-7. What a performance out of him so far.
Casual for the new guy up this year. And Tribe just not even getting contested here on the first hill, and you can just start to see the breakdown coming out of Cold Showers. Lots of individual one-by-one challenges starting to come through, really not hitting everything at the same time, and finally an opportunity to get Pepe in the back line, so at least open up and contest some of this time, and it's a good follow-up from the rest of Cold Showers, so an opportunity to get some of this scrap time. The big question is, can you hold on to the second floor as you start to make your way over towards 2, because you have to string the scrap into initial if you want to have a shot at this map.
That's the closest thing we've seen to a break out of Cold Showers so far for the most part. They've been barely able to touch any of the hard points, and Jez going to pull out a Pred missile. That looked like he was going to clear the hard point, but I don't know that he got any kills out of it. Doesn't really matter. Vague finds a 2-piece, make it a 3-piece with that Purifier in hand.
Oh boy.
And it's just barbecue chicken over here as he tries to pull out the Hunter Killer drone, maybe an inopportune time. Regardless, Tribe going to be able to find the break, and they continue to stack the time.
And the thing about it, and I really need to challenge all of you at home to keep your eye on the minimap as soon as you start to see convincing breaks like that out of Tribe, because they're not just sitting and being statuesque on the hill. They're finding a way to create extra buffer around the zone, and it's making life so damn difficult for Cold Showers to do anything. I'm sure at some points in time, Cold Showers is thinking we have to force out operators just to try to get a break attempt, and you can see what's happening. It's not going well. Another clean kill feed, and all 5 members for Tribe start to make their way across to the left side of the map for hold 3.
Oh, dangerous position for Jesus right now. They cannot afford to let spawns get broken. I don't know if he realizes Jez is pushing right there, and just like that, the spawns should break, assuming the gunfights go their way. It's still Cold Showers players spawning in the back right here. They do manage to lock down spawns. An attempt at a contest from Bolu right here. Knows there's a player around the corner. Can he win the gunfight? Yes, he does. I don't think that's going to give Tribe spawns, so Cold Showers can maintain, but they got to get inside the hard point.
But even for not having spawns, this is the beauty of what we saw from Tribe last year, and arguably, at least so far, they're starting to show it maybe better here in the early stages of Stage 4 this year. You get 2 players in the back. Cold Showers is so worried about the spawns that Tribe walk into the front of the hard point, and that turns into the eventual flip, and Cold Showers just really not winning the war on any front at the moment. 230 to 69, the current score. Purifiers being called out in desperate measures for Cold Showers, but nothing's eating them up at the moment, including how about the pinch coming around the backside here from Tribe, trying to get back to make sure they can try to put this game away. If not here, definitely on the opening time at 4.
And Cold Showers finds a way to flip spawns, but at this point in the hard point, you don't want to flip spawns. Like, obviously you don't want to let them win, but that lets everybody on Tribe get set up, and they only need 13 seconds.
Yeah.
At this point, the game's gone anyway. It's not going to make much of a difference what they do one way or another, but Tribe showing exactly why they are the top dog in North America this season. And man, especially for a team that has been so solidified, has really worked hard on their teamwork, their rotations, and it seemed like the team chemistry was building. It's kind of unbelievable how big this gap is.
I think the thing is, as much as you sit here and you look at a 100-point club that's going to come through and you start to discredit Cold Showers, I'm more just flat out impressed by how Tribe played this map. From start to finish, their ability to stay scrappy in these 50-50 battles, these even trade affairs that happen on the hill, and then turn that into a numbers advantage, and then turn that into creating space around the hard point. That's what you want to see if you're a true COD fan, and that's just absolutely beautifully executed from Tribe Gaming, who take a very convincing map number 1, and all of a sudden, the conversation to Cold Showers gets extremely dicey.
All right, now, I mean, Pengi started to pick things up, so if anything, that's a good sign for them. But you look at Veteran at 0.5 KD in that map. That cannot happen going up against a team like Tribe. And as expected, Jez not only top fragging, not only a 2+ KD, but the most time in the hard point as well, picking up 2 minutes. I think he's going to be one of the players to watch, and definitely a chance for an MVP for the North American region.
Oh, early call from Bobby. Hold on. You can't just slide that in casually.
I know Dan Verdict at home would back me up on that one, so right. I'm going to slide it in there.
All right, I like that. Just want to keep you guys in the loop as well. There are multiple matches going on at once here for Swiss Round 1. Kind of some score updates as we'll take a look in to see how Stamina's faring up against Latin Souls. And at the moment, it's actually a really tight affair, also playing on Summit Hardpoint. Also going on right now, NYSL Mayhem have about a 50-point lead up against Team Mobility, although it is a little bit close. But we jump in to try to finish off this map number 1 between 2 squads listed as the 4th and 5th seed. This is a really important matchup to get out of this match and get up to the 1-0 bracket to give yourself the best chance to qualify for Sunday.
This is super surprising for me because coming into this weekend, I feel like I felt like Stamina was miles ahead of DST, or I guess now they're known as Latin Souls. We got a lot of name changes coming into this weekend for North America. But you look at the gap in the kills. You got Vibin at 37. You got Joku down at 13 over on Latin Souls, and they are still in the game right now. You got to think the rotation's playing a big factor, and even though we do have Stamina winning right now, this is the former Wicked roster, and in Stage 3, we actually dubbed them Team Bobby. I felt like they were an underrated roster that has something to prove, and they definitely did so in making it into that 4th spot. But man, oh man, you got to focus in on those rotations. Looking at the scoreboard, this map's a lot closer than it should be.
Yeah, it is looking like it's going to be Stamina to walk away with it, though, with these streaks that are being earned, specialists as well. Still an opportunity, but you have to win not just the scrap time here for Latin Souls. You also have to get a convincing kill feed to start to change this map dynamic and get onto the left side if you want to get over towards D3. Vibin shut down, not able to get any shots of the Annihilator out. Good stuns coming over, so Latin Souls back in for the break. 15 seconds to fight for. Reckless seems to think that's the time for him to go, and with the help of Losty, they will be able to successfully break Losty for a triple. Not able to finish off the final, but help is around the corner, and that will likely be enough for Stamina to put the game out of reach, and so it will be. But as you mentioned, a surprising first opening map here with a tight affair.
Yeah, that's definitely not what I expected, and obviously, we talked about some of these teams a little bit slow coming off the start. Maybe you don't have a scrim to start the day. Whatever it would be, obviously, you can see the Stamina roster slaying out. The question is, once you start to get to go against those top teams, are you hitting the rotations?
And I think the thing on top of that is, it's not just how good you are at individually being able to outslay your opponents, but collectively as a squad. Is the chemistry good? Do you have this kind of subconscious built up as far as good kill feed, this is what happens next. You don't have to communicate through that second and third layer of some of these respawns like Tribe obviously doesn't have to. They're very much so in tune with one another. So, yeah, definitely some things to look at. But again, our featured match will stay with Tribe and Cold Showers. A convincing map number 1, but with the desk head laid out, and what everyone's curious about is how deep will the playbook be on Search and Destroy for Tribe Gaming, because in Stage 5, I won't say that they were weakest in that game mode, but there were vulnerabilities that we definitely mentioned last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is pretty impressive how much Tribe has solidified in their Search and Destroy. The one thing I will say, they don't have somebody on their roster that I would consider like a sniper main.
Sure.
So we have that over on the side of Cold Showers. We got Jesus Can Save You, who basically, as long as he's been in the competitive scene, he's been like a go-to sniper. That being said, there's absolutely some deadly snipers. You're going to want to keep an eye on Tectonic and on Bolu. We've seen Bolu slide into that role a little bit more. Tectonic been in it a little bit longer, but they're going to be the ones looking to counter Jesus Can Save You as we head into this matchup.
The opening attacks here for Tribe, as all 5 members are actually just going to flood over towards A, and the defense of Cold Showers is going to allow this to happen. Trophy systems are down to make sure some of these nades are a little less valuable. Long route now for Marshy as he works back over towards Hotel, but Vega's already forward. Gets a really good look at this defensive setup. Shuts down the initial trade. And Tribe win the initial set of gunfights as they look to approach and maybe just finish the round right here without even needing the plant.
Yeah, Pepe in a bad spot right there. That's going to leave Jesus all alone. Hipfire from the KSP is going to land, and based off the way that one went, not looking super hopeful for Cold Showers right here as well. Vague picks up a 4-piece, and definitely a strong start for him. This is another map where the KSP is really going to be able to shine, and does look like that's going to be the go-to weapon for the weekend for this Tribe roster. We do see Tectonic picking up that kilo that he does love so much. Didn't see it a whole lot in the other regions, but definitely expect to see that in his hands a good bit. And man, oh man, Tribe winning those gunfights off the start, but it was a man advantage, but just like that, might early pick for MVP. Jez finds 2.
It's tough scenes right there for Cold Showers. You had such a positional and numerical advantage in the round, and then it's just we didn't draw a line in the sand. We just kept pushing forward and allowed an opportunity for Tribe to respond, and boy, have they. So now it's a 3v2 the opposite way, favoring the attack, and it's Tribe all over towards A. First one up would be Legacy. Vague on the corner has gotten in towards Hay Bales, completely concealed. But as Legacy checks the opening corner, at least you have the idea that you can try to move and focus on the left-hand side. And, ooh, does he see the barrel of Bolo? Definitely should have. Slides on in as if to assume that he did, but doesn't make a difference. The kills still favor Tribe, and they take the second round.
Yeah, that rookie duo of Jez and Vague definitely going to be a lethal duo. You can't even call them an SMG duo, because when you got 10-man KSPs on the map, I guess you got SMG quintuples or quintuplets, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be a very interesting push right here as everybody for this Cold Showers team going to go ahead and push the back alley, but they get torn to pieces. Marcia picks up 3 or 4 right there, and somehow it's going to be Cold Showers tying things up, 2 players apiece. But, man, that was an unusual push, really, for both teams.
Yeah. A bit surprising to see Tribe also try to force that angle once you know that Jesus Can Save You was playing backside over towards the deli to assist in that defense. So it's a quick rotation to A, 2v2. Post-plant retake now required, and you look towards this guy to see if he can find anything on the cross. Nothing initially. KSP is the backup, and he looks like he wants to take a long route. Interesting, considering what the post-plant setup is for Tribe. Tectonic and Bolu are not going to give him anything.
Yep, he's going to see if he can find an angle, and maybe a little bit of VOD review right here. Might know that they're trying to stick with that side plant. Tech's going to probably relay the information, and now they know exactly what they got to do. There's not enough time, but Veteran hopped the bomb right there. They have no idea where he is, and it looks like he might have the time to do it. Pulls off the defuse, and a huge first round for Cold Showers.
In the Cold Shower conference room, everyone says, well done, business partners. Firm handshakes all around. Wow. Just a little head fake and a lot of respect given to Jesus Can Save You, saying, let's avoid him at all costs. And a huge defensive round now all of a sudden tallied. Can you find a way to go back-to-back, though? Because Tribe have definitely started to hit the hold W key, so to speak, trying to run at him. But this time, a little bit of measured resistance for both teams as they look to try to feel each other out before making a commitment.
And this is a much more traditional start to the round. Typically, obviously, Tribe, they can play about as aggressive as they want to, but they're going to go ahead, play things passive right here, and it looks like Cold Showers content to play for the retake. They don't seem to have a whole lot of information right here, trying to see if the utility can connect. It will not, and big gunfight for Vague right there, but Pepe's going to come out on top. That should give them some map control to maybe push for the flank right here, but it doesn't look like they want to take it right now. We do still have Jesus up. Said he was going to be a big factor. He's already got
Oh, no.
Legacy. You got to find something right there. 2 people wide open, and he gets turned on.
Oh.
They still got the man advantage, but Tribe just looking to play time right here. They finally get the break on in. 2 players remain. They should have the plant toward boxes, and I don't know there's a ton of utility to work with. Veteran stays alive, but he's the only one remaining, and with that boxes plant, you got to hit a god shot right here. He's going to see if he can get the information, but Jez, all you got to do is hit 1 shot right here, and I don't think there's anything for Veteran to do.
Man, that's so tough. Legacy is in a great pivot point right down Main Street just to sit there and say, if we want to hit the flank, I can watch the cross. If we want to try to flood from the front, I can hit my own pinch and absolutely just get smoked backside of the offensive tank and statue. And a round that looked good for Cold Showers to utilize initially after the post-plant retake, immediately foiled, and now it's all of a sudden 3-1 count. But look at Cold Showers, aggressive right down the middle of the map. But measured once again is Tribe, and they're in a really good spot to respond to this, pending, of course, they know it's a double stack of Pengy and Veteran over towards the backside of the tank.
And if they can get a wrap toward Broken, they might be able to make something happen. But obviously, you got the snipers watching the cross, not going to let anything happen right there. And Marshy's going to be the man to make the play, looking to get pushed up a little bit right here. Players back to back. I think we heard a sniper shot go through, but Marshy gets taken down in that broken wall area. That's going to be a huge opener. A couple trades. Jez finds 2. Man, oh man, what an aggressive push out of Egg right here, and that's going to give them A-site control.
It's a great read. It really is. Hey, you know, you've got an opportunity to isolate. Now, the good news here for Cold Showers is that you did get Pepe around the back. But that's only mild forms of success as you lose Jesus Can Save You from the front. So it's going to have to be incredible shots out of Pepe. Hits the first. Still a KSP to work with. For now, what is a 1v2? Bolo on the corner is the next real big contest. Quick Snipe will not be there, and Tribe will take their 4th round.
And honestly, you got to think, had that one gunfight for Legacy maybe gone a different way, this could be within reach for Cold Showers right now. But they now find themselves in a 3-point gap, and Tribe just, they're so consistent.
Yeah.
You got to take every hole that you can get, and Cold Showers has not been able to capitalize. You see a whole lot of damage right there, but no kills going through. Jez and Tech both going to be able to regen, and looking at the map, it's Pepe in position to maybe foil this push.
Gotta have it.
That's so many missed gunshots, and once again, that's a mistake you cannot make.
I get it to a certain extent. It's a double chow that comes out backside gas station, but that's a 1-for-1 defensive position. You have to get away with 1 kill. So with that, now the flank has been made completely safe from the perspective of Tribe, making their move to try to at least threaten over towards A, but Pengy has slipped back over towards Cubby, looks at Boloop, but not looking able to find much of the shots. Help is here, but finally it comes out. Bolo gets the double, and it all rests with Legacy through mid-map, front side Brown, and you just don't feel great about his chances in a 1v4, especially from this position.
Yeah, I don't know how he thought they were going to let him just run out of there with his melee.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's going to be another Tribe round right now. It's looking pretty bleak for this Cold Shower squad. Obviously, you got Jesus picking up 5, but it's a team game at the end of the day. Tribe looking like the stronger team, and it's, once again, consistency across the board. When you got a player like Tectonic with only 2 kills and you still got this big of a lead, never going to be a good sign. We get a little bit more of an aggressive push right here as we do go ahead and flip sides, and we'll see what the offensive looks look like for Cold Showers, but Marshy on a nasty flank right here, and this is going to be tough to counter.
It's not even just the fact that Marshy's established some pressure on the flank. There was no trophy system down for the side of Cold Showers. Nades were successful, obviously not just for first blood, but it also allowed number 3 and Bolu to move forward. And man, Bobby, I gotta ask you, is this more of a credit to Tribe or more disappointment for Cold Showers? Because we expect this match to be competitive, and so far it's been anything but.
I think it's a little combo of both. I don't know. This does not feel like the Cold Showers team that we saw toward the later sides of Stage 3, and maybe it's a chemistry thing, but it's really tough to not give the credit to Tribe on this one. They are playing those trades perfectly. They get pushed up for the flank control again. Obviously, shot's going to go through, and they're going to get pushed back a little bit, and Pengy's going to be able to take down Tectonic. So you get the lives evened out right here, but every time it looks like ARP or other Cold Showers got a hole in the armor, the trades always go the way of Tribe.
The thing that's been really tough, at least from my perspective, and now these last 2 maps, is in these closing moments, we're starting to see no semblance of team control out of Cold Showers. It's a lot of these desperate plays. Let me see if I can make something happen. But gosh, you're just not going to get away with that against a team like Tribe, no matter how good or bad they're playing on the day. Vague, a really good look at the last double. Pistol out, Jesus will at least find one kill, but that is going to be it. Tribe Gaming, casual, smiles, fist bumps, the whole 9 yards go their way. And
that's, I mean, we expected a win, and we didn't expect it to be that lopsided. Wow. That was something else. Tribe definitely setting the tone to start out the weekend, and especially against a team like ARP, they got to find a way to counter. We know Control's that swing mode. We'll see what they can do, but we're going to go ahead and take a look at the NYSLM versus Team Mobility Search and Destroy map, and a surprising start, especially for a team like NYSLM, who is typically so dominant in the Search and Destroy. You got Yawn. 12 kills off the start, and it looks like they have not had a counter for him.
Yeah, and, you know, for what it is, you know, obviously Team Mobility started on the defensive side, but, man, getting 12 kills by way of scope for Yawn is definitely something to keep in the back of your mind if you're NYSL Mayhem, who have gotten very little participation out of anybody that's not named Space or Little B. So, see if they can try to find a way to get another offensive round on the board. The initial play out of Rayhan over towards B has shut down a lot of the attempt over towards Jungle individually, and you can see the defensive stack. Team Mobility realize and trust that Rayhan's got B, lets this full stack to make sure no one can come over towards A, and Yawn will absolutely hit that point home as he gets another round of space.
I just can't miss right now, and Rehan's applying the pressure to the backside as well. He's not missing either, and I don't understand why you got a sniper that's not missing. You're going to tell that with a KSP. Little B's able to find one, but he and Space have been the only players that have found anything so far. You got Raballo at 0, Nero at 2, Carlos sitting at 1 right now. Those players have got to find a way to pick it up. Obviously, you do look to the switch over to the defensive side and think maybe we can turn things around right there, but if I've ever seen the flow state, you got to think it's pretty similar to what Yawn's doing right now with 13 through the first 6 rounds.
The thing is, like, if you're going to go and try to isolate a scope, you have to commit the challenge, or don't commit the challenge, one of the two. Decent bounce back here, though, as Carlos was able to get one before dropping, leaving Little B into what's going to have to be a 1v3 situation. Both weapons to work with. Does not realize that Claps has gotten around the back, though, of this trailer, so he's going to be a major issue unless he gets a blessed piece of COD timing. Obviously, you see him looking right, considering it, and the shots will actually give him the opportunity for a 1v1. Wants the scope, not going to hit it. 10 seconds left before he's going to have no time left to try to plant, and it'll be his life that gets expended. And a 5-1 defensive half for Mobility coming out with the Search and Destroy. All cylinders firing hot.
And unfortunately for NYSL, Raballo was not able to travel with the team. So maybe you can point to that a little bit for the reason that he's struggling so far, but you got to find a way to put your team in position to make plays. And Rehan, the jump shot on the Little B off the start, but Raballo finds his first couple of kills, the double nade kill, and it is pure chaos over on the A side.
Carlos has read that there's more here too, by the way. He didn't maybe hit as many hit markers as he would like, but he definitely did get damaged up. So that's going to allow an opportunity for Nero to try to make a play, but maybe saw the shots coming out of Rayhan and said, nope, I'm good. I'll just stay here. Let's hold our numbers and just make sure we get another round of the board. Should be good for it, depending on what happens over the middle of the map here. It's really the only opportunity that Mobility have, unless they can find a way to isolate on one extremity or the other. But both players are really tucked in nicely. So it would have to be isolation here into Raballo. And wait a second, Ingenic, he could get through. And yeah, he does open the door. So now all of a sudden the bomb can fly back over towards A if they're looking for a plant.
Yawn missed the jump right there, but right now they've got the positioning. They don't have any type of map control over on the bomb site, but you still got those NYSL players sitting in the back in space looking to line up a cheeky wall bang right here. Not going to be able to do so, but if he keeps firing onto that bomb site, might be able to connect right here. And more than likely, he's going to wait for the bomb to go down to see if he can make something happen. You got Nero over on the other side of the map. He's going to be looking to make a flank right here in space. Not going to be able to connect. Yawn doesn't have any need to do anything but wait right here, hoping he can connect on the FHJ, but the blast radius not quite wide enough, and Ingenic gets the explosive onto Nero, and just like that, they got the man advantage once again.
That's one way to resist the post-plant retake. Rockets to consider. Space now, the next one has to moving forward as on Carlos' side, he's trying to clear out trailer, not going to work out. So it's just down to Space. A pistol gets done for 2. Quick scope now. Has Ingenic at the corner, but can't finish off the final. And it's going to be a 6-1 tally as Ingenic is the one able to close it out for Mobility.
This is not a good sign for NYSL. Typically for them, Search and Destroy is going to be a game mode that you can typically lock in. So the fact that they're getting blown out like this, not a good sign. They got to find a way to turn around, looking for some wall bangs. You got to think they're not peeking any unnecessary angles off the start of this one as they play very, very passive. And nobody waiting over on the B-bomb site. This should be pretty much as free as it's going to get. And right now, the one player that might be able to make a play, number 4, it's going to be, or rather number 2, it's going to be Nero, and he does not win that gunfight.
Man, I love this for mobility. 4-man hit over towards B. You have one player making sure the flank cannot push through trailer. You keep him safe, and Yawn is absolutely decimating as there's nothing to speak of here for NYSL. Raballo over the back has been able to take down Yawn, but his position very much so revealed and very much so dealt with swiftly. 7-1 to search and destroy mobility. Right back into the series, no problem.
That was the Yawn and Ingenic show right there, and that's not something I've seen out of Yawn before. I know Ingenic is an absolutely nasty player. Rehan hitting some crazy snipes as well. Ingenic was actually a pickup from that UD team. So you know that he can compete with those top-level players, and obviously that pickup showing up big time up against NYSL.
And the other thing that we talk about a lot when it comes to New York and what they were able to or unable to do last year is consistency. Was all over the place from stage to stage. So definitely a bit of an eye-opener there in one of our other series, but we're getting ready to go into the control for our featured matchup. Tribe currently up 2-0 in very convincing fashion, and it's going to go down to a control on takeoff. Of course, if you're new to watching COD Mobile, or maybe you just haven't watched a lot from this last year, this is the new game mode in. First to 3, ticks of progression. You need to be able to cap on both of the objectives before you lose 30 lives. And if you do successfully capture one of the zones, an extra minute is added to the initial minute 30 that you start with on the offensive side.
Marshy's using the UL 736. This feels like an ego move if I've ever seen it. Don't get me wrong. The UL, for an LMG, very, very solid, and especially when you're trying to hold those high ground positions, can be really, really good. But this is not a weapon I expected to see come out this weekend. And, you know, it's just Marshy doing Marshy things right here. He's finding those cheeky angles, winning the gunfights, does get turned on right there. His Legacy does find 2, but he gets traded out immediately by Jez.
You just need to see Cold Showers defending those positions a little bit more resiliently. I mean, it's the UL that comes out and just pushes off a couple of offensive members for Cold Showers, and that allows full clearance of the A zone just before the second tick of progress is locked in. So 50 seconds on the clock, 5 life advantage for Tribe as they start to set up for what is very common on this map mode combo, the spawn trap of doom. And well, Cold Showers are really starting to feel it as they're trying to make some progress over towards launch center, but they're being contested on every angle.
Yeah, and right now the life lead's going to continue to grow. Now 8 lives separating the 2 teams, and Vague needs one more bullet to get the kill. Does get the assist as Jez slides up, clean things up, and I mean, Tribe once again not missing a beat. You see a little bit of control go in as we do get 1 tick going through for this Cold Shower squad, but the lives continue to take downward. They're trying to make it out of the spawn trap, but Marshy gets him down to 1 HP, not quite able to close out the kill. It gives them a tiny sliver of hope, but you got to get some crazy stacks through and some crazy gunfight wins to make it happen. That cannot happen. Vague, Bolu torching across the board.
He's a slippery little boy. My goodness. That just, can't happen. Marshy for the double. That will likely clean things up, and Bolu will get the final elimination. 2 ticks were locked in over at A, but largely speaking for Cold Showers, not able to do too much with it. And as we start to look over to what's available as we get to the initial moments of Tribe's offense, you have to keep in mind with a convincing defense like that, they will have specialist advantage in the early moments of this second round.
You got to feel like probably some frustration coming out of Jesus Can Save You right now. He's been relatively consistent for the squad in all 3 game modes, but just struggling to get the rest of the team to keep up. And off the bat, it's Tribe picking up a couple kills once again, typically on the defensive side especially. That's where you're going to be able to shine the most, so it's going to be interesting to see what Tribe can do here as they look to get some control, and right off the bat, they're going to go ahead and start getting a couple takes onto A. Pretty even in the lives, though.
It's a very early purifier that doesn't really find too much for Jesus Can Save You. He does earn the Hunter Killer drone, but on towards A, go Tribe. Legacy from the bottom side of scaffolding. He gets taken down just as we switch away. Jesus Can Save You trying to win back part of this map on the top side of the minimap. And he's got a really good angle to make sure the fountain stays contested, and he can also turn this into position to try to use for maybe a spawn trap. Smoke is out, though, as Tribe make their next move. Marshy completely caught off. Jesus could save you, able to tally up another double, and that will stop progress on A as the defense starts to come to light.
You gotta wonder if it's the nerves or if it's just Tribe's movement, whatever it is. A lot of these gunfights looking like they should be going the way of Cold Showers, but too many missed shots. And once again, you cannot afford to miss those shots up against a team like Tribe. This is the main stage. You got to be able to capitalize, and we see the life advantage, especially when you see a life advantage forming from the offensive side. Never going to be a good sign, but fortunately for Cold Showers, they've been able to keep Tribe pushed back. Not a ton of control. Looks like a good chance that they get the A capture right here. And more than likely, we're going to see the shift aways. There's no map control to try to contest, and Cold Showers going to look to play for B.
Man, that's tough scenes. So here we go. Extra 60 seconds added to the clock with that third tick of progress at A coming through for Tribe. Also holding a 5-life lead, and if they can get on towards B, pick your poison when it comes to if you want to use operators or not. But first and foremost, with this much amount of time, you may as well try to work for some key positions through the offensive side of the map. Maybe try to find a way to get a substantial high ground control over this B zone. That's exactly what Tribe are looking to do. Marshy now through the middle of the map, looking to set up a bit of pinch. As you can already tell, that Cold Showers is no response, just hoping they can find a way to react to what's happening, and it's not going all that well. Kill still favoring Tribe, who could either win this by stepping on the zone or finding the final 4 kills, whichever's more convenient.
And a lot of times when you see it come down to the last zone, you can maybe try to play a TDM, but with an 8-life gap, you cannot afford to do that. Obviously, Jez going to look to put in the spawn trap right there, backs up. Decides to use the utility once again, and they're just playing for info right now, letting the game come to them. They're going to pick up that final kill. And you got to think, when you give up an offensive round on control, it seems like it's only a matter of time.
This is the thing. So we saw this a lot through Latin America, India, as well as Europe. When you're up 2-0 like this, it's dealer's choice. You have the luxury of making the decision of, do we want to play for a win right here in round number 3 and start to spend our utility, or do we want to try to hold off and make sure we have those as kind of a get-out-of-jail-free card in case things do get interesting. But at the moment, it's anything but for Cold Showers as the first set of gunfights go the way of Tribe convincingly. Purifier's already out. That's going to make this spawn trap that much more resilient, and, well, if you can't take by the candor and tone, I think, of both my and Bobby's voice, I think it's only a matter of time here before we see the end of Cold Showers in this first round of Swiss.
And typically, we know Bolu a little bit more for his importance as the IGL Tribe, but showing that he can slay out with the best of them as well. He's got 21 to lead the lobby right now, and once again, Tribe looking to apply that pressure and see if they can put in the spawn trap as Tech makes his way to top stadium right here. He's on a 3 spree right now, a little bit of a slow game, but hasn't really impacted the team too very much. Pangy finally going to be able to find a big gunfight win, takes down Bolu right there, and alleviates a little bit of that pressure from the spawn trap, but they have no idea where Marshy is, and this should be another couple of free kills. He's not going to be able to find any, but continues to put that pressure up toward the spawn.
Yeah, the thing with this kind of a life lead, if you're Tribe, just even if you don't feel good about your ability of setting up a spawn trap, the offense still has to get onto a zone. And with the ability to still have players like Marshy deep into the offensive side of the map, it just makes life so darn difficult with only 11 lives and only 20 seconds to do too much. High ground position from said Marshy, able to find the clearance, and that is likely going to be about it as Tribe are now all of a sudden in the face of Cold Showers. And yeah, I don't know, man. This is really impressive from Tribe. I think it's definitely solidified a lot of our opinions on how good they look coming into this tournament. But I will say, Cold Showers, they were a disappointment in this one, assuming that it was going to be a little bit closer than what we got.
Yeah, realistically, I felt like Cold Showers coming in today was probably the only team that might be able to give Tribe a challenge. Coming up next, they're going to be playing the winner of Team Stamina up against DST. And I feel like Cold Showers likely has an edge over both of those teams. So you got to think their qualifying matchup probably not going to be too very close.
You mentioned that matchup. We've got it still on the bank for us. Raid control currently underway for Latin Souls and Stamina. Stamina up 2-0 in this series after a convincing search and destroy. They won that one 7-1. We also saw, of course, the near conclusion of the opening Summit Hardpoint, but how about this? Latin Souls looking pretty solid here in the raid control. Not only are they up 2-1, they're going to get an extra 60 seconds of time to play with here after they capture the A zone, which they get quickly.
And even if you do end up losing here, which to be honest, there's not any indication that they will, you move back to the defensive side, which is typically the strong side. So anytime you end up getting the majority of the defensive sides in control, it's going to be an advantage right off the start, and that's one thing Latin Souls can look to, and it's the swing mode. We'll see if they can turn it into something. But right now, they got to find a way to close out this before we start looking ahead to those next games. And right now, trying to push over to the B site, not looking great. To be honest, they do get a 3-feed right there, and that's going to open things up. The smoke go out. This is your best chance, absolutely, and you got to look to clear things out and stack the point.
It's just reckless on the point.
Get those.
Finally, the kill comes out. A little bit more tested than it should have been. Smoke's now kind of embellishing the side staircase where the Pred missile gets called in. Desperate measures here from Stamina, feeling that this defense is not nearly as successful as they were hoping for. And that will allow them to regain, and not only regain the zone, they're going to push beyond it, try to play through art. But, Gravity Vortex got also called in. Maybe throwing a little bit too much at this is Stamina, as it's now becoming very clear-cut that the defense will win this round 4, but that is a major tool off the table, as Stamina will have to come back and win this round 5 offense coming up.
And right now, if you're Latin Souls, your biggest issue, you do not want to feed streaks the opposition.
Correct.
If you let them build those streaks and move into an offensive round, it's going to be really, really tough to counter. And looking up the top, 0 streaks ready to be used for Latin Souls, 1 operator, a whole lot of yellow up by the names for the Stamina side. To be honest, I feel like their best chance is to just sit back and make Stamina come to them, but Vibe is going to be able to find 2, nearly 3 right there. A 13 life advantage, not a good sign for the start of the next round if you're Latin Souls trying to clutch up.
Now the question is going to be, as Latin Souls just have 1 more life available to them, is how much of this do you read from Stamina's perspective? Because they're going to have a Goliath off the rip that could only be countered by Amelia. So, do you have the information that, hey, I don't think they have many specialists. Let's call on this Goliath off the rip, give ourselves a ton of time to possibly play with, and then maybe have the lives be your win condition. I don't know. We'll see what they want to do here, as Stamina will be on this round 5 offense, and it looks like it's going to be a 2-3 split focused on the B side off the rip.
Yep, and Vibin's going to look to get some mid-map pressure right here. Obviously, you got Jokbu looking to counter, as they don't want to give up that early control here on the B side. Jokbu, you got to connect right there, and it's all Stamina in the feed. Not a single kill for Latin Souls so far. As the operators come in, Mammoth, probably would have been nice to hit the first one. Probably could have afforded you a couple others if you had, but at the end of the day, does pick up 1 kill, and with Shotzi pushed up into this cheeky little spot, it's going to be tough to get pushed up. 1 player gets taken down right there. It's going to be Shotzi, and
to win these gunfights.
I can't lie. The gunfight's just looking rough.
That was, again, another moment for Latin Souls. It looked good for them on the recovery, but they cannot win these gunfights through the smoke, and all of a sudden, third tick of progress starting to be found. Losty able to help himself to a double. 1 more on the corner. We'll at least get the reload off, but it doesn't make a difference if it gets the kill or not. The objective's gone. You got 2:15 to play with. You've got double streaks for Losty. You got a Goliath for Shotzi. And all of the narratives about how this defense should be pretty casual for Latin Souls immediately go out the window, because they just weren't able to win a single gunfight around the point.
Yep. Right now, Losty should be able to put a pinch right there, but he loses the gunfight. Gets completely obliterated. And eliminating that flank at least gives a little bit of hope right here. Is if you're Latin Souls, you just want to try to bait Stamina in. You get the concussion to land right there. You see Shotzi, and with that, the Goliath going to go ahead and get called in. I don't love the positioning for this. You've got a long way to march on over the A site, but they're sending out some more score streaks right here, and if they can get the area cleared out, it's going to be pretty easy for them to close this out.
A lot of support here. Double Annihilators and the Gravity Vortex were spent just to make sure that Reckless can get this tank onto point. Again, not that it really makes too much of a difference, because progress is kind of whatever when you're dealing with an 18v4 situation. But the pressure is on Latin Souls here. 2 deaths away from being 3-0'd by Stamina Esports, and this little poking and prodding works out well to get down the Goliath, but how do you kill off a minute 30 with only 2 lives available to lose?
Yeah, it's just not going to happen right now. Latin Souls putting up a good fight on a couple of maps. I expected this one to be a blowout, so the fact that they were able to make things a little bit close is a credit to them, but Stamina showing why they earned that number 4 spot, and they looked very, very solid there in the control as well.
Man, okay. Maybe a new contender has now appeared all of a sudden after that convincing 3-0. We jump back over to, again, one of our other matches that are still simultaneously happening. We've got NYSL stuck on a Slums control, currently down in lives on round number 3, but there's a lot of resource being called out here by Team Mobility, looking to get themselves the offensive round, and well, I think they're probably going to be good for it, just based on, again, the lives being so differentiating between the two squads. Minutes still to play with. NYSL having a tough time getting on a spawn, and my goodness, how about the idea of Awaken and being able to get a little bit of revenge on his former team from last year?
I mean, I'm sorry, I just can't stop looking at Jan's stat line. Yeah. I've watched this guy play for a long time, and I have never seen performances like this. And he's using the UL 736. We haven't seen that in any of the other regions for Stage 4. He may have discovered a little secret on his own right here, but wow. What a start right here, and it's going to be a defensive round right here as well, which you got to think gives even more advantage back to Team Mobility. Very good chance that they can lock in a lead here.
Interesting call on the Vortex gun from Klapso. There's nobody here for Mayhem. They're all pushed out over through bricks and towards A. You've got Carlina already getting some good progress here in the A zone. Rayan's trying to find a way to contest, but Carlos does well to at least make sure this play stays alive. And that's a lot of specialist usage that is completely mitigated just by the simple fact that NYSL was not trying to challenge B initially. Now they're there, and as Space gets a beautiful little lineup, maybe a little bit blast off Awaken to start, all of a sudden Mayhem are looking good for their offensive attempt.
And this is very unusual, especially for Slums, because I feel like this is one of the most defensive-sided maps that we've seen in Call of Duty Mobile right now. But the map control for Space to get pushed out right here, obviously it's not really an optimal position for the SKS, but he continues to get moved forward. If he can get a head glitch to work with, one player beamed right off of it right there. That opens up a doorway, and it's all NYSL in the feed. Boxing Gloves not going to be able to connect right there. Nero, you got to win that gunfight. He gets taken down as well. The lead not looking quite as comfortable now for NYSL.
The thing is, you're still seeing a lot of mobility operators coming to just try to get this defense going. Jan in particular on the Annihilator, running out of time to get this thing some value, but does connect with Little B. That'll stop NYSL from getting more progress done here at A. First take already good, though. UL back out in hand once again for Jan, but there's a Gravity Vortex gun also being spent here for Nero to try to get their way back through. And there will be a little bit of clearance on the interior of the garage, but how do you get through this potential reinforcement through statue? That's the big kind of question, and Space may deliver an answer as he gets around the back with the Annihilator. Sees a little lock on into Angelic, but can't quite find the angle. Finally gets blessed with an opportunity and makes good use of it for one more at range. And all of a sudden, Space is a major threat that Mobility have to deal with, and it's not a lot of lives to do that.
Yep. Well, you got 16 down to 4. Just once again, not what we typically see from the offensive side, but both teams finding a way to dominate in that area. And right now, you can try to play defense, but trying to win a 12-2 TDM, not really going to be feasible, as NYSL actually building a little bit of momentum. The one thing you got to look at, no score streaks and only one operator left right now for NYSL. They got to try to build some if they're going to have a chance in that final round.
Yeah, because they're going to have to deal with that Goliath that Jan's still holding on to, which is a major win condition to be sure. Last potential engagement coming out, and it's a clean one. Nero, Space gets the final 2 kills, no problem. And now you have to really kind of stress the importance of the decision-making here from Team Mobility. How do you want to use this Goliath? And maybe even more importantly, when do you want to use it, considering that Mayhem only have that one operator available at the moment, like you had already mentioned?
We do get Jan slowing down a little bit right there. 25 kills heading into the round, only picks up 5. You got to keep that momentum, and especially, it's so unusual seeing him so dominant on the offensive side and not able to make that happen on the defense. Little B trying to get some map control, trying to see if they can apply that pressure and maybe get a spawn trap. Rihan not going to be able to win the gunfight right there. Ingenic barely finds the trade. That's going to be huge, and Awaken going to opt to go ahead and use that Annihilator.
This is all just to get out of their spawn side through pillars, though, and it works out nicely. Awaken also able to use this to win over bricks control and maybe start to establish a threat through Cemetery. Yeah, I love the idea of this, especially if you can find the kill into Nero, but misses the opening shot. Rayan right behind him will at least be able to find the confirmed kill. And Awaken now just plays defense over the middle of the map here. But the problem is, Space gets a double from just inside the B zone, and maybe not full opportunity for Nero to get in and actually contest the last tick of progress. 2 minutes on the clock, but the lives dead even as we consider the last bit of time here in round 5.
And this is starting to look like a more traditional round of Slums control right here. It's obviously all NYSL has to do is kind of sit back and wait for Team Mobility to come to them. The life lead still holding right here. I don't understand why Little B is looking to push up right here. That all you have to do is sit back and play TDM, and you're feeding kills the opposite side, and Genix going to be able to pick up one with the Annihilator. More than likely, NYSL just going to look to sit on the inside of that A site and see if they can hold it down.
I will say, though, for Mayhem, even though you don't necessarily get the kills by creating a bit of a buffer, you just killed off about 30 seconds at the time, and you just annihilated out 2 different Annihilators to come through. So now the Goliath called in. Best attempt for mobility. Try to win this 5th round is right here and right now. Rivalo's got an Annihilator. Just try to throw shoulders and pick at this big old mech. But once again, there's a bit of support here for the mech to get forward. Vortex got able to open the door. Running in is now Yawn. Lots of damage coming through, but they're still in with the 4-life lead. First tick of progress gone.
And especially with that trophy down, things getting dicey for NYSL. Ramallo gets taken down right here. It's a full feed for Team Mobility, and they've got Rihan's Annihilator as well. Clap's going to find some streaks.
Yep.
More streaks for Rihan, and it is over. Nothing for NYSLM to work with right there. They get taken down 2 maps in a row, and now on the brink of being sent to the lower bracket.
I will say, just for what it's worth, we didn't get a chance to watch their first map, but we have a little picture-in-picture action in front of us. It was a tight opening hardpoint as well. So this Mayhem squad, ooh, we talked about there was going to be something crazy that happens on the day. There were 4 teams that I think all of us were really looking forward to seeing how they would fare. There wasn't going to be enough space if they all won to all represent North America tomorrow in day number 2. And now all of a sudden, your number 3 seed and NYSL Mayhem are got to be feeling a little shaky about what might still be left to come here in this series, let alone the rest of the day.
Yeah, that is not the way they wanted to start things out. And, man, Yawn going crazy again. And to be honest, in that last round, didn't pick up that many. It was
3 kills.
It was Rihan picking up the streaks, I believe, and Genic doing some damage as well. You can see Clap's 13 ticks of objective time as well. And, man, oh, man, did they come out guns blazing. On the opposite side for NYSL, just not able to build momentum. It looked like they were going to be able to do something, but they did not have a counter for that Goliath.
Man, what an improvement, though, from this mobility squad who lost in stage 3 to that Tribe from the winner's bracket and then what was Wicked at the time. And now all of a sudden you have a chance to kind of steal away the 3rd seed from this NYSL Mayhem team and a Summit hardpoint. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. The takeoff hardpoint was not comfortable at all for NYSL, which is, I would say, probably their best look, just depending on if we're going to be seeing this UL come out to play, trying to keep everything at long range. Same storylines we talked about with Tribe and Cold Showers, but kind of shoeing the opposite foot. NYSL need to figure out how to get these first 2 hills in their favor and start to build an advantage because, man, there have been moments in these last 2 maps that just does not look like the NYSL we expect.
Yep. I will say for NYSL, rotationally, very solid. Their biggest struggle has been slaying out, and I think that's a big reason that Team Mobility has been able to capitalize on some ridiculous performances that we've seen out of Yawn so far. If he can carry that momentum, he may continue to pop off all weekend and get his team maybe a spot in the playoffs, maybe it's not stage 5.
Yeah, I mean, the incredulousness in your voice is merited as we look back over this last map, at least in the couple of moments that we had. And, you know, I think the biggest thing about it is, you know, you mentioned it, the offensive success for both of these 2 teams, but more so important from the side of Mobility because they were able to hold on to that Goliath until it was absolutely necessary, is the big difference maker. And we talked about this a lot in Europe last weekend. It's going to be a natural conversation here as well, especially for these teams that are trying to prove themselves. How good are you when it comes to making decisions around how you're going to spend your operators, how you're going to spend your score streaks? And even though a lot of these clips are favoring the conversation towards NYSL, there is great enabling of Yawn on this Goliath by supporting things with the Gravity Vortex and the Annihilators as well. So this mobility squad looked very competent and very dangerous.
And that was another thing that we didn't see EU teams do at all with their Goliaths. They never got trophies down. There was a line of trophies leading all the way into the hard point for that mobility squad. And once again, being able to capitalize on the most powerful score streak in the game, your strategies by which you're able to do that, going to be one of those big determining factors when the gap between these top teams is not huge.
Yeah. Man. So much for that heavy loaded region conversation we started off with today. Oh, buddy. This is going to be curious because, you know, again, with the Swiss format, and the desk hit this so wonderfully. You start 0-1, your day is just, oh boy, you're flying by the seat of your pants. And as you start to look towards this Summit hardpoint, I think we have to just keep the spotlight on Dion, who looked great in the couple of instances that we had a chance to look in towards the early parts of the series. Obviously, we jump in and see him at 25 kills through 2 rounds. That's not bad. So what does he have in store for us here when it comes to Summit? And I think more importantly, can this NYSL team just wake up and play as a 5-man group? Because it's been 1 or 2 players here or there. It hasn't been all 5 of them in any of the instances that we've seen out of this team, at least thus far.
And we talked about coming into this, like they knew they had a chip on their shoulder. We knew it was going to go one way or another. Either that was going to carry them through or it was going to be a hindrance. And it looks like so far, whether it's been a mental block or whatever it is, they've not been able to find that momentum. And maybe also, looking at the flip side, team mobility showing that they were very underrated coming into this as well.
I love that call. That could be said, I think, by a lot of the other teams that we're going to probably see once we get into that second round of the Swiss, whether it be the teams that found themselves at 1-0 or maybe a chance to recover after dropping that opening Swiss format. Again, this is just the opening round altogether with our schedule. A lot of COD Mobile to be played. As mentioned, the second Swiss round will actually see our first teams eliminated, as well as our first teams that can advance to tomorrow. 3 total squads from the region make it to represent North America at the end of day 2 for Stage 5 World Championships. I know everyone's really pumped about that first major international event. And I don't know, man. I'm just curious to see who's going to come out of this region and be able to pull the same storylines that we had for every other region we've done so far. A clear-cut number 1, but what's going to happen for number 2 and number 3? I think at this point, it's pretty much anyone's game.
Yeah. I think the craziest thing is coming into this, a lot of us expected, like, oh yeah, we know who the top 4 teams are. There's a very good chance coming off of round 1, we get 2 of those expected top 4 teams already down in the lower bracket. That's going to make it that much more difficult for the teams trying to make it out of there.
It's tough scenes, man, but hey, that's what happens when you kind of had, 2 months from the last time we saw these squads play at official capacity during Stage 3. It looks like lessons have either been learned or maybe new vulnerabilities have started to crop up for some of our squads. But it's a Summit hardpoint, 1 map away from falling down to an 0-1 early tally for NYSL Mayhem, where mobility could really start to flex that maybe they had been slept on too much. Space, first one in. A lot of different contestants to work through, and it doesn't really work out really in any gunfight for him. Mobility still trying to fight from the high ground, able to get at least a nice little set of kills coming through, and that will lead to some early time here on the first hill.
And that topside control going to be crucial, and Jenik looking to hop up. He gets taken down, but still the majority of the gunfights going the way of team mobility. Still a couple players sitting on goose eggs off the start for NYSL, and Nero going to get taken down to the inside of the hard point. Team mobility not giving an inch here in the top side. That's going to make it so easy for the players on the inside to win those gunfights. And man, they might be able to find 50 off the start here.
The fact that they've already got 30 is astonishing. And the kills keep on coming. This is what is happening? Mayhem, they look completely lost. No idea where anyone is. No one working to clear things together. And yeah, Bobby, you called it. 50 seconds is well within their grips. Can we get a kill, Mayhem, somewhere?
Maybe they forgot to load into the map. I'm not sure what's happening right now, but nobody can kill Jan. They finally get it off the back of probably what could have been an easy kill for him right there as well. And Rehan with 5 HP, still going to be able to take out Nero right there. NYSL scrambling.
You think mobility's feeling themselves?
Oh, they've got to be feeling it right now. Little B's going to be able to find a 2-piece, and Nero from behind finally going to be able to break through to get NYSL some time. But they have got to wake up to give themselves a chance.
Flank already shut down. That was Mobility trying to hit a long overextending route. And with that dealt with, now Mobility can take their focus back towards the front. Need to have gunfight wins here if you're Mayhem. And Jenik trying to get on in, not able to find much success as Rabalo has really been the new catalyst for this squad, at least at this moment. Able to get towards 6. Predator missile called in.
I don't think it connected.
I don't think it did either. Very weird timing for it as well, as the threat towards P3 is already established. Awakened good to get away from his former teammates, but it's Little B who has the last word.
That's a huge kill right there. That, if they're able to maintain it, should lock down spawns here on P3. And we know this to be one of the money hills, but Little B gets taken down. One player left to contest, and he's going to get dropped as well. And just like that, the opening that looked like it was going to be there for NYSL completely closed.
And you've got Claps who can play through the middle of the map, does not expect the player holding in the corner. So an opportunity for Mayhem still to try to fight from the front, but just as I say it, it's Team Mobility cleaning things up, no problem. Flip the spawns, convincingly hold the hard point, and now even getting a little bit of a round out of Awaken, who really has stepped up. Again, he's looking for a little bit of a revenge tour here. 10 kills for him, off spawn, immediately into the Annihilator. Isn't able to do anything with it, though, and NYSL have a second chance for a break, and it's well done as they also flip the saw and spinal simultaneously.
And that's more than likely going to lock in 30 seconds. It looks like Team Mobility already rotating. They have no desire to contest right here, and they're going to see if they can get some map control pushed out as they look to get a full 60 here on P4. Little B seeing if he can poke a hole with that Annihilator, but he's not going to peek and doesn't have a whole lot of time to get value out of this. Not going to be able to hit Jan on the shot right there. Those are shots you cannot afford to miss. They get things like pretty close, but if they get pushed out, waste those operators, this could very well be a full 60.
Yep, love this call for that Pred missile. Deal with the potential overextension. Claps can be trusted just to essentially spam out this Vortex gun as soon as the Nether, I don't even know, universe collapses. What do you call it? I don't even know. But he's vacuumed him enough, and that's going to be enough for now Mobility to take this over 100 points.
Yep, and Carlos doesn't see the initial player, does get a kill right there. Here's the sound of the lock-on as well. Jan's going to drop, and they're trying to see if they can get the break, but Rihan slides at Mach 10 speeds right there and absolutely obliterates. Carlos looking to break from the backside, a double push, but they get traded. Little B, Nero there for a couple. They're going to be able to still find some time right here in mitigating that early rotation for Team Mobility.
Yeah, this is honestly, though, for Team Mobility, you're just kind of throwing a couple of members here to just make things a little bit mixy at the scrap time. So not only does that give him a chance to kind of neutralize and contest some of this scrap from Mayhem's perspective, but it also gives you the ability to win those key positions as we rotate back over towards our first hill. Raval sneaking around the backside. Good for the first, and he takes that into an immediate double. Help above as NYSL not only get all the scrap time, but have good positions over the top of this first hill to try to get this game back to level.
That high ground control is going to be crucial for them. Space looking for a little bit more information as well, and right now the whole feed lighting up blue. Going to be able to find a Pred right there, and typically we don't think of Space at all as an SMG type player, but he's on a 6 spree right now, and it looks like maybe we should see a little more KSP usage out of him this weekend as he's popping off with that.
Annihilator up top, though, for Jan. Only player is a part of this push, by the way. Does get shut down by Raballo from behind. So now Nero, the next test, over through the side staircase. Dealt with swiftly as Mobility, good double chow, comes out with Space on 9 in a row. Finally cut down, had already done the damage, earns himself a potential Goliath. Now just comes down to what happens in the back 15 seconds as we fight over the scrap.
It seems like NYSLM starting to wake up a little bit right here as they realize what's on the line. Able to find 2 right there. Jan, couple initial missed shots, still going to be able to get the kill. And right now the battle for P2, but more importantly the battle for the spawns. It is going to be early control of those strong side spawns for the P3 rotation for Team Mobility. They're going to try to focus, yes, getting a little bit of time right here, but mainly trying to maintain those to see if they can get a full 60 there.
A lot of hero plays here for Mayhem. They're able to try to get one back around. It's Carlos who's able to at least get into position. And oh, look at the spawns out of Mobility. Bottom middle of your minimap. That's not where you want to be. Nero able to capitalize to make sure he's able to at least get his team a double to open things back up. So now you can see the scramble. Mobility trying to recover these spawns, but long range shots coming out of NYSL. Still 50-50 battle to see what's going to happen through Jenny's side. While in the meantime, Mayhem are still soaking up considerable time on the hard point.
And they're able to flip the spawns right there. So you get Carlos on the inside. He's going to look to lock down a little bit of time. There's still 24 seconds, which definitely nothing to scoff at, but Space going to go for the early setup with the Goliath right here. Not sure how I feel about this. Obviously, this is the hard point where you want to get that called in, but there is a lot of time for Team Mobility to try to take this down. They're not able to apply any pressure yet. They are banking big time on a full 60 right here. Trophies on trophies.
Yeah, I was going to say, just take one of these, please, sir. It's a gift from the gods. As the break attempt from Mobility will have to be from the front through all of this. And Space is just rocking out. The rest of his teammates around the outside, just making sure he's not threatened at all. Oh, there's actually a Gravity Vortex gun that was pulled up by Claps. He can't even get a shot off with it. So all of a sudden, a major tool off the table for Mobility, who have no other operators left to try to break through this hard point. And I mean, Space is just chilling. You have to try to find a way to get around the outside of this. The smoke comes through. Damage started to be pushed in, but Space gets a second, and that will lead to Mayhem now in the lead.
And Bullet's not going to do a whole lot to counter against the Goliath right here. They get a little bit more damage in there. He's actually going to drop down on the backside, and they're going to see if they can march it all the way across to that next hard point. Claps going to look to contest, but he gets taken down as well. With the amount of HP left on this, I'm not sure you're going to be able to get great value, but at the very least, you can apply some pressure on that backside with the firepower, and he's going to have to contest with Rihan right here as the Mayhem players get pushed out once again.
And I will just say, as we're sitting on board here with Space, there was an impressive double off screen from Nero at the old time to make sure that mobility didn't even win scrap time. So now Space has gotten the mech in, only for a small time. It does get deleted, and we've got ourselves an opportunity, maybe for mobility to get on the back, but it's shut down as Little B reinforces with the Annihilator, gets himself 2 in a row, shuts down the potential streaks out of mobility, and it's on Claps. Has to find a way to get through Snow Pathway, as outside of the ability to get around spawns, the Predator Missile also shuts down the pinch, and all of a sudden Mayhem are running away with the game.
The unfortunate timing there that Gravity Vortex actually cut off his rotation too. That leaves him wide open, and the callouts from the teammates on that location going to allow Nero to pick up a crucial kill with the Pred Missile. And now it seems like it's got to be completely in the hands of NYSL. A very slow start, but they have gotten a very large chunk of the last 200 points, and they're not going to be able to win it right here, but they can get it, up to 248, and with that big of a gap, that leaves no margin for error for Team Mobility.
And Nero's got a second Pred Missile if he wants it. I mean, really, this game was won by Space. That 9 spree to get the Goliath, good value out of the Pred Missile to kind of get Mayhem back into the game. Now it's just down to get onto the hard point, get the final second needed. And Rabalo's just pulling off little hipfire shrieks with the Annihilator. 250, 165. As you mentioned, Bobby, a tough start, but Space, he was not going to see his team fall down 0-1. Not this early.
It really looked like we watched two different teams in that matchup. Rabalo, he's further from the servers than anybody else in this lobby. He's playing on Dallas servers from Detroit and still drops a 1.5 right there. Got to give credit to him, but like you said, Space the one making the big plays. So much value out of that Goliath for them. That's going to keep their hopes of staying in the upper bracket alive.
Man, okay. So if I'm not mistaken, that gives us a Hacienda Surge. And yeah, okay. So here's the thing about it. You know, obviously we talked a little bit in the first series about how Control new to COD Mobile this year. Hacienda, though, as you had mentioned, we saw very little. I think we saw it once in Europe. And is this just a question of teams not feeling prepared on it, not doing their homework? I mean, not to sit there and be too dismissive of it, but there's a full year of VOD to watch over Hacienda if you go back to watch Black Ops 4, including 2 of the modes that, of course, we're going to see in particular, this Search and Destroy. You have to feel like this is one that Mayhem is prepared for. They have to be.
And this is their map pick. So you got to think going into the first Search and Destroy, you got to give huge credit to the, it was basically a 2v5 that Team Mobility won, and they won it 7-1. You've got those snipers popping off, and there was no counter out of Mayhem. You got to give credit, and you got to think those two players are going to be absolutely crucial for this map if they're going to have a chance at taking a second Search and Destroy.
And if you're Mayhem and you start to become aware of the ability for Yon to still take over on this map with the scope, if he's finding early success, I need to see smokes out. We need to block off that line of sight, or just not challenge him at all. Work different areas of the map. This is a big map when it comes to trying to rotate around with a scope in hand. So I think that's the biggest thing here for Mayhem, is either find a way to isolate, overwhelm, or just ignore him and play the other side of the map with your numbers.
Yeah, I think if you're NYSL, you got to play things smart. I know especially Little B, he loves the ego chow, and I think it came back to bite him big time on that firing range. When you've got somebody that's hitting snipes like that, you can't afford to chill it. You just can't let that happen. So we'll see if they can stay committed to the game plan right here and find ways to adapt. I think adaptability is going to be what separates the top from the bottom in this region.
And I think we could also just kind of reinforce that by really crediting what we saw at the beginning of this stream from Tribe, who were getting really good reads and really taking advantage of that. You expect that level of gameplay from New York Subliners and this Mayline team, or this Mayhem team, the Mayline team, a little combination of both. But the thing is, you know, you've got a deep pool here with a lot of players that had seen good competition last year in North America, or some that are brand new that had a lot of promise coming into the season. So it's hard to full-on make a prediction, but I think everyone has just scooched a little bit closer towards their monitors in their chair here, because I don't think anyone would have expected Mayhem to be going map 5 with mobility like this.
Yeah, this is definitely more than we expected out of the first round of this bracket, so I'm glad that we get to see it, because to be honest, we didn't get to see a whole lot of great matchups in the early days of Europe Stage 4. So the fact that we're already getting a map 5, definitely a treat for the viewers as well.
Potential major upset right in front of us as we're getting ready to go for the Hacienda Search and Destroy. Again, just as a reminder, for joining us here late, this is just the Swiss round 1 matchups. You win this one, you play up against another team that's 1-0. You lose this one, you face possible elimination, and there's some heavy hitters that could also find themselves down there fighting for their lives before we get to tomorrow's top 4 squads double elimination bracket, and the stakes become extremely high. In 2 of our regions, we've had $15,000 games of control. So that's just, let that kind of sit in the back of your minds as we stew over the rest of the day.
Hey, you got to remember, even if you don't think that you've got a chance at making it top 3, the gap between that 4th and 5th place, as far as the prize pool goes, pretty big as well.
Yeah,
jumping from 2,500 all the way up to 10,000. There's a lot of things that you can do, a lot of COD points you can buy, and right now, these guys not thinking about COD points.
No.
Thinking about getting a win.
Just get out of here, dude. Get me out of this round 1 matchup. I mean, you kidding me? But that's one of those things we talked about. You cannot come out into this Swiss format slow. You have to be clicking. You have to be ready to go. And so far, Team Mobility has been able to showcase that, except for really the play out of space from that last match. So, man, there's no holding back right here. You have to pull off everything in the playbook. You do not want to drop 0-1 early, and especially for the side of NYSL and the Mayhem, this is your map pick. You have to showcase some dominance here, because there was anything but that on that firing range Search and Destroy. As you mentioned, it was essentially 2v5.
I am curious to see what we see out of space, because obviously we typically think of him as a sniper main, but for him to be able to dominate at that level with the KSP and the amount of range that it has on a map like Hacienda could potentially be more impactful if you've got more of those KSPs in play. So it does look like he's going to opt for the DLQ off the start right here. Little B still sticking with that Locust. Haven't really seen that one in the other regions as well, but obviously on the flip side, you got to keep an eye on Yon. Popped off in the first Search and Destroy. We'll see if he can continue to do it, and looks like Space looking for a lineup off the start.
Sure feels that way, yeah. He's taking shots out of spawn at the moment. Rest of his team's on the way forward. Bomb possibly getting early planted. Claps has got a trophy to keep him safe here. Yeah, he's just going to immediately punch in the correct digits to get this thing primed and ready to go. So for NYSL, it's all about how do you set up a retake? And as you lose a member off the flank, you have to kind of look at the players up front. Carlos in trouble. Dealt with Claps with another opener. And NYSL in shambles off this initial defense.
Yeah, there's just no map control for them, nothing to work with, and you can see the top of his head through the flowers right there, going to be able to connect there as well. Deagle shots from Space going to be clean, and Claps goes prone at the right time. Unfortunate positioning for Space. It is going to be the final player taken down in Nero, and right off the bat, we see Team Mobility come out guns blazing.
And how about Claps? Outside of missing the first blood that Awakened took away from him, he gets 4 out of 5 while also planting. So talk about feeling yourself early is Claps all of a sudden. Same setup coming out of Mobility. This time a little bit different out of the defense. 3-man hit over towards the middle of the map here for NYSL. Nades and trophies starting to make their way over. And, well, it's actually just kind of a layer of trophy systems. My goodness, this is enforced, but it's down to can you win your gunfights outside fence line. Awaken once again gets the first, but Carlos able to at least find a way to respond and slow down a bit of this offense. But I say the words a bit very selectively because they're still making their moves.
Yeah, Nero's going to find a couple crucial ones, and that evens things out right here. But, oh, my gosh, Little B, that had to be a no-scope right there, because I'm pretty sure he was mid-trophy throw when that shot connected, and that's going to leave Ingenic all alone right here. A 1v3, not going to look super doable. Does have the bomb in hand, but oh, my gosh. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and Little B going to be able to make a lot out of that no-scope.
Ingenic not able to find an isolated next engagement on towards Nero, and NYSL say, all right, he wants to play to spawn. Let's just give him some space to work with. Use the clock as our biggest ally in this 1v3. make sure that there's no chance we get picked apart individually. 45 seconds at the clock, still plenty to work with here if you're Ingenic, and he's actually done really well to re-clear out some of this fence line's positions. He could plant and actually try to create a bit of space to use to maybe try to clutch this up.
Interesting. He's actually looking at the perks, using fast recover. That's not one that I've seen really used in the competitive scene recently, but obviously not opting for the mobility, and that's typically what you want to go with when you got the kilo in hand. He's going to be able to get the bomb down, and now NYSL looking to play for the retake right here. Ingenic trying to pick up his first kill. The former UD player trying to see if he can find another round for his team, and absolutely snaps onto space right there. He did not stand a shot, but Little B going to be there. A little bit of body shooting out of Nero as well, one of his favorite hobbies, and it's going to be NYSL finding another round.
It kind of reminds me of like when you watch like the Little League World Series, it's like the kids have like the like favorite hobby, favorite, you know, music artist, favorite hobby, shooting bodies. Get little player cards. But an effort was made, and we go 1-1. And so far, the presence of scopes have not really been a factor yet. Will that continue to be the case? Is NYSL going to go low ground through bar to try to contest mid? Don't often see this as a call-out, especially considering the difficulty you can find from those across the fountain angles. That's exactly why. Little B gets the opener, but this defense over towards A is just not reinforced. Carlos is just going to throw his shoulder. Not able to see Claps get the bomb down, and an advantage once again builds for team mobility.
Now for Carlos, trying to wrap this side. There's just so much information they can get from a nasty head glitch, and Jan's going to be able to pick up another onto space. Another player drops. Carlos down. And his team mobility back in the lead. Is that the offensive rounds have looked really strong, and NYSL has not really found a good way to counter.
Space or Little B need to snipe outside fence line.
Yep.
We just have not seen any scope presence defensively at all around this A site. Need to see that be what changes right here, right now. And both of them are going that direction. So maybe a bit of an over-investment if they are still both sniping. Trophies down, nades over the top, very ceremonious in nature as Claps tries to slide forward, and yeah, there we go. Little B, first blood, scope in hand. Claps able to still use this offensive position through you to get one in return. Has a read into Rabalo, but Rabalo absolutely smokes him off a little slide shell. That's more like it if you're NYSLM.
Jan does get the info right here. Knows Nero's around the corner. This should be a free kill, and he's going to hear the hop down, or at least you'd think he is, but it's going to be a free kill for Jan, and just like that, now from a 1v4 down to a 1v3. He's got one sniper to contend with. Space actually opting to switch on over to the SKS. A little bit more of a comfort weapon for him. And Jan just going to try to continue to clear these corners. As Space going to hold that mid angle as long as he possibly can, especially with the bomb down. Not a whole lot else that you need to do.
Tough to collect from this position. Space prone, caught off guard. Little B just there in the nick of time as Jan had a good look at him there at the end. But it's a 2-2 going through for the adjustments for NYSLM. Great. Now all of a sudden the onus is on how do you respond to that setup if you're mobility. Do you get your first look towards B? You try to counter snipe? World's your oyster. What's it going to be?
Yep, it looks like they're actually going to send a couple players straight up the middle. Bomb still going over toward that A site, but he's going to back up, and they're going to look to clear through mid-map right here as Ingenic looking for some information across that top side. You can see NYSL now flooding through the A site. They're going to see if they can get some mid-map for themselves. Obviously, the bomb's still down or in the hands of a player on the backside of that A site, and very, very passive approach right here for team mobility.
I like this, though, for mobility, because if you know that they're going to overwhelm the top side of the minimap, if you can just hold angles in these top hallways, maybe you can catch someone on rotation, because you can't stay 4-1 stacked up the entire round, or maybe you can, especially if Space can help keep that B site clear. He is deep, by the way. Number 4 in blue, he is pretty much off the map. So a huge advantage for Mayhem on this defense, even more so as Ingenic's route gets cut down. Mobility trying to recover, wants to play for a little bit of office pressure, and that will force Mayhem to respect.
And this is exactly where Space wants him. He's going to sit in the back of the map and is still going to have eyes onto that B site. Rabalo's going to find one on the collapse as well, and now back to a two-man advantage for NYSL. You want to make sure that kill's guaranteed, but Awaken misses those crucial shots right there, and Carlos should be aware. Where's the communication? Big kill goes in for Awaken, still a 1v3, but if you're NYSL, you cannot let that happen.
Oh, you can't. Recovered, if only just barely at moments. And a couple of rounds now in a row for NYSLM as they take an advantage on this defensive half. One more to play before we swap the sides. And I would love to see mobility just try to get a scope, try to fight off this 1v1 deep over towards A. The B zone has not really been one they've been really committed to, and yeah, here we go again. Trophies on the way through. Awaken the first one up. Good support over the backhand side, but it's Little B who get first blood, and yeah, the defensive adjustments out of NYSLM, absolutely perfect. First 3 kills come through. Awaken looking for a lifeline, and he has at least stayed alive backside hut, but this would be not doable, shouldn't be doable. He YY's the reload, gets another off. Little B finally able to get a kill, but it gets down to a 1v1. Yawn v Nero. Advantage to Nero, though, as he's on the long flank, and Yawn does not expect this at all.
I think they were sitting back-to-back right there, and I don't know how you don't check that corner, but that's going to be huge for Awaken right there. Despite the struggles for Rehan, who's typically the go-to sniper for the squad, they've still found a way to keep things close. And now Yawn going to try to find the sneaky Nero, who's not peeking anything right now. He's going to wrap back toward the A site, knows, or at least should know, that the bomb's down right here, and probably going to look to play the retake based off of that audio cue.
But the longer that Nero waits, the more mentally Yawn starts to consider that he could be on my long flank. So a missed opportunity maybe in some ways. Bomb picked up, Yawn gets the read. Backs out. Gloves on, and immediate rotate over towards B. If he can get this planted for office side and come right back around the defensive spawn, this is going to be a major post-plant advantage for Yawn. That's exactly how he's setting up for this plant.
And Nero might have the read. It's going to be all about the timing, and he's going to see if he can catch him on that wrap back through, but hopping down into the water, not going to be able to get any information. Question is, he's not going to be able to hop up right here, and that's going to give Nero the advantage now. Yawn should be completely exposed, and with that information, that should be enough for Nero to pick up the round right here. You don't want to make too much noise, and he's going to wrap the corner, gets the kill right there, and another huge round for NYSL.
I just cannot believe Yawn didn't commit to mantling over that sidewall to try to get over towards office.
Yeah.
Just did not commit to the play. It was the right move. Of course, it's easy for us to say that. We got a mini-map to look at, but
that's what he wanted to do, and then he just didn't do it.
Yeah. Tough scenes, but a massive swing round there in round number 6, going the way of Mayhem. Now up by 2 as we swap the sides. What's the call here for NYSLM? Looks like they want to go over and do the same idea towards A. Space will watch over the middle of the map. Just comes down to which weapon he'll have, and he'll be sniping. So this is all about just, can you get the first blood here at A, and then force over a plant.
And obviously, with Nero getting pushed up to the bomb, this is going to be a ridiculously fast plant.
Oh!
A collapse for Little B onto Rehan and Ingenic. And that's going to be lethal for the retake.
That second had to be through a fence. I'm sure Little B is just as surprised as we are to see that pop up in the kill feed. Defensively, though, mobility looking to retake through mid-U. First player down as Awaken drops. And Nero has now all of a sudden gained tons of space, top side of 10. The long rotation from Yawn, who was playing a little bit of water holding over towards B. Not able to do much of anything, and NYSLM blown the doors off this search and destroy in 4 consecutive rounds.
The ball's in their court, and Little B starting to hit that rhythm with the Locust. Now 9 kills to his name. Once again, would like to see a little bit more adaptability out of space, especially when the snipes aren't hitting, but you're winning, and at this point in the game, that is all that matters, I feel like, for team mobility. I think Rehan's the only one that can turn things around. He's not been able to find anything so far. A dominant sniper for the team, but not in rhythm. Yawn in position to make a play right here, but Carlos slides the corner. Little B finds a snipe there as well. Rehan all alone trying to find his first kill, and the rhythm is just not there right now. Well, I take it back. Able to take down space, but the bomb goes down. Not able to hit the quick scope onto Little B. And with that information and 5 HP remaining, you got to think that's going to be the end of the round.
You got to put the second sniper away. Just can't have one kill for Rehan. You got to get him involved. We'll see what they want to do here. Last chance to win from mobility. So close to possibly upsetting one of the major favorites in the North American region over the course of not just this year, but pretty much since the inception of COD Mobile Competitive. And it's going to be a 5-man stack defense with trying to deal with NYSLM. Little B freely able to just watch the outside. I mean, you just have to put some pressure somewhere else besides fence line. It's too easy for Little B. Easy kill comes out. Numbers now start to amount, but responding is mobility, including a pretty advanced position out of Yawn, who will pretty much by himself force Mayhem to have to back off and consider a different route.
We got a big flank coming in for space, but he's not going to be able to get the kill there. Now it's down to a 1v3 for Raballo. Obviously, with the bomb down right there, that's just such a big advantage for team mobility and should be a pretty winnable round. Checking the corners, getting all the information that he can. Yawn going to be in a tough spot to counter right there. Rabala wins the gunfight anyway. Able to get away with his life, looking to regen right here, and still with a minute to work with. This is a great position for him. Not going to elect to pick up the bomb quite yet, and he's going to try to see if he can just pick up these last couple kills or at least ward them off and make them second-guess themselves.
Timing of the route is exquisite. If he decides to go topside office, he may be able to catch out Ingenic, who's still trying to work through hallways. Patio will also allow him an opportunity to kind of scout things out around the fences towards where that bomb is dropped. He does see Ingenic deep. Oh, and the timing on a Rayhan is perfect. Or is it, Rabalo? He's been so clean so far today. Rayhan gives him a second opportunity, and he will eventually drop. So now the bomb can be collected, but he's going to try to cut him off through mid. 1v1. Rabalo for the win. Oh. Yes, sir! NYSLM clutch up a 1v3 from Rabalo to stave off upset potential in Swiss round 1.
The opening kill, able to get away with his life. The trigger discipline did not take those initial shots, but know exactly where that second player is, and even though the second gunfight wasn't the prettiest, still picked up the kill. Big-time clutch for a big-time player, and that will secure winner's side for NYSL.
Wow. If only just barely. Man, I mean, you look at this, and I still think you feel really uneasy about NYSL moving on now to a 1-0 matchup versus opponents that we definitely will hold in likely higher regard than mobility. Not to take anything away from them, because it's an impressive series from them in particular, but you've got teams like Tribe up there, Undream that should be up there. We didn't get a chance to see their scores, but even Stamina 3-0, very convincing in the 4v5 matchup. So there's a lot of contestants here for NYSLM, and I would say out of the 4 teams that are in that 1-0 bracket, based on that series, they may be one of the softest so far that we've been able to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, you definitely don't feel too confident. You do have to think about last 2 maps. They looked a lot stronger than, especially in that control where they just seemed to get confused even when they started to build the momentum a little bit. They weren't able to capitalize on it. So they come away, but just barely by the skin of their teeth. Curious to see what our analysts have to say about that one. That was about as confusing as it gets.
Yeah, it was definitely a banger to kick off the first round. We wasn't sure if we were going to get any game 5s, but we definitely did in that NYSL matchup going up against Mobility. Everything else was 3-0s. You know, we probably had some close series, but in the end, you know, when it came down to our feature matchup, Tribe was able to take down Cold Showers. Let's start breaking down our first round a little bit. Mommy, in the first one with Tribe and Cold Showers, anything in that series that you see to stand out to you? But it was a dominant victory for Tribe 3-0, but were they contested?
Well, the fact of the matter is, Cold Showers just did not deliver when we thought they would. I feel like we had such high expectations for this team, but obviously you're going up against the number 1 seed. It has been one of the most consistent here in probably the Western side of things. Not even Western, globally in COD M. So, I mean, that is a really hard thing to overcome. But again, Cold Shower, really shaky. I'm pretty concerned for their next matchup because so far, like especially when we see Mobility just absolutely pop off, they need to really just step it up.
Yeah, they definitely do. And so let's actually talk a little bit about that Mobility matchup, Allie, as they play NYSL. NYSL, the hard points was what they came out victorious in and really get to this game 5. But even after losing the first 2 rounds, I think they made some pretty good adjustments.
Well, yeah, well, we have to talk about it. I'm going to speak on Mobility for just a moment here. That is not the matchup we expected to go to Game 5. Like, we thought if any matchup was going to be a little bit contested, it was going to be Tribe versus Cold Showers. Mobility came out of the woodwork with some fire under them, especially in that first S&D. I mean, a 7-1 on firing range. It was in dominant fashion where I got worried for Mayhem heading into that Game 5 because their hardpoint looked great at that tail end. Those 3 consecutive hills, back to back to back. It was beautiful rotations. It was beautiful usage out of their specialists. Like, you could tell it looked like a completely different team. It actually looked like a team that was a top 4 seed, and it followed right into that search and destroy as well. That aggression and that bomb retake. We saw the 1v3 at the end by Rabalo. Like, it was a beautiful search and destroy in the likes of NYSL. But compared to everybody else, compared to the other top three seeds that we saw in this first round one, it was all three of those across the board, except for NYSL Mayhem. So that is very worrying heading into the round two, because yes, they have a little bit of a cushion to work with. They are 1-0 up on the day, but they're going to have to go up against Undream, who absolutely world-starred Mizexis in their series. I mean, 250 to 79 in the firing range, 7-1 in the Hacienda S&D, and 3-0 in the raid control. So they're on a very, very high horse heading into the second round.
Yes, they are. And Mommy, you gave a little criticism to NYSL Mayhem to start off. Wasn't so sure about them, man, and rightfully so. But if it's one thing that they showed us, is that even with them being down in that map 4 on hardpoint after losing 2 straight maps, they figured out how to flip the switch, okay? And Little B was a big part of that.
Absolutely. He started heating up at the very last moment, especially in the later half in that S&D. I mean, the discipline with these guys, because there were so many moments that you thought Mobility was actually going to be winning that Hacienda Search and Destroy. But, I mean, they dropped the ball at the end, but looking very good right now for Mobility going into the round 2.
All right, now we see how our teams lie after the first round of Swifts goes by us, and we got Tribe, Stamina, Undream, and NYSL Mayhem at the top. And as you guys said, pretty top half. The top half is pretty is a powerhouse when it comes down to our 8 teams, and it showed there in the placement. So as we move on forward, it's time to figure out who's going home and who's going to progress in the bracket and possibly make it to day 2 already. Hey, stage 4, it's already started here for North America, and we're figuring out who the best of the best is. Coming up next, it's NYSL Mayhem going up against Undream. Will it go down to another game 5? We will see how it turns out. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll see Undream for the first time and see what they're all about. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Regional Playoffs. We are here with North American, and I'm on a desk with the cool kids themselves. Y'all want a Bobby with shades? We will provide, as I'm going to have him and Schiff with me on a desk. Make sure the general's looking all clean, cool, calm, and collected up here. But it's time to make you feel a little bit uncomfortable because your boys, NYSL, they went to game number 5, and we take a look at the bracket to show you guys our round 1 results here. It was a lot of 3-0s up there, but in the end, they was able to get done with, over that obstacle in their opponent, their mobility. But soon they're gonna have to go up against an Undream squad. Quickly before we hop into them, I don't think we saw any results that really stood out from this first round, you guys, right? Would you say so, Schiff? Outside of that game 5?
I think the game 5, but also just the convincing 3-0 from Stamina, I think also just merits a lot of respect that there may be true 4 solid teams. This may not be the ones that we expected based on those opening results. Again, early days, hard to say for sure, but those are by far the 2 big standouts.
Definitely is. All right, now as we take a look at our next matchup coming up, it's going to be Undream going against NYSL Mayhem, and then we'll have Tribe versus Stamina, Latin Souls versus Cold Showers, and then Team Mobility going up against Mexes. They're your 1-0 teams, and then your 0-1 teams at the end. But all right, I want to start talking about our next matchup. So, Bobby, NYSL is going up against Undream. What do you feel like they need to do up against this team who came in as a 2nd seed, really giving Tribe their toughest competition throughout the season?
I think for NYSL, it comes down a lot to adaptability. I think we saw that a lot in their matchup against Mobility as well. And in the matches where they were able to make those changes, find the weak spots, and able to counter on the opposite side, they were able to come away with the win. But whenever they stick to predetermined plans and don't really do anything to adjust the opposition, it just puts them in a really tough spot.
It definitely does, okay? Adaptability is so key, Shift, right? But we did see some masterclass adaptability from them at the end of that last series from NYSL, but I'm pretty sure they want to get off to a hotter start against this Undream team.
You have to. This Undream team is way better. So, I mean, you have to be able to fix the things that are going wrong. And I think the biggest things to keep an eye out for, number 1, how are we hitting something as a squad?
Yeah.
Lots of individual challenges, lots of rogue routes that really weren't productive because of the timing that they were taken at. This is, of course, talking about the hard point. But then the search and destroy, when you want to use the word adaptability, put together a more resounding response. Don't have it take 3 to 4 rounds before you start to actually put together a solvent to the problems, because at the moment, it really has just been almost a day late and almost $1 short. They're lucky to be in this 1-0 spot, basically.
And I know for them as a squad, they just saw kind of, day 1, kind of really flash by their eyes, and it being a smoother run to get in that champ bracket versus all that pressure being on your shoulders here towards the lower half of it. All right, and so now let's talk about our team rosters here a little bit and see kind of what we're going to go into. Well, when it comes down to Undream here, Bobby, when it came down to their success in coming up, what makes this Undream squad so good? How did they get to the 2nd seed?
I mean, obviously, the thing you got to pay attention to is they have 2 of the 5 players that played on that Tribe championship roster. You got Band and Envy, who are obviously very experienced veterans. You got a Solo, who was pretty much the hard carry for Explicit all the way through last year, including Stage 5. And then you've got 2 absolutely nasty snipers in Blur and Washi that are going to do their best to counter a Little B in space.
Yeah, we'll see if they can counter them, and we'll take a look at the NYSL roster. And you mentioned 2 names there, Little B and Space. Space in that first series shift played phenomenally, helped that 9-kill spree that he went to get the Goliath. He got them out of some difficult positions here, and he rose to the occasion when his squad needed him to.
He won them the map. So that has been maybe the storyline of the entire first opening series for NYSLM, is that there was 1 player who was able to help them win the map. It was never as a full 5-man collective, maybe until we started to see those late rounds of the search and destroy, but you really can't say that because they're probably 1v3. So for me, this NYSL Mayhem squad needs to figure it out right here, right now. This is the team that eliminated you from Stage 3. You have plenty of film to go back over and kind of re-talk about what went wrong, what was going right. It just comes down to, do you have the ability to regain this quickly after what was a way too stressful Map 5 affair in their first opening round?
Yeah, you got to bounce back, and you have to do it right now. NYSL, we've seen them extremely dominant in the hard point. Showed a lot of consistency there, even on some of their rotations, being a little bit shaky, but they still managed to pull it together. When it comes to the game modes of Undreamed, Bobby, which game mode are you going to say is going to be the one in which they're going to be the best at? The S&D, the hard point, the control?
I mean, typically, I've thought of this as a very strong S&D roster just based off the individual S&D players that they have. I think you look at, two nasty snipers in Washi and Blur. That's always going to be a huge factor in the search and destroy. You look at Band, he was the MVP for Stage 5 last year. That's not somebody you can ignore, and Solo is another one of those players. The S&D for Explicit was the reason that they were able to eliminate Tribe early last year, and that was largely on his shoulders.
Oh, whew. So a battle of S&D versus Hardpoint. The control is really going to tell us a lot about this series when it comes down to both these squads and who's really going to kind of come out on top. We'll get a chance to see our map cycle here in just a bit. But, hey, we got a banger that's coming up here. It's NYSL going up against Undreamed. We really kind of broke it down a bit and seeing how everything is kind of going down. I would love to, hear what our casters kind of have to say about this and see if we can get some pre-game discussion with them, with everyone here, as we're going to end up bringing in Mommy and Alley Cat in the building. Ladies, as you're getting ready to tackle this cast, how you feeling about this matchup coming up?
Feeling great. I feel like it's much more of an exciting matchup than we were expecting. We thought, all of our first rounds were going to be some pretty quick matchups. And NYSL was the only team that ended up getting brought to Game 5. They closed out in the end, which was expected them to go up 1-0 early in the day. But now they have to go against an Undreamed, who also had a very dominant series, Bommy.
Oh, yeah. Well, definitely a lot of these teams definitely showed up, especially the top four. But, hey, we're going to be finally casting together. I feel like it's the first time that two girls are finally casting here on the big stage. But also, I kind of want to steal Bobby's glasses for a little bit. You kind of can't tell where he's looking, finding that air of mystery around him. But anyway, glasses aside, this is definitely going to be a really bright game because Undreamed versus NYSL, Stage 3, historic, because I feel like there was only one team that was able to take out maps from Undreamed, and that was Tribe. And NYSL was able to take one. That's going to be in Raid. They brought it all the way into overtime, so I'm looking very hopeful for that S&D.
So Undreamed not only on the day looking more favorable in this matchup, but historically as well, as they are definitely the favorite from their hot 3-0 earlier. I'm very worried on the side of Mayhem just because they did look good in those final two maps, but it was off of the catalyst of space. Like the desk was talking about, it was him that got them through that map 4. And even in that map 5, I mean, it was Little B and him. Everybody on NYSL managed to find their footing. So maybe it was just that first series of the day. Maybe it was that warm-up. We can create excuses all day, but they are the only team to get to a Game 5. So now with the maps and modes and the layouts, Summit, we saw Mayhem play this against Mobility. They won it in a 250 to 165 fashion. So obviously a little bit of recency bias there, but it was only in those final 3 hard points, guys. When we were watching that hard point, it was neck and neck until Space went on a 9 spree, got that Goliath, and was able to utilize it for more than one hill. So, Mommy, besides that map 1, how's the rest of the series looking out for you?
Oh, this is I don't know. This is very surprising for me because NYSL banned Raid. So I don't know if I like that because if you did your homework, Undreamed, they're not good in this map at all. I think they played it 4 games in Stage 3 and did not win a single one.
Wow.
So, I mean, that might be a missed opportunity coming in from NYSL, but everything else looks pretty decent from both of these teams. But obviously, we're taking a look at that search and destroy because NYSL did take one map here from Undreamed back in Stage 3. So, again, with Slums being search and destroy, that's definitely gonna kind of cut the sightlines of our snipers.
Yeah, so when I look at this layout, I'm literally just looking at 1 and 4. 1 is kind of favoring the likes of Mayhem because they were able to take it off mobility earlier. 4, firing range hardpoint, obviously in the favor of Undreamed. They won their firing range hardpoint 250 to 79. A much more dominant win from the flip side of their opponents, but it's interesting you bring up that raid and that they had to end up banning it even though Undreamed was unwinnable on it in Stage 3. In this layout, or at least from earlier, they won a 3-0 raid control against MYSGPH, so I'm assuming NYSL Mayhem is just kind of using a recency bias here, they just got a hot 3-0 in a series and a hot 3-0 controls, so maybe we don't want to give them any momentum with that, but every other game mode, both search and destroys and controls, they have not played today.
Yeah, I mean, this is such an exciting matchup because we finally get to see kind of like a repeat of what happened in Stage 3, because I feel like NYSL, especially having like a shaky start today, right, against Mobility, I don't know, they might be heated up because after that win in Search and Destroy, we kind of thought that Mobility, especially since they had a really great start in Hacienda, let's see if they can finally bring that power into especially Summit Hardpoint, where they did do amazing here.
Yeah, I mean, momentum technically in both hands, both teams obviously won out. That is how the Swiss bracket ends up working. That is the second time I've said that without a list. You guys should have been here earlier in rehearsal. It was just not good.
It was kind of cute, though. Don't worry.
Let me try saying it 5 times fast. It's not fun. But technically, both teams have momentum heading into this. Obviously, a little bit of edge inside of Undream because a much more dominant win. But I will say this about Mayhem. They aren't a team that you can count out. They obviously have the stamina to make it through later into a series because they lost 2 maps in a row and were able to come back from Hardpoint that they were down and out for a majority of it. They went neck and neck, and then again we talk about Space going on a huge spree, and they end up putting it out in the end. I'm very worried about the Search and Destroys. Jask was talking on that Undream, that's probably their more favorable game mode, and even though Mayhem was able to win their Game 5 Search and Destroy on Hacienda in a fairly dominant fashion, they also lost the firing range one in a fairly dominant fashion. So a little bit of inconsistency between these two teams, but as we head into the Summit Hardpoint, a little bit of hand going in the side of Mayhem.
But let's see. Summit Hardpoint, it was all up to one guy from Mayhem to try and go and make the biggest difference. That's going to be Space. And let's see if he can finally go and take it into the same route that he did a while ago. But obviously, it's going to be really...
I love that player, Cam. I love that. He was like, I am in the zone.
Exactly. But Solo, he's an absolutely amazing player, especially with I don't know, he's been top fragging ever since Stage 3. So let's see, especially with a smaller map like these, he can definitely go and deliver.
All right, I'll say these rotations I think are going to be key when it comes to both these teams going head-to-head. Obviously, P1, it's always going to be a little bit mixy, a couple of trades going back and forth, but actually, right off the bat, it's going to be Undream lighting up your kill feed. I mean, that is all 5 dead for the side of Mayhem. Most of the players on the side of Undream already have 2 kills under their belt. This is a lot of control. This is a lot of time on P1. Still 40 seconds remain, though. 11-4. Maybe see some rotations start to happen as Envy is kind of out and about, trying to get some kills, trying to get some pressure. This is some time now going to the side of Mayhem. They're all copping this mid, but number 4 on your mini-map, Washi, he's going to try and play for the pinch here.
I mean, for NYSL, they had the favorable spot. Not only that, they went in there for control in P2 and eventually flushed out all the players here from Undream. So really great start from both of these teams, but obviously it's going to be contested right now coming in from Undream. So they need to go in for the setup because a while ago, we didn't have any presence whatsoever from Undream here in P2. And I mean, the rotation going to P2 because you need to get that 2F control. But now, taking a look at that, NYSL right there for the first pick.
Yeah, no serious control room presence here for either team. Lil B was up there. He ends up giving it up, though. He's going to go for some mid and some old control, trying to get a couple kills under his belt. He's got a little bit of help, but they're not in the time. That's the biggest issue. They have a lot of map control, but they're getting absolutely no objective. A couple players are going to try and jump in, but it's going to be Envy that comes out with 2. Nero trades that right back, and finally, NYSL with the lead.
And NYSL doing such a great job at getting the power positions down. But just as I said that's going to be a really big kill coming in from the side of Solo. And he's been absolutely shredding it with 7 kills already to his name. And really early kills from him as well, getting a little bit of points back there in P1. But taking a look at the rotation already, player number 1, that's going to be Blur, going all the way around, loses that big gunfight against Carl. And that's going to be really hard to see because you already know the rotation is going to be really long for NYSL.
Yeah, so these rotations are going to be really important. It looks like it's going to be Undream first here. This is going to be one of those money hills. This is where we saw Space lock it down with the Goliath in the last matchup that they had today. Speaking of Space, had a little bit of a slower start. He had 3 kills, but I blinked and now he has 6, putting himself right back into the game. But it's still going to be Undream with a lot of control here. Solo being the first player to hit double digits here. Nero's going to be close behind. A lot of slaying on the side of NYSL, but not a whole lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure really needs to be dealt, especially since you have player number 3. That's going to be Raul trying to go in to apply that, but it doesn't really matter. I feel like from the game before this, they had a very slow start, you know. Maybe they can go and find their way through. I mean, obviously, we're only at the very first parts of the game, but Solo with a really big double. That's going to be really big for them to really just lock on this hard point. And now, if you're going to rotate on the way to P4, that's very doable for them.
I mean, New York, there's a lot of slang going on, but there's just not a whole lot of pressure. I'm seeing a lot of solo challenge through the front here. Number 2 player, it's going to be Space. He was trying to apply some spawn pressure, but his teammates all falling at the front. It turns into not. Now a large lead in the hands of Undream. 76-58 with 12 seconds on scrap, going to be going their way. First in rotation, of course, is going to be New York, but there is a lot of cavalry being spent here to try and flip these out. A couple kills getting traded back and forth. Little B has pulled out the Annihilator to try and stop this bleeding for just a moment. One player has gotten through, though. That's going to be Solo. He's all the way in the back. Raballo, I think he knows he's here. It's a big gunfight to win. He's going to win it, but the teammates are also close by. That's another trade going down. Raballo is still holding that back line. They still have the spawns, but the pressure is here for Undream, and it might just be a matter of time before they break in.
No, that was so unfortunate for Solo to just lose that gunfight, even though he spawned all the way there. He's going to be winning another one. Now, speaking of, now the pinch needs to happen. He needs to win this big gunfight up against Space, but you already know Space goes down, and that is a really big pick, and now he needs to go in there for the pinch as 3 players already from NYSM. That is going to be a really big kill from him. Let's see if he can get another one. One more kill. Come on, Solo. Let's go do it.
I was going to say big kills on Nero there as he was trying to stay alive into the point as spawns had flipped and they were getting sandwiched just a bit. He managed to play his life and find 2, but will get traded out eventually. The bleeding stopped for just a moment, but your kill feed's lighting up for Undream. At the end of this hard point, it's going to be a 125-88 lead in the hands of Undream as we reset these rotations. Hunter drones are getting thrown. A lot of specialists are being used for this mid-map control right now. It looks like New York has the upper hand, but maybe not for long.
And now, speaking of, we get to see a very solid hold from NYSM. That's going to be, again, they've done so well in the first hard point a while ago. Now, finally go in there for the reset. And now Mayhem, they're dropping. They're losing all of their gunfights. And just like that, Undream just gets all of it. Wow. And player number 5 is the one to see, banned with 17. And it's definitely going to be wrecking havoc here in 2F, where you got to see NYSL just absolutely shred here a while ago.
Every gunfight, unfortunately, lost. Some of the most important gunfights in the game is going to be those first initial ones off of that rotation. It's going to be 18 on the kills for Band. He's going to use his Annihilator. He's probably going to get this kill on Space Top Control as well. He's going to get it more time. Still going to the way of Undream. Not a single kill has gone the way of NYSL Mayhem in the past, 30 seconds. Finally, Raballo and Nero try and assert some sort of pressure, but it is just not going their way. 150-95 after this second P1. Undream is just absolutely showing why they are the dominant team right now. The teamwork has been impeccable. The trades have been impeccable. Mayhem, unfortunately, just not playing around each other. They're solo challing a lot. They might be there early on rotation. They're losing the opening gunfights. It's just simply outclassed.
I mean, not only that, Undream is fully stacked when it comes to the score streaks. Goliath to play with in the side of Bad. He's definitely winning a lot of those essential gunfights that not only clears out the site, but also is able to set up for those score streaks. So not only that, Solo as well, fully streaked out, ready for that P2 control. Finally brings it all out, but unfortunately gets only 1. So, I mean, it's still very doable for them to go in for control, but like what we saw a while ago, the rotation into P3, best believe they might bring out the Goliath right there to end things.
The biggest thing you need to pay attention to your main map right now is Space. Space is going for these spawns for next. He has analyzed the situation and knows that they need this next money hill. They need this next full 60 to put themselves fully back into this game, and he is just going to sit back here for the spawn. Solo is sort of on a mission. Maybe he knows a player is back here. Space is going to get bad timing, but he's still alive. Solo does not know this player is back here. Space is going to trade out that kill. Spawns aren't going to come in just yet. They're a little bit split right now. Space needs to stay alive. There's a lot of gunfights he's got to win, but he's going to get shut down. But he stayed alive for just long enough. They still got the spawns. This is very doable. They just have to win these opening gunfights. There's a lot of pressure in the front right now from Undream. And the player that can play spoiler is Waji. He gets shut down. This could be some good time going to the side of NYSL.
Solo held it long enough for his teammates to go and spawn right there behind P3. And like that, no contest whatsoever coming to the side of Undream, and that's going to be really big. But then big kills coming in. Oh, Solo and Envy, they just flushed it out. And player number 3 as well, Solo again. Doesn't really have the chance to make it into a third as Little B just shuts him down. But even though you have the favor of the spawns from Mayhem, you just, the retake coming in from Undream was just absolutely beautiful. 25 seconds, that is a lot of time. And again, early rotation into P4, but they weren't able to get a lot of points there back in the first half.
I mean, Solo and Envy really just 2v5 that break. into that P3. But, I mean, again, it's not completely impossible. They are going to break the 200 mark here with the rest of the scrap time. It's going to be on Dream coming off of spawn at Old. And again, Mayhem's going to be set up for new, but they keep losing these players. Blur is going to slip behind enemy lines. He's going to set up here in the back. I think Little B has no idea he's back there. Little B is going to get shut down. That could be spawns going to the side of Undream. 200 to 142. That time is going to pop. It's going to go in the hands of NYSL Mayhem, but the spawns, they're all here for Undream.
Spawn flip right now, but it's in favor of Undream, and now they're just gonna have to wait because play number 4, that's gonna be Washi. It's far away to go and try for a pinch, but obviously applying that pressure already, getting really big kills. Blurs get 2, and now Envy gets 2, but then Space gets rid of him. So again, pretty solid from the side of NYSL. I mean, really impressive for the side of Space. Not only that, big Predator missile coming in from Nero.
Space got 3. He got 3 in the hill. He held it by himself. That's going to be his 4th. Soaking this time, keeping his team in the game. We saw him do this in the last series, and he's doing it once again. They can tie this game up if they hold the rest of this scrap time, and it looks like everybody else in NYSLM is starting to wake up as well. 201 to 186. 9 more seconds left in this hill. It's going to be tied up by the end of it. Undream, though, they have one player hitting Old. I mean, it's just going to get traded out. The biggest issue right now is there is almost no utility for the side of NYSL Mayhem, and there is a lot of utility for the side of Undream as we go to our 3rd and possibly final P1.
I have to say, I feel like Undream might just do what NYSL did to the last team when we saw them here in Hardpoint Summit. As you can see here, Ban definitely saving that Goliath. And now big kills from Rabalo and Nero, getting rid of everyone else from Undream here in P1. That is a solid hold here in 2F, and Ban has an absolutely monumental job to go and fight it. Where's the information? That Little B's right there. You already know that Ban went down because there's 2 players. Oh my goodness, what a missed opportunity. Not only that, Little B still getting a lot of kills, almost gets the opportunity to get 1 more, but there you go, rotation already coming through from NYSL, finally evening up the points.
Undream is panicking just a little bit here as they are just solo chow after solo chow. NYSL Mayhem is holding on. We might see a lead change, 214 to 214, 10 seconds left on Old. It might go to the hands of NYSLM. It's going to be Carlino that gets the final kill, and he's also going to have the specialist to work for this next hill, but there's 2 Goliaths on the side of Undream to try and break into this, but technically NYSLM is here. They just got to send somebody on a route, but the 2 Goliaths, there's just too much. 214 to 224, Mayhem in the lead, but quickly going to change as Annihilator is out. 2 Goliaths are out. Undream is investing absolutely everything to this P2.
They can head in here because no one else in NYSL has anything at all. Trying to go in for the full streaks, but no, they're just losing all the gunfights because obviously there's 2 Goliaths here where you usually see the Goliath setup going into P3. No, siree, they want to bring it all the way up here, and finally 1 goes down, but they have to worry about 1 more, and now they're just having the hardest time. Oh, there you go. Little B gets rid of him. That's going to be a really big kill for them.
Yeah, it was close. 250 to 224. Undream is going to come out on top, and it was just a specialist in the end, to be honest. It was just the fact that heading into that P2, Undream had absolutely everything to work with, and Mayhem had absolutely nothing. They woke up just a little bit too late, but once again, I mean, it was Space trying to fight his way back into this hard point. Nero ended up heating up near the end. I just think the teamwork was a little bit sloppy in the beginning from New York. I mean, they just were not pushing together, and it was at a point where Undream, like, they would just get a full wipe, they'd be able to set up, and they would win those opening rotational gunfights where New York, they were just always on the back foot.
Most definitely, because I feel like there was a lot of misplays coming in from the score streaks for NYSL, because there was moments where they used the Predator missile back in P1 when we finally had the reset happen, and it just, yes, it got a kill, but imagine if they saved that for P2. They could have shut down 2 Goliaths at the same time, and this game would probably be a different story. So again, Undream just using the score streaks a little bit better.
I agree. I feel like the real change of this game, because it was Undream for like a majority of it, and then in that second set of rotations on that P2, New York started soaking some of that time. The issue is the second that they had like a step, the second that they saw light at the end of that tunnel, Undream had a Predator missile, Undream had a Goliath, Undream had an Annihilator to stop that bleeding, to stop that comeback from happening, and even though it was all the way down to the wire, it was all the way down until that final 3rd set of rotations into that P2. Once again, it was the specialist. It was the double Goliaths. I believe the other 2 players had Annihilators out. Like, there was just nothing Mayhem could do in that situation. to put themselves back in the game. But heading into map 2, like, I'd rather be in this position that Mayhem is in now than they were at the start of that hard point. Because at the start of that hard point, it was like they are getting outclassed at some point. There's going to be a full hold from the side of Undream, and they're just going to run with it. So at least near the tail end, they were fighting themselves back to the hard point so that they can take some of that momentum and try to push it into the S&D.
Oh yeah, it kind of makes you wonder, like if we ever do reach map number 4, which I think is very possible, especially after the Slum Search and Destroy, is it going to be the same case where they're finally going to win this, finally get a map here in Hardpoint, but obviously that is going to be far into the future. But again, Summit, Hardpoint, really close games, because like what we said a while ago, Mayhem definitely was heating up at the, I think the later half of the game. And now it's just really the utilization of Undream, and the Scorching was absolutely prime. Again, not a perfect game for both of these teams, kind of scrappy, but taking a look at that, we're finally heading things down, slowing it down for S&D and Slums, where, you know, both teams are pretty strong at, because Undream, like what I said, NYSL won this in stage 3, so, but it's going to be a different map, and let's see if they're going to be delivering here.
I will say from side of Undream, like, they looked a little bit panicky by the end of it. Like, when they started getting on the back foot and New York were making a comeback, like, they started solo challenging, they started to get less confident in what they were doing, and thankfully all those specialists saved them. So I'm interested to see how it now plays out in the Search and Destroy, as it's going to be Undream on the offense here to start it off. Bomb already very aggressively pushing its way over to the B site. Little do they know, though, there's a little bit of a hard counter here mid from the side of New York.
And now Bomb is going to go down. Really big kills coming in from Carolino. That is going to be a really good nade for him. Now Nero with the pre-fire. It's going to be a really difficult thing to get. And finally, we got to see the bomb being carried by Blur. And if you want to have a guy that has it, it would be this guy, because he's definitely good when it comes to the gunfights, usually top fragging for his team. And now we get to see NYSM, that they're pushed all the way back.
They are pushed all the way back, but I respect it in a sense of Nero is just kind of playing his life at some point. Unfortunately, though, the aggression of Washi and Blur are going to pay off as they both get a kill at the same time. What was a life advantage in the hands of Mayhem now dwindles down as Nero is left by himself in a 1v2. Bomb is down. There's 18 seconds left on that clock, and it's planted at B. You got a lot of work to do, Nero, if you want to try and take this round back. He sees one player, he sees the other one. They're both split. Unfortunately, around that was a little bit more in the hand of Mayhem. I will say map control-wise, Undream did have the edge, even though they were down a man. That could have easily been winnable from the side of Mayhem if they just got a little bit more aggressive in mid. I would have liked to see Nero grab somebody with him and be like, hey, push mid out with me. We'll trade it out. We got to play for this retake a little bit faster, because you're right. They were just kind of huddled up in their spawns, but looking like the same exact type of play, except number 1 and 3, Nero and Raballo. I mean, they sprint out to Fountain and find those first bloods. That is the aggression I was just talking about, Mommy.
But then number 3, that's going to be very difficult. You get to see Solo going in there, but it's a good thing. He pushes out a little bit, going into Broken. And now player number 5, that's going to be really hard. Little B, he lost his gunfight a while ago, even though he had the advantage of the sightlines. And right now he's pushed all the way back yet again. But again, the hunt finally comes through as Carolina tried to go in there for another kill. But Bomb is going to be down, so that's going to be very difficult for the 3 members. So it's still going to be a 3v3 doable, but again, the cards are going to be in Mayhem's favor.
I really like this play from Mayhem. I got a little bit worried there when I saw Carlinho and Little B pushing up into the spawn side, and I was like, please tell me that they know the bomb is literally down at their feet. So they're going to wrap back and sit right onto this B site, because bomb is down right around the corner. And that's putting Undream in an unfavorable situation, because Carlinho pushes up in the spawn, gets that first initial kill, and now it is a 2v3. Very doable, except Carlinho finds another kill, and now they have the information of where Washi is.
Oh, that was a missed opportunity for Washi. Almost gets the scope onto him. Oh, well, Raballo sees another day, but it's going to be very difficult because you got 1 long-range weapon, 1 short-range for you to play with if you are Mayhem. So Little B needs to go and hits his shot. Washi spots him, doesn't quite get it, but finally Little B goes in for the rotation. So I feel like I really like the timing of Little B, because I feel like he was all the way back into their spawn and finally went in there for the rotation, because obviously he wanted to guard A, but the information already is the bomb is already down in B. So I feel like that rotation earlier could have been a little bit better on their side. But nevertheless, they still got that round. And again, we're seeing a different play coming in from Undream as, Space gets that kill, gets rid of Solo.
Now tied 1-1. On the offensive is still going to be side of Undream. Space is going to find that first blood, followed up by another 3 from the rest of his teammates. Now a 3v2. Undream is going to be on the back foot. A lot of mid gunfights going out here. Band should get shot down, but Blur has the look over him and will even the odds. The issue is they are sandwiched between these two Mayhem players, and it's going to be Nero on the long flank that finds the free kill, gets out with his life. Bomb is going to be down on B. Good thing for Band, though, is that he's right near it, but he's just going to ignore that bomb. He's going to try and go for this player over on the A side. He is sandwiched right between these two. NY sounds.
Ooh, okay. Okay, Little B. Now, finally, no, that's going to be dangerous because if you give a guy like Little B that confidence, he can definitely quick scope the way out, and obviously with a pistol, obviously gets that shot. So again, Undream being a little bit shaky here on the offense because they just keep dropping the bomb so early on without giving any kind of information whatsoever, and so they need to slow things down because they keep losing off the gunfights. And speaking of, Little B and Solo just trade out each other.
I respect it. I respect that Ego Chow out of the mid right there. You know, I'd really like to see some slow down play with the smokes and then maybe go for some Fountain control, but these two teams just decided to go right head-to-head with their snipers. Undream was out on top in the first bloods, but NYSL quickly even the odds. 3v3 though. Bomb did go down. That was a very fast plant from the side of Undream. Not something we've seen from them yet. 30 seconds now on the clock. Mayhem's got to work on this retake. The issue is Space is on the other side of the map. He is going to try and make this deep wrap, but the issue is Blur is also sitting deep in wait, reading this play out of them.
Oh, this is going to be very hard, but there you go. Blur finally gets shots off of arches, so that's going to be a really big start here on that. MV also, but Little B, you already know he can finally clutch us up, but obviously not enough for him to go and clutch up, and now we are evened out. And I feel like that was a really good sign from Undream, even though, yes, they were kind of at a disadvantage, but finally was able to put in the bomb and was able to plant it, and that's the advantage that they had because that applies pressure coming in from Mayhem. And now let's see what is going to happen here because it looks like the B bomb site is definitely what they want to go and commit to.
Yeah, Undream has been loving this B bomb site. I mean, it hasn't really been loving them as the trades go out, and I mean, it's all of NYSL Mayhem on top right now. It is now suddenly a 4v2. You blink and you missed it. Bomb is down and out once again by B. Space and Carlino combined for the final 2 kills. That was probably the fastest round we've seen. Undream, not seeing a whole lot of interesting or unique play calls out of them. It seems like just try and go for that first pick mid and get that bomb down on B, and it has just not been working. Mayhem has been there every single time. Now with the lead 3-2. This should be the final attacking round for the side of Undream, and it's still nothing special. I mean, you got the snipers out going through mid, trying to throw some cavalry. Little B's going to get that first blood, and well, Bomb just looks confused. Maybe still going to the B site. We're on the back foot, though. Solo tries to even it out. Washi finds another one. A 2v2 now. Might work in the favor of Undream, but Rabalo, he's going to find 2.
Undream has been sleepwalking these past 2 rounds. I mean, you get to see NYSL just moonwalking all over you. And I feel like just needed to slow things down. They weren't playing for picks because the bomb was out there in a very vulnerable position. So they always had to play along that. But now the switcheroo finally happens. And again, the pick finally comes back. I mean, that's a good sign. Washi finally gets that opening pick, but you don't get to see any sort of, you know, overextension coming in from Mayhem.
I mean, it's the same vibe. Bomb is maybe trying to make its way over to the B site. A lot of mid controls getting up. First blood's going to go in the hands of Undream. And I mean, they have 3 players stacked on this B site. This setup is beautiful from the side of Undream. They got 1 player in Washi looking mid. You got 1 player in Fountain, 2 on B, and 1 right on top of the A site. Mayhem has to try and push for a pick here. The issue is, if they use their smokes, they use their nades, they have no utility to try and get themselves across this map. I'd like to see where these teams try to save some of this utility in the later sets of these rounds because you lose that first blood pick, and I mean, you're stuck in spawn on a map like Slums.
I mean, Slums is a very defensively favored map, and that's why, obviously, Undreamed having a very hard time, but it's a good thing that they did have 2 to their name, and now they're trying to go in for the same thing here, a 1v5 situation. Let's see if Rabalo can finally get that ace, but obviously with a crossfire happening and Solo putting in the nail in the coffin is going to be really good. So the good thing about Solo here is the fact that he knows so many cheeky angles here, especially in this map. And if you give him just a tiny bit, even a pixel with the SKS, he's definitely going to be doing a really good job. I mean, I get the play and coming in from Mayhem in that last round, trying to go in there for the offense, but it just took a little bit too long for them to go and move.
Honestly, we didn't even have to like change colors or point of view. I mean, these teams are mirroring each other in every single sense of the word in this offensive and defensive rounds. Bomb still trying to make its way over to the B site. Go to A. Do something special, please, because this is just too obvious. This is just way too readable on a map like Slums. Once again, Mayhem on the back foot. It's going to be a 2v3 situation. Bomb's going to be down and out, so now it's going to be Space. It's going to be Little B. Both of them have snipers. Either they're going to hit an absolute world star. It's not going to work. Solo takes down Little B. I mean, come on. Undream just did this, and it didn't work out. Like, they were just doing this against you guys. I'd like to see somebody in the likes of NYSL Mayhem taking the reins here, making a unique play call, even if it's like an edgy play call. It's going to be something Undream's not going to expect, because they are certainly expecting this B push. Thank you, Mayhem! Thank you! They're listening to you right now!
They're watching this broadcast. And then, you know what? Let's go listen to Ali, and that's exactly what they did. But unfortunately for them, it's going to be, you know, a lot of things red for the side of Undream. That was a really good call. Land is out. There you go. Planting the bomb. And now it's going to be very hard. 1v3 situation, but then Blur does win that. Knows very well where everyone is. And now in a tiny space like this, especially with the Kilo 141, not quite sure if that's going to be the best gun to use, especially in these close quarter combats where the best thing to use is going to be that KSB.
Let's go, Mayhem. I've never been happier to see a 5-hit on an A in Slums in my life. The issue now, though, is they're both kind of looking the same way. It's going to be Rebello and Little B in this 2v1. Blur's by himself. Blur, I think, got that information on Rebello, and I think Rebello may have got that information on him as well. 15 seconds. Blur could do this. Both players are going to be in here. Ooh, it's looking scary. But we're good. Blur gets shut down around now, finally on this offensive take in the hands of Mayhem, as they are a mere 2 rounds away from closing out this search and destroy to tie the series up 1-1. Let's see if they pull out anything special once again. It's looking like another A push here. Not all 5 members, though. Maybe a little bit of a bait out over on the B side, but certainly a lot more presence to the bottom side of the map. Little B, though, unfortunately, will get shut down. That's going to be banned with the first blood, and there are 3 members of Undream right now in the middle side of the maps on Fountain.
That's really good that Undream just stays put. They're not going to be overextending at all, especially going to be for Solo. Although he does spot 1 player, so that information already gets to his team. But then again, that's going to be really cheeky. Got banned. Always there in that little spot here. Always going to try to go and apply that pressure, and that stops them from going in for the push. And now, going to be really difficult, but very doable for them. But with Little B going down from their main sniper, that's going to be really hard to go and play off picks. And Washi gets 1, and that is going to be really difficult. But Nero finally evens it out just a little bit.
Y'all gotta just push there. When you play so slow in that, like that on offense, like, obviously Undream's gonna take advantage of that. Like, obviously they're gonna take advantage of the pressure on the map, because not only do they have members, but like they have all min-map control, so they can just shoulder this. They know where you're sitting in spawn, and they get that pick, and then it's like, all right, all the other players have to be deep back, and they can just wrap it very, very easily. Now tied up 5-5. In traditional, this would be around 11, but you gotta win by 2, boys. So we have a lot of S&D still to be played. Space is gonna find that first blood. Bomb is actually in mid to Fountain right now. They are just straight duking it out. Bando is not missing a single shot. That's gonna be 3 in the hands of Undream, but Carlino finds 2 himself. A 2v2 after all the chaos in mid, and Blur's gonna get shut down because Little B is there to protect Carlino. He said, you'll find 2, don't worry. I will look over you, baby. Put that bomb down. As it's going to be Washi now in a 1v2. He's going to have a sniper in his hand, and that bomb's going to get planted over on the B site.
And now when you thought that Undream would have an advantage there, that's why we like to see non-traditional plays, and they just definitely rush the site, kind of like what they did a while ago in A, definitely winning a lot of these gunfights. So, again, pressure onto Washi to try and pick him out, but obviously he has the gun to do so. They're going to be far out just a little bit, but that doesn't really help their case because Washi has the sniper in hand. Not quite sure if he does have a secondary to play with. So, 19 seconds left on the clock. That's going to be applying that pressure to him, and Little B has a really good sight line, but you already know. He's probably going to try to go in for the play, and Little B goes in for the shots. There you go. Finally shuts him down. See, we like to see plays like this that are not one-dimensional at all. Yeah. We saw it a while ago in round number 9 where they went all the way through, spearheaded all the way through in A, and now they did the same thing here in mid. And now we are finally at match point.
I would like to see him like lay down and crawl up to the site, and maybe then I don't know if how that line of sight and that angle works. for the side of Space, but I felt like he could have had it. But speaking of Space, he's gonna have that first blood again. I mean, again, they're just rushing mid. And the trades are going back and forth. The first two in the hand of Mayhem, the next three are going to Undream. I mean, it's Solo finding two once again. The issue now is there's not a whole lot of map control for Mayhem, so it might not come out in their favor, but I definitely respect this. You know what? We're just going to try and outgun them here in mid to try and get some sort of presence on the map rather than this sitting and spawn, twiddling our thumbs deal we got going on. Unfortunately, though, Mayhem, I mean, it's a 2v3, no map control. Little B's going to get shut down, so is Carlino, and we're right back.
Okay,
overtime.
Overtime. Yes, we like to see it, and finally, Undream, a little bit shaky off the start, but it's a good thing they were able to find a way to win all those gunfights, and Little B always being in the same spot there. They kind of just knew, especially from the two rounds before that, they knew that he was going to definitely be there. Now finally full send going in again, but a little bit of reluctance coming in from the side of UD. That's going to be very hard as Little B finally gets those two shots.
Oh, I thought he was going to get a third. But unfortunately, Undream was smart enough to not reach out. That Solo with two again. This guy's a menace.
Yes.
Like, you gotta trade him out, dude. I blinked and Undream won the round.
You opened your eyes and you just were awake from the dream.
Jesus Christ. Where's Jesus Saves?
Jesus Saves is in the other two.
Yeah, dang it. Where is he at when you need him? Undream now with the lead. 7-6. Mayhem still on the attack currently. I believe this may be their last attacking round, and they're trying to hit that mid, but Washi has the oversight. That's going to be 2 kills. The biggest issue for Mayhem right now is they cannot afford to lose this round, or else they won't see another one. Little B left into a 1v4. Undream has put their foot down in this search and destroying the past 2 rounds, and Little B is going to get shut down. We were excited for overtime, but it certainly did not last long. Undream take the S&D 8-6.
That was, I feel like, such a back and forth. I'm pretty 50-50 with the performance of both of these teams. Definitely not. Yeah, right?
You know how I feel about that. Right. I'm going to be honest. I'm a little upset Mayhem didn't win just because they at least tried to do something new, something edgy.
Exactly.
But Undream's defense was just a little bit better. Unfortunately, Mayhem gave away too many rounds in the early half of the game. And then the offensive, they just waited too long to make that switch. So now it's going to be Undream up 2-0 in the series. I mean, Little B's going to have 15, but so is Blair. Washi following close behind with 13 kills. Solo with 12. I swear, whenever we saw Solo's name, there was always 2. There was never just one. There was always 2. Nobody could trade that guy out for the love of them.
I mean, Solo always getting 2 kills or more. I mean, there's a reason why I mentioned a while ago that Solo in this map, especially with the SKS, is definitely so good. And, I mean, NYSL obviously had Little B and definitely delivered in some moments and clutched up rounds. But, I mean, we're taking a look again with what happened here. I mean, obviously, this is a small map, so you already expect that S&D is definitely going to be very chaotic here, but you need to fight it with chaos as well, an organized chaos, if you will. That full send from NYSL going into Alpha, really, really good. That full send going into B worked one time, but, I mean, you have to be careful because I feel like they just had no answer for the side of Solo and also Envy as well. I mean, Washi, rather, when it comes to the snipes.
It was just that mid control. Washi was always watching that mid cross, and 9 times out of 10, he was going to hit that shot. He was going to hit that first blood. And even then, Undream just did really well with the overwhelming pressure when Mayhem would push mid. They would always manage to find 2 or 3 following those trades. So, again, I mean, it was mostly on top of Solo, just always finding 2 players to always even the odds for likes of Undream. A team that we say is very, very good at search and destroy. I mean, Mayhem had a good showing, but heading into that control, we have to be a little bit worried. Hacienda, I honestly think Mayhem may favor this map in that sense, but when they played control earlier in their best of 5 series, they lost it 2-3. Or on the flip side of things, Undream, they took their raid control in a very, very dominant 3-0 fashion. So, I mean, you can probably guess how the tips scale in that situation.
And now I feel like it's going to be a little bit heavier, the scales, for the side of Undream, because they did win this a little bit. I mean, yes, this is stage 3. That was a few weeks ago up against Cold Showers, but they did win this one 3-2 in Hacienda. but that's against Cold Showers, and it's a 3-2, so it was a really close game.
Fair.
So I feel like it's, again, anyone's ball game, because we already know in Search and Destroy, Mayhem can definitely go and deliver. We've seen it. It just dropped the ball at the very end when we came into overtime, because they were at map advantage already. So let's see if we can see the same thing happening here, because obviously Hacienda, beautiful map, one of my favorites. Took me a while to kind of, ease into it playing ranked, but it's such an essential map, and I'm so glad it was introduced to us.
Mommy throwing a stray at Cold Showers there in the beginning. Oh, you guys took Undream to round 5 in control.
Yeah.
They're not that good at this map, that means. Anyway, right off the rip, we're going to have Undream. I believe on the defensive. To be honest, I'm very confused by this colorway currently.
Yeah.
Got a lot of kills already going their way, so it doesn't really matter. Offense, defense, Number 5, though, on your mini-map, this can be Little B. He has managed to slip by a lot of the cavalry. The issue is what can he do with it? He will find one kill to ease some of this mid-pressure here. He's actually going to push up into spawn, maybe a little overzealous by himself, as he will get quickly shut down from players off spawn.
We need to have 2F control for your Mayhem, and they tried to go in for that. Finally, wins the shots, but it's not going to be in the clear, because player number 2, Envy's going to be there to try to go and shut him down. Even on the points, and now for the attack, if you're going to be NYSL, you need to have control, because so far, none whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty one-dimensional, the route that they're actually taking, because yes, they're trying to go in for that A push, going in for the 2F, but then they're just losing all of their gunfights right now.
I mean, it's that in the fact that, like, if you pay attention to your minimap in the last 10 seconds, Mayhem's there. They're in the top side of Palace right now, but they're just so worried about pushing up in the spawn and trying to set up this weird spawn trap thing rather than stopping the clock. I mean, we've had this issue when we were watching EU, and I was losing my mind because people would not stop the clock. They were just not worried about the clock on control. They were trying to make it more of a TDM, try to force those kills, and now there's 8 seconds on the clock. I mean, no tick today, no tick to B, no control whatsoever, just trying to play for these kills. It's really disappointing to see.
Like, again, one-dimensional plays, because they keep funneling way into the same direction, and it's just going to be hard as zero already. I mean, we need that presence of mind. I mean, we don't want Ali to go in, give you wagging the finger right now.
I don't know if you guys... I don't know where you guys are talking. I don't know if it's game. I don't know if it's Discord. I don't know if it's TV. I'm going to join it. I'm going to start yelling at people. Stop the clock, please. It's an objective-based game mode. Technically, I understand on COD Mobile, a lot of the times these rounds end up ending by lives and being kind of a TDM. But I think that's just because of the way these players are playing it. They're playing it like a TDM rather than capitalizing on this objective pressure, and that's why we're seeing such these heavy differentials and letting the clock just tick and tick and tick down. Undream clearly know at least a little bit what they're doing. They're getting the first tick at A. A minute and 12 seconds on the clock. They're up a life as well. A lot of map control. I mean, this is a little bit of outclassing here in the opening seconds of this control.
They're just basically not allowing NYSL to go into the entrances. So that's going to be very big for them. And now, I mean, just as I said that, they kind of lose control just a little bit. But again, this is just such a hard hill to go and get. I mean, A, it's so open. You have to worry about so many things, and it's a huge map. So I don't blame him. And by the end of the day, I'm not going to be surprised if there's going to be just life dwindling down, but obviously in the favor of Undream.
Number 5 in your main map, I want to see him go to B right now. Like, they already have all this presence on A. They have all these kills. I love it. Number 4 is going to do it instead. It's going to be Washi. I wanted it to be banned, but Washi read my mind anyway. Washi's now on the B site. Now, this is what we love to see. Undream is playing for this objective. A is now gone. B, a tick is almost gone. And not only that, Undream also has the life advantage. It is 21 to 13. They have plenty of time to work with. Washi is set up here on B still by himself. He needs some friends. I'm going to be honest. He needs some friends. Bands is going to be here. Unfortunately, I mean, there's 3 other members, so he'll get shut down fairly quickly, but that's going to be a tick gone at B.
And that was a very essential tick for them, because with 1 minute 51, they have a lot of time to play with. The Pred missile does come through. Takes down 2. Solo, big kills. 16 and 10. Not only that, Blur with the Annihilator as well applies that pressure to them. 1 more kill for them to go and flush everyone out here. Finally, there you go. That kill gets rid of one last player. Now, Blur gets taken out by space, but still applied a lot of pressure there. I mean, they're down with the lives, 12 and 5, and Undream looking like a very solid one. Not only that, taking a look at that, both of these teams also fully streaked out when it comes to the operators.
Now they can play TDM. Now, I don't care if you play TDM. It's 11v4. Obviously, it's the smarter decision and the faster decision to play TDM. 11v3. Again, controller's a little bit different here, as everybody's still going to be up. But it doesn't matter, because Washi is finding every kill under his belt. I mean, they have a minute and 20 seconds to work with. Carlino will find 3 stops the bleeding for just a moment, but they have to play perfect here. Not a single player can fall. Only 2 lives to Mayhem's name, a minute to work with. A tick is already captured on B. I mean, Undream can just take their time here. They could just group up right now, make a push towards B site, and that could be all she wrote, but they're not really doing that.
Space and Little B had a really great play trying to isolate, but obviously it's not enough for them because the life advantage is just a little bit too far off. And now we're finally here. We're at match point. We might take this into a 3 and what?
Bobby, I'm so sorry. This is definitely looking like a 3-0 for the boys on the side of Mayhem. I mean, they sometimes will scratch the surface of being a great team. I understand they are in our top 4 seeds, and NA is typically top heavy, but they are scratching the surface of what Undream is doing to them right now. Unfortunately, for the side of them, I mean, it is dominance across the board. Specialists now being invested. Already a life lead in the side of Undream. Mayhem, I mean, there's no team plays, there's no team pushes going on right now. The Annihilator and Washi is just absolutely world-starring everybody in Spawn. He'll finally get taken down, but, I mean, that's some serious time wasted, some 45 seconds on the clock.
What the Spawn trap? I mean, they can't even cross over to 2F. There's no way they can go touch A. And yeah, 40 seconds left on the clock, but then 24 and 17. They need to make a play. We already saw this a while ago. That's going to be really hard. But then, hey, play number 4. Going to be a good rotation. If he wins this gunfight, and yes, he does good. That is a lifeline that they need. But finally, B is going to be taken over. But then there's no one there to go in there for the backup. And if he loses a gunfight, it's basically over.
Yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot of help right now. That's going to be Carlinho. That was all by himself on B. He will get shut down. Unfortunately, I mean, there's no way any of his teammates can get out of Spawn right now. He was able to slip by. It was a good decision to try and stop the clock for as long as he could. But 3 members of Undream make that rotation, get that kill. Now it's going to be Raballo. He's going to be here as well. He's going to try and stop this clock, but Bandit's going to find a kill. He has a Hunter drone. He's going to send that out. He's going to also win this gunfight on top of Space. I mean, this is just not a favorable situation for Mayhem. 12 seconds left on the clock. Nobody's going to be close enough to stop the time, except maybe Carlino, but I mean, he would have to straight sprint to this A site. It's not looking good.
Band is just popping off at this map.
Yeah,
He's just absolutely great. The only player to get that line of 2. But then, something that we didn't really get to expect here. 3-0.
Well, the map, it didn't matter for the side of Undream. It's a 3-0 control once again. I can tell exactly what game mode they went back and heavily did their homework on to pull out. Now that is a hot 3-0 again for the side of Undream. It was close in the beginning of the series, but by the tail end of the S&D into the control, I mean, it was just dominance. It was outclass from the side of Undream.
I feel like it really went down. Basically, the win condition went down into when we found out what maps that we had, and just looking at Raid being bad, knowing very well that is your best bet, that kind of just set the tone for this game here. Didn't expect it to be a 3-0 here in the series. Yeah. And now, taking a look at the stats, Banham at 22. I mean, let's talk about that game. For the side of NYSL, they just couldn't go. They didn't have anything when it comes to the offense.
I mean, we would see blips of great decision making. Like, Space is always trying to make the big play. Yeah. I mean, Nero, his slaying power in the first 2 maps was incredible. Unfortunately, we missed him a lot in this control. Little B snipes, like some of the routes Raballo would be taking. Carlinho with some of the 2 or 3 pieces to try and stop the bleeding. Like, the pieces are there, but they aren't there all at the same time. The puzzle is just not gluing together, where on the side of Undream, it's not just one player. It's everybody working together all at once. I mean, the teamwork was just impeccable.
I feel like especially seeing that last round, Washi just went very deep into Spawn and just annihilated everyone with this Annihilator. And I feel like that is something that we saw in round number 1 as well. It's just like they had the right rotation. It's just they were losing all of their gunfights. So again, just being mechanically skilled just a little bit more. Now we finally get to see it.
Shoot straighter, kids.
Can't believe this is actually what I'm seeing on the screen right now. But Undream, obviously, looking very hot off the start, giving 3-0s all across the board, and now NYSL was shaky in the first half of this day, and now here round number 2, you are 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, Mayhem needed one of these 2 maps to go their way, specifically that Search and Destroy. I feel like they definitely could have closed that out much earlier than when we went to overtime. That just put them in an unfavorable situation. Heading into control, like, I already favored Undream in that situation, but like, Mayhem just needed to try and take one of these two maps, try to force it to the game 4 and 5. Unfortunately, it didn't go their way. They're not down and out yet. They will fall to the 1-1 pool of our Swiss bracket. But I know, Desk, you are watching from the sidelines, and you are just as much in pain as we are.
Yeah, you know, we were definitely watching as well, as it was a quick series, one that we did not expect to go as fast as it did, as you see Undream coming out on top and progressing a way on over towards day number 2. I'm Blaze, joined with Bobby Plays and Whole Chef. Now, guys, NYSL, they fall, and I think it really comes down to those first 2 maps. It was extremely close, Chef. What could NYSL really had done there in that hard point and S&D to close it out to at least get to game 4, get past that control?
Allie hit it on the head. The hard point, too slow. They had to face up against double Goliaths at the very end. You just don't win those. Search and destroy. Adjustments were better as far as how quickly they were getting themselves back into the map, but you just kept finding situations where you're relying on one player to get the job done for you. This is not the Mayhem squad that we expected coming into today, that they were going to be a 5-man group. They're going to be taken very seriously, and they're going to have a major opportunity in front of them after stage 3 to possibly get out of this first day 2-0. But none of that stuff came true today whatsoever for them.
Definitely didn't. You know, Bobby, when it comes down to Undream, what was their key to success in this series against Mayhem?
I mean, this is a team that has been very solid all year. I think I'm like the least surprised at that result of anybody here, because Undream has been absolutely phenomenal. They took Tribe to a Game 7 in Stage 3, and this is absolutely, no question, one of the top teams in the world right now. So you got to give a lot of credit to them for how well they played in this matchup. I think maps 1 and 2 definitely very winnable for NYSL, but a big thing that they've struggled with for a while is getting off to a slow start in hardpoint, and that's what we saw right there. That allowed Undream to snowball those couple of Goliaths, and at the end of the day, those 2 Goliaths are what won them the first map. Yeah, it definitely did, and as you can see, Undream pressing forward here towards tomorrow in a 2-0 finish, and you know, Bobby, I'll double down and co-sign for you. You definitely had a lot of high hopes for Undream. You wasn't biased there in the matchup. You knew who the top teams were coming through today, and Undream officially punches their ticket in first. Now, the Tribe game versus Stamina, just to give you guys a little update on that one, last we checked, Tribe was up 2-0 up against Stamina, so they're looking good to move on forward towards tomorrow as well. But hey, anything can happen. We've seen some crazy comebacks before in the past, but so far, kicking off today, the matches hasn't been as close outside of that very first one we saw going up against Mobility and Mayhem. But at the bottom half of the bracket, some of those teams that lost in the first round, I think we'll have some close ones there, Chef.
If I'm not mistaken, at the moment, the most likely matchup we're going to get for a 1-1 matchup would be this NYSL M team playing up against Cold Showers for the last spots in. And for as shaky as NYSL M look, if Cold Showers can figure things out in a pretty softball matchup they've got going on next in the next slot, I think that would be a matchup that actually could see NYSL missing out on day 2.
Oh, we will see if that matchup goes down, but hey, day number 1 is already underway, and things are getting excited. Coming up next is going to be Mobility going up against Mexus in an elimination matchup. You don't want to miss it. When we come back, we'll see who's going to go home and who's going to progress through the bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Regional Playoffs. We just got through Swiss round 1, and we still got another round of Swiss round 2 to go as we just watched our winners play up against each other, where we saw Tribe and Undream move forward, but now it's time to take a look at those 0-1 teams who have to battle up against each other. Coming up, it's going to be Mobility versus MYSGPH, as they're going to be battling to the wire because one of these squads are going home, and we're about to figure out who it's going to be. Allie, who do you think is going to take the cake in this matchup? I
have to go with Mobility, right? Like, even though they're going against a struggling Mayhem from what we've seen in both of their matches, like, MYSGPH got, like, rolled by Undream earlier. Firing range, I mean, they got 80-point clubs. They didn't even make it to the 80 mark, to be fair. 7-1 Hacienda, Search and Destroy, 3-0'd on the raid. I will say Undream is probably the best control team that we have right now, at least from what I've seen. Maybe Tribe's going to have something to say about that later on, but, I mean, just a lot more in the favor of Mobility going to that Game 5 from what their Search looked like, from what their control looked like the stronger team for sure.
Definitely did. Bobby Too Cool, how you feeling in this matchup? Who do you think is going to come out on top?
Honestly, I think it's a Mobility 3-0. All due respect to MYSGPH, but they're a very new team to NA comp, and they just don't really seem to have the experience to take down a team like Team Mobility that has players from a number of different Stage 5 rosters. Like, this is not a roster to scoff at all. And with the amount of talent that they've got, I'd say good chance that they can make it to day 2.
All right, Bobby gives them a good chance, but we'll see if MYSGPH has got what it takes up against Mobility. It's time to get this series kicked off. Casters, where y'all at? Let's take this one away.
Right here. Same place we always are. How are you? What are we doing?
Good.
What is this?
It's
I'm here
a handshake.
for it. Is
because,
it?
Because a while ago, me and Allie did something really cool, so we have to do something cool as well.
I'm not cool.
You are cool. You are the coolest.
I'm not cool. I'm not cool enough for the band. You a School of Rock fan?
Sorry.
Okay, we'll watch it later. Speaking of things to watch, though, Bobby hit it on the head. This Team Mobility squad, based off the Map 5 affair versus NYSL, immediately thrusted into the conversation of potential Sunday favorites out of who lost in the opening rounds they played.
It's going to be definitely going to be difficult because Summit right now, obviously, I feel like it favors Team Mobility just a little bit more. And yes, they lost that up against NYSL a while ago, but they had really good plays. The first half was really good, but it was when Space took out that Goliath, that's when everything just snowballed out of control.
I mean, those solo plays was what kind of got Mayhem through that first round in the first place, let alone that last series we just saw where some of the moments were close because of individual plays. So for Mobility, I think you just have to look at the fact that you've got some experience playing on these maps we have to start things off. Hopefully it's going to allow you to click, kind of take your game to the next level, because you're looking for an instant level up here, I think, of your Team Mobility. I think Bobby's right. This should be an expected 3-0 just based on what we saw earlier, but I think the thing is, you can't just live off of winning this series. Like, you have to be able to build towards that very pivotal last chance qualifying match when you find yourself hopefully up against a 1-on-1 squad.
And let's see if they can take this very seriously and just make it finish just like that. Because obviously, if you're looking at what MYSGPH did a while ago, I mean, it was not a really good scoreline for them. But if you underestimate a team, that may be the end of you. You know, you got to be hardcore. You know, you're not hardcore unless you live hardcore.
You do know the reference. Get out of here.
I don't know. I was going to give you a little bit of,
Gosh, you had me completely debated. That makes me so happy. Come on. We love a good School of Rock reference. But I think the other side of things, we haven't seen this MYSGPH squad play yet. So, I think what Bobby is talking about when it comes to you've got a lot of new players here, maybe not the greatest situation to be in to try to get to stage 5, but kind of getting your feet wet, right? That's kind of the biggest thing when you're dealing with a lot of new players that got put into the scene this year in 2022 is build that experience. Find a way to kind of learn and adapt, and who knows, maybe you could surprise somebody.
I mean, this is the kicker, though. MYSGPH did go up against Undream a while ago, which, I mean, yes, a 3-0, but then we saw already that Undream gave NYSL a 3-0. And so maybe this is a closer matchup, and yes, a while ago, NYSL was a little bit shaky up against Mobility, so, I mean, that's going to be an advantage for MYSGPH.
Yeah, I think so, too, and who knows? I don't know. It's just all kind of a guessing game when your sample size is 1 for both of these two teams, one of which we didn't even see on stream. So we're excited to learn. Hopefully you guys out there are as well. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. It's like so many things are happening all at once. You got college football back, you got the PGA Championship back, you got COD Mobile NA back.
It's a good weekend.
We're back too.
Back-to-back action here. And yes, last weekend we did have Europe, and for the same thing here, NA, I feel like it's going really fast compared to what happened last week, but we're finally starting things off yet again. It feels like Summit Control is the map that we keep seeing here in Hardpoint, and let's see if we can finally see Mobility try to pick things up yet again from where they left off a while ago.
All right, here we go. High ground control looking to be pressured for MYSGPH. Opening shots looking pretty solid, and well, actually, the kills will not necessarily be there. Parka, who does hold a little bit of experience from their competitive time last year, already at least getting something going on towards the zone itself. And how about Thug? 3 in a row, a little help from a nade over the top that will allow an opportunity for numbers to start flooding into control. Just comes down to, can you find the kills? And Thug says, sure, why not? 4 in a row, worst as possible.
Dude.
Early missile, but shut down just before you can earn it.
MYSGPH really strong off the start, but then wasn't able to go and capitalize all of their rotation because they did have the power position, especially with Thug being there in second floor. But I mean, for Mobility, they're doing such a great job at holding this hill, and kind of like what we saw a while ago, really strong P1 hill for them. And now it's all about the contest going in from MYSGPH, but obviously 17 left on the clock. You need to find a way to control that 2F and try to go in for the setup here, but I feel like that's doing really good. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, really good stuff, I'd say, for Mobility, kind of taking the small losses in the trade game on the chin and then immediately turning it around to a beneficial look over to the hard point itself. So 51 seconds earned on P1 as we rotate over towards Catwalk. Mobility with numbers starting to flood forward over towards the low ground itself. But you do have a big stack here from MYSGPH trying to work themselves just in essentially bunkering on the hard points, working out nicely for them. And Jet taking a little bit of trouble trying to flip the spawns around, which he is successful in doing. And the Pred missile will be called as they attempt to try to break, but it comes up empty.
Oh, Rehat not really able to utilize that Pred missile. But what I like about what Mobility did here, they wanted to go and flip the spawns. And yes, no one was contesting for just a little bit, but yes, you could just go in there if you do have spawn control, and they still do. Try to go in for the setup, but that also leaves this P2 wide open, and so far no contest whatsoever.
Yeah, really, I mean, it's just a little slow and messy for that as well. Pistol out for Claps, looking to double up, but has the help of Ingentic to make sure the trade is confirmed. Significant time earned here, though, from MYSGPH. They say, hey, that's good for us. We'll just go ahead and play for the rotation, which I love this timing better. You know, trying to play for the P3 spawns before the second hard point's even open, so much can go wrong in a 4v4 map where you're playing 5v5, and you're seeing exactly why. Good recovery, though, as the scrap time at 2 will end, and Mobility will have numbers to try to win back these spawns.
I feel like it was a little bit too early of a rotation coming in from the side of, MYSGPH. I mean, sorry, rather Mobility, where they tried to go in there early on, but lost it. But then again, got it right back. And they finally have control here in P3, where you get to have most of the points. Not only that, Claps trying to go in there for the denial with that's a really good Vertex. The Gravity Vortex definitely going to be really big to just deny that entry.
And with that, even though it's only 2 kills, lots of score being tallied by Claps here, working for potentially a very early Goliath. Elegant trying to slide on forward, but shaking off the effects of a stun was Claps. Not even done yet, with one more around the back already earning full streaks. His teammates will pick up the assist, and all of a sudden Mobility have completely blown the lid off this game early.
I mean, Mobility had the right intention to go in there for the early rotation, but they just didn't really win the gunfights. I feel like that's going to be a really difficult thing to go and pursue, especially since that's the base thing that you need to do is win your gunfights. And yes, even though you do have that early rotation, kind of like what we saw here, I mean, you need to just defend it really heavily. And it just really depends if they win all their gunfights. But now, slow on the rotation yet again. And I feel like for Mobility, even though they don't early rotate, they still win all of their gunfights and go in for the entry.
Yep, Pred missile going to be used to try to open up the back, flip the spawns around. Successful in this endeavor is Mobility, now taking their focus towards the hard point itself. Ingentic dealing a lot of damage. And on top of that, you've got the reinforcement of the Purifier to break the hard point in your first attempt. Yeah, this has been really good coordination out of Mobility. Not just taking a we're going to outslay you approach, but a lot of good focus from the team as a full-on 5-man unit. And the kills just keep on coming and they don't stop coming.
Yeah. Don't stop coming, don't stop coming. Don't worry, I got you on that one. Okay, don't worry, I'll back you up when it comes to these references again. So anyway, when it comes to Mobility, they didn't even have to go in for the early rotation because you know very well that they could just go in there for the retake, and they were just so patient when it comes to flushing out every one of them, especially at a distance. Not only that, doing a bait and switch here in P4, and now let's see what's going to happen here into our next rotation, finally go into the restart.
Yeah, double Goliaths been earned up for Mobility. It's just not great news. Look at the KDs. 20 and 9 for Rayhan, 16 and 10 for Awaken. Ingentic try to get things heated up with the Purifier. At 12 and 8, into the hard point he goes. Having a hard time finding players to even shoot at. There they are. A little double, no problem. Does get shut down immediately afterwards, though, by Parka, but again, damage is done. Numbers convincingly won by Mobility as they get closer and closer to 200 points. And I know it's not the most ideal set of hills to come through with, but you're in Goliath. Just spend them, put the game out of reach. It's looking good for it.
We might see another double Goliath setup happening here in Catwalk once we do have that start. And now they're not even going into the 50-point club. I mean, Mezexis, come on. Just get 2 more points. You don't want to be in here this club because that's definitely going to be damaging to your confidence as a team. But again, pretty good setup for the next hill, though. But then again, there's not going to be any sort of contest coming in from this team.
Yeah, pretty casual stuff right now coming out. Break for the scrap time does come through from Mezexis. Yawn trying to contest. 1 more player on the corner. Stug, he will drop. Parka in the corner. No chance. Oh, man. And, you know, the thing about it is, I'm telling you, it's not just the fact that Mobility are outslaying and just winning a lot of individual gunfights. Yeah, sure, they're doing that. But I think what we're starting to really see from this Mobility squad, based on what we saw in their opening round, as well as what we're starting to really get clear pictures of here, is that their focus as a full squad is really allowing them the most advantages possible. And they're not making many mistakes when they do try to get a little greedy. So that's encouraging stuff for Mobility as they look to close this game out right here in the second hill.
And now let's see, one last push coming in from the side of Mezexis. Let's see if that's going to happen. But then with the Predator missile, not really finding anyone. Well, that's going to be really good for them. But come on, reach the 50-point club. There's only 30 seconds left, and Mobility's going to be taking all of it. It's all up to you, player number 2. But then Magia doesn't really quite get anyone, and I feel like I cursed this team right now because I did mention that they didn't reach that point. But with 10 seconds left of the clock and everyone else just investing everything here, they didn't even have to bring out the Goliath here.
No need. It's kind of like that situation when you're up by 30, you say no styling power dunks. Just let the game come to a close, and so it will be 250 to 50. My heavens.
Good heavens, sir.
I do declare, Mr. Bull.
I do declare.
Wow.
I mean, what a showing of dominance here. I mean, Rihan just having such an amazing time. I mean, it's everyone else in Mobility doing their job, and I feel like it was only Thugs in the side of his exes that was trying to go in there for the kills and for the slays. I mean, like what you said, individual gunfights, obviously, it's going to be inside of Mobility. But not just that. I mean, I feel like there were really good rotation coming in from Mezexis, but he just couldn't fight fire with fire.
No, not at all. 9 and 25 at Elegant, 12 and 21 from Magia. I mean, it's just nearly double positive stat lines down the board for Mobility. So, I mean, I think the thing about it was we kind of came into today with expectations for who kind of the power-ranked top 4 teams from North America are. Not so that we were sleeping on this Mobility squad, but I would say compared to how they're playing so far on the day, we definitely came in undervaluing what they're bringing to the table. And that's encouraging stuff if you're a Mobility fan, because like Bobby mentioned, and I think everyone after this result's going to agree, looking pretty good for a clean win here in some regard in this head-to-head matchup. But the thing is, you need to be able to still, I think, carry, again, a level of progress towards trying to finish off the day, to get to day number 2 in the first place. So this is a good, I think, just kind of way to rebuild that confidence, try new things, see what works, see what doesn't, figure it out.
Yeah, they're stepping on the gas pedal right now. They're accelerating really fast because a while ago what we saw was bright spots up against NYSL, and now they're absolutely just shining all the way through, learning from the mistakes from a while ago. And yes, they didn't even have to pull out the Goliaths, and that's just how dominant this Hardpoint Summit is. And without a doubt, definitely, I already knew that it was going to be an absolute smackfest because they did go up against Stamina, which was a really good team back in stage 3. Give them a 250 and 19. So I already know they're good at Summit Hardpoint, but again, we're slowing things down here in Raid Search and Destroy, where again, it's just looking really good for Mobility because they did win this a while ago up against NYSL.
I think if you're Mobility, come out in this Search and Destroy and try that play that you didn't get a lot of success with, like in scrims or between stage 3 and stage 4. Like, do something weird. Try to see, you know, the nuances to kind of developing your playbook to be a little bit deeper, because I think you've got the ability to get away with it in this matchup. So if you could find a little bit of extra depth overall to what you want to call out in these Search and Destroy set pieces, who knows? Maybe you find something today, it's like, this is working. We'll give it a go when we're playing up against our 1-on-1 matchup, pending, of course, if they do finish out this match. So we'll see how things unfold for Mezexis, looking to bounce back, though, in the Search and Destroy. Gonna blow up the truck early as Jan wants to take a sniper rifle already over towards driveway. Misses the first shot and the second. Goodness, these are clear-cut looks, but finally the shots will connect, and Mezexis is completely stuffed in their first attempt over towards B.
I mean, Magia is all the way deep into B. I mean, there's not going to be any sort of backup, as you can see Jan just going to get every single one here, and that's going to be a really good thing for him. So MYSGPH is going to be in a little bit of a pickle here as Jan finally gets one more. He gets 3 to his name. And you push out the bomb all the way out there, and you don't have any sort of backup. You already know you're giving your teammates a hard time eventually when you do go down.
I mean, Jan was comfortable to take as many shots as he wanted to, even though he missed the first 3. So that's never great news. You got to be able to at least be aware of the possible problem in front of you and be able to deal with it in stride. But MYSGPH just completely stuffed on their initial attempt. So Thug, last one left, trying to play around the backside through jungle. Should have a look at Awaken. Shots come out, but can't quite finish off the kill. Awaken will bail out towards safety. And with 45 seconds, Slug's job of getting this 1v3 just became that much more difficult.
I feel like that was a pre-fire that gave his position away. I feel like he could have been way quieter. But obviously, that's definitely going to be a hot spot. So that was a risk that he was willing to take. But obviously, it did not pay off. Finally goes down, gets one. Is able to get one more. But then obviously, there's going to be 2 of them right now. Brings out the pistol. Doesn't really quite finish the job as claps back at him. And now finally a 1-0. And I feel like that was... I didn't like that push coming into Bravo because I feel like the bomb, like what I said, was a little bit pushed out. And knowing very well that Jan was getting so many shots, reposition yourself.
Well, I think it's not even just that. Like, you should know that the defense is going to get to B first. And for them to not have any nades over the top, not be aware of potential snipers or just rifles that are pinned up over the top side of ring, is just a little bit shortcoming. And once again, it's Jan this time not missing on his first shot taken. It's Mahi who falls. And it looks like that's going to be from MYSGPH saying, nope, don't want to deal with that. Let's rotate back over. But the problem is there are defenders that are challenging both mid as well as backside bedroom.
Now, Rehan's definitely going to be a problem once he does get information. So that's good that MYSGPH wants to go in for the rotation, but it looks like they're still staying here in mid. But again, every entrance blocked by mobility. And now it's allowing them to give someone like Rehan to give such an easy snipe off. Gets 1, gets 2. Will he get the 3rd? Yes, he does. Will he get the 4th? No, he doesn't. But Elegant finally shuts him down. But it does put him in a very difficult situation here in a 1v4.
Golly, dude.
Oh, my
God. It's that inevitable car crash you see coming. You can't help but look right at it. Elegant trying to work back over through pool. Scouted out on the maneuver, but does have the bomb to potentially get on Door's side, and who knows, maybe something can happen, but definitely respecting the opportunity for the defense to reposition around his backside, which currently number 1 in Jan has done to make sure there is no rotation back. You've completely contained Elegant. There's no need to challenge him. You know you're forcing him to have to go over towards A. Make him make the special play. That's exactly what's going to unfold here as Claps will be watching over through mid-stairs. And the last 2 defenders, a part of this mobility defense, are just playing on top of headies. And yeah, I think Elegant is very quickly realizing his very difficult situation he finds himself in.
That was a great response coming from mobility, just trying to close off that one player, knowing very well that they don't really have to bunch up together and give the chance for him to go and plant for Bravo. And that information is just absolutely key. And now what we need to see from MYSGPH is if, okay, Bravo didn't work out for you. There you go. Full send going into A, not really making the same play. So at least for them, when it comes to the rotations, that's going to be good for them. It's just initially winning those gunfights, especially when you are a man down.
Oh, but look at this. Rayhan's going to be watching the cross, and the Claps will be alerted, and when he needs to make the play. Smoke to the window, nades to follow. No connections there. And Stug actually gets Awakened over the middle of the map. That actually opens up a world of opportunities for MYSGPH to retrain back through mid if they want to. But they're going to force the play forward. And oh, how about it? The kills come through cleanly. First 3 eliminations, tally for the attack. And that should lead to a plant in a very difficult 2v5 for Jan and Ingentic to have to work through. If they even get the opportunity to, which they will not. Flawless round coming out of MYSGPH. Brilliant way to get on the board.
Yeah, beautiful play coming in from them. Because, yes, they've had pretty good plays, just not able to work fast enough, especially in that second round where they just took too long to go in for the rotation and eventually just gave Rehan that extra long rotation. And now going in for the same thing, except for that one player going in from the back end. And now, obviously, we get to see a heavier stack just guarding A. And now that's going to be very difficult. Bomb again. Going to be overextended just a little bit, but it's okay. But if you see player number 2 coming in from the side of mobility, Claps might try to find a way to get this kill.
Do they expect him in the right corner this time? That's the question, as the offense still looking to force the play forward. And yeah, Claps actually gives away his position. He forces the gunfight. Mahi able to find the elimination. One more over the top of the bomb is Awakened. Deals with the first contestant. No one there to follow for the double chow. And the defense will at least be able to kind of slow things up, get themselves set up. If MYSGPH allows them to, they still look like they're pretty primed and ready to hit this. Awakened feeling the pressure will reposition. Does he see Mahi in the corner? Doesn't seem to. Now he sure has. That'll be a call I'm sure Ingentic will be able to use to watch the cutout. And MYSGPH is now essentially committed to this play because Mahia should be dead here.
And now Awaken. That gives that information though. Even though he saw Mahia just go all the way up, doesn't really matter for them. And now a 3v1 situation in the favor of MYSGPH. That's going to be a beautiful play. And it looks like finally the reset coming in from A's. That's going to be more impressive for them. Yon tries to go for the shots, but obviously S-Thugs try to go in there for the shutdown. And now we're even things up in 2-2. Yeah, that was really good. They do way better here in A.
Yeah, 100%. And that's an incredible two-piece for Mahia for what it's worth, by the way. To win the 1v1 inside a cutout and then come back, hit the jump, see the second contestant just in the front side of basketball. Well done. And, yep, you're absolutely right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go right back over to that same setup towards A. This time more focus about the middle of the map, though, for the attack of MYSGPH. Awaken smoked out 1v1 once again with Mahia. Loses that, and it's another first blood for the offense.
Mahia has been so good in this team, but then Yon finally spots Sunny out, shuts him down, and now they're going to be even things out. And now the bomb going to be all the way deep into mid. Need some sort of backup just because you need to see that Yon is going to be, doesn't really quite get the scope. S-Thugs finally gets the shot. Misplay coming in for them, and now a free plant going here in Bravo as we finally get to see a rotation coming in from the side of Mobility.
But Ingentic does actually stop the first contested. Good follow-up, though, as MYSGPH is right back on towards the site. Plant will be allowed to happen as Parka will get it down. Rayan trying to work back to the middle of the map. Should have seen Mahia on the back off. Sure did, but doesn't catch enough of him. Now to the scope. Once again, sees the cross back towards Blue Van. Nade to play with if you can find an opportunity to get it over the top. With the bomb planted and a lot of clearance that has to come through. You don't want to get caught with the nade out at the same rate. So trust the shot, and especially if it's hitting like that. Mahia's still staying down. Just play off the clock. Absolutely the right call, but Rayhan repositions and maybe a chance to isolate.
Elegant needs to go and push. There needs to be some sort of pinch right here. I mean, it's just no way that he can go and win this, especially with one more person there was going to be Elegant. But then obviously, 17 seconds left. I feel like he should have flushed him out and tried to go in for the info because he did have time on his hands.
Yeah, there's a little bit more time to play with for sure, but I do have to give a lot of credit to Mahia just for staying down, not revealing his position in any form. Force, again, the defuse to have to come through. Don't give up 3v1 situations. And now, just like this, MYSGPH is up in the search and destroy with 3 consecutive rounds. Back over towards A they go. Claps not playing inside the site this time, as Awaken was actually looking to kind of peek and poke over to the water staircase. Got damaged a bunch, but does keep his life. And more importantly, he's alerted the defense that this should be another hit towards A.
I mean, it works out for them every single time. Every time that they go for Bravo, it's just, it's just really hard for them. And now they're going to be playing it slow a little bit more, though, because they're just planning and bagging on Rehan to try to go and get one more pick. And so far, no information given whatsoever to MYSGPH, but there you go. Rehan finally gets the scope. There you go. That is a good sign, and that's going to be very difficult because eventually, if we see these 2 players coming in from Mobility to go in for that pinch, they might be blocked out. But again, really big kill coming in from Elegant. Try to even things out.
It's a wall bang. The bottom side of the baseline at basketball. Now looking for some pre-fire shots. Underwaken definitely sees the top of the head for sure now. I mean, they've gotten a really good look at one another, but Yon on his rotation has helped this defense kind of, once again, sustain their positions, and it's just too slow for MYSGPH. You get the first pick, push through it. Mahia, the last one left, and who knows? With the way he's playing, anything's possible from a 1v4 now to a 1v2. Biggest component here is time. 36 seconds on the clock, no bomb. Could possibly still try to play for kills here, especially with nades that are still in hand. And yeah, Mahia might just rewrap this back through stairs and try to come up behind. Yon is watching this from the deep corner. Shot misses for Yon. Opportunity for Mahia, but the second shot will not miss. And Yon will level us at 3 through the first half.
Mahia definitely tried to go in for the scope, but unfortunately doesn't really quite get it. And I feel like for them, I feel he had probably had the opportunity to go and get the bomb because no one was there. They didn't know at all that the bomb was going to be down there at poolside. But again, we're finally going in for the switch, and now a full send going into Alpha, where you only have one defender here.
Ingentic, did he just fall off the map? Not sure what happened, but he got himself out of the picture quickly. Counteracted, no problem though, as Rayhan gets the double. Pinch is also being watched by Yon, so Sunny's attempt is shut down before it can really get the legs to start moving. And with the bomb planted in a 3v2, advantage drastically starts to tilt towards Mobility.
That was a really good pinch, sort of, but then obviously they didn't really realize that the Yon was going to be there. So Yon has been absolutely great at stopping the push and stopping the momentum right now of MYSGPH, and now he's going to be able to find one more. There you go. 2v1 is very good, though, because player number 1, Yon's going to be very far away, but is it going to be planted for him? That is the question. And now S-Thug trying to go in for the shot, finally gets one, and then, let's see, he doesn't have any util to play with it. He does have a smoke, though, so he could go off, play off the smoke, try to go in for the defuse. 7 seconds left, goes in for the chow, but doesn't really quite work with it. The smoke. He had the smoke.
I think there was just a miscommunication on where was Yon after he got the initial pick, like you mentioned, to stop the pinch. The bomb is planted for him, so no need to challenge anything. Just stay and watch by the pool chair side that's kind of backside over towards that top right area. So tough to break that down in a 1v2, but you're right. Would have been nice to get the smoke out just to give yourself a chance. Big, long gunfight going on between Rayhan and Sunny. Goes the way of mobility once again in this opening first blood. Offense now a lot of the map to work with if they so choose to, but instead it's a 4-man setup looking to possibly 2-2 split this over in towards mid. Yon once again getting in the kill feed, and it's just down to can you find a way to isolate Parka. Shots come through, Clap should be able to finish, and he does. Bomb now under threat to possibly be planted.
That is a different rotation coming in from mobility, going in there for the kitchen control, which is going to be very hard because not only that, they're going in for the pinch as well. They're basically covering all of their bases, and now just gets turned on in S-Thug with the wrong timing on his hands. And now we only have a 1v5 situation where Elegant only with 3 to his name, but he does have a DLQ to play with. Let's see if he can get these shots, and there you go again, the timing not really for him, but then he does get spotted right now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're mobility, you say everyone just watch something. It's just, you don't lose these. You shouldn't lose these, I should say. And with Elegant kind of taking his time, trying to make his way forward, the clock becomes the 6th member in this that he's going to have to fight up against. Claps in the corner. Revealed. Sniper rifle out. Shot just a bit wide, and that's enough time for Yon to pop up, find the kill, and take this to a 5-3 count.
It just really looks like MYSGPH is just having such a hard time here. I mean, it's just unfortunate to see because they were doing so well in the first half of the game, but obviously with the defense a little bit too, lackluster on their end. And now for mobility, they're going for a different take, and what a mystery coming in from MYSGPH is going in for the full send. 3 stack here in A. Only 1 person going in for Bravo.
Yeah, and Parka's doesn't really have a lifeline out here. Love the fact that he backs up. Yeah, well done. Give yourself a little bit more room to work with just in case you do get overwhelmed. Turns a 1-for-1 position into a 1-for-none position. Numbers advantage for MYSGPH defensively. And the offensive mobility, they don't have any idea what's in front of B. You're kind of stuck right now inside of Art. And that's going to be enough for Rayhan to sit there and say, well, maybe I can actually pull the defense a little bit wider. Yeah, catches Mahia, try to rotate back up the staircase. And look at the yellow arrows. They're all rotating back over.
Oh, no. Claps needs to be careful because player number 3, it's a good thing that Parka didn't really overextend. But I feel like that information they could have planted here in Bravo because they had more of time and also the distance on their favor. And now you get to see Rayhan goes down, but then Yon goes in there for the response. So a 3v2, I feel like that Rayhan, that was supposed to be really good for them to go in for the plant here in B.
Yeah, there's really 1 or 2 options. Either you get that pick onto Mahia and you hold that position for him to rotate back around you, or you use that as a fake, but the bomb gets planted and somehow Yon is still alive. So maybe a chance to fight this back. The onus is on MYSGPH to try to work their way back forward. Shot misses from Elegant. Yon capitalizes. Now down to the 2v2. The defensive retake coming all from the front. Watching this is Claps on the corner. The spot he plays defensively. Gets 1. Trade comes out just down to what happens with Yon, and it's Parka for the double. And that'll get MYSGPH back to within 1.
Beautiful. That was a beautiful play. And yes, it was kind of shaky from both of these teams because you can't really blame MYSGPH because it was a fake. I mean, it could have been a fake if we saw mobility play it right, because I feel like it would be a different story if it was going to be planted here in B. And again, missed opportunity, but it's okay because they're still at the lead, but not by much, where they would have been in map advantage here. I feel like there needs to be something different. Again, full send going into A. Let's see what happens.
Defense is here to match this, at least in some regard. Awaken checks the corner. Not see Hamahia playing inside, so now the defense is just stacked up on top. Maybe a bit of miscommunication here out of mobility because it's Mahia that's just absolutely stayed alive and allowed the defense to pop off. That is so good for Mahia to stay alive in the corner, give a little bit of space, wait for the defenders to capitalize and collapse on the play, and boy, did they ever.
I mean, not only that, if they still won that, they had one player at the very back. I think it was S-Thugs going in there for the clip. I mean, going in there for the pinch. So it didn't work out for them, so now they're trying to go for B, but it's beautifully read going in from Zexis because they do send 4 players, but unfortunately for them, Agentic does win that. Not only that, Rehan also, and now we need to see some sort of speed run here. You have the numbers advantage, you need to go and plant.
Yeah, that's tough scenes right there. Defensively, you would love to have had, if the idea was to play aggressively through B, someone has to watch through mid-kitchen to make sure that mid-play stays safe, and that was not being covered. Major advantage out of mobility. Mahia can't do anything from the side of the pool stairs. Rehan able to get the snap on. And it all left with Elegant, who cannot get outside of that back laundry area. Map point or overtime. One of the two will be solved right here as we get into round number 12.
But we do still get to see mobility with the bomb. Let's see if it's going to be a little bit more of a different play. 4 people going into poolside and 1 here in mid. That's going to be really good because we're finally going to be seeing the shutdown. Good nade coming in from Thug. But then also a trade coming in from Rehan. Getting that's going to be really good stuff because so far, they feel like their read is going to be here in Alpha. But it's a good thing that player number 3, that's going to be Parka, trying to set eyes on Bravo just in case we get to see mobility go in there. But then no sort of mid control whatsoever.
Yeah, Sunny falling there is actually more key than it may seem, getting this to a 4v4, because now Elegant is doing them to watch Kitchen. He's not in a good spot for it. Slug in the corner, nearly gets snapped on. Trade should be there, and it is. And now the bomb can just freely rotate back over towards B, as Agentic has caused problems front side of the A-bomb site. Last one left, Mahia. And if there were to be a player you want, it would be him. But this is a tough 1v3, especially as the bomb gets planted.
That was so good. They saw that mid was way open. And yes, they got traded out when we saw one player over there at Garden, but it still doesn't matter. It's so good how they were able to respond, knowing very well that there was an open space and just rallied their way all the way into Bravo. And now it's all up to Mahia to go and try to clutch this up. But I mean, it's doable if he's able to isolate them. At 26 seconds, it's just impossible with no utility to play with.
And the post-plant setups that you can have behind this plant are just so comfortable for mobility. Mahia, red, shot at, dealt with. Man, the Zexis gave themselves a couple of really good looks defensively, but could not get things going, or pretty offensively, couldn't get things going truly on the defense. So a 7-5 tally here. Small update because it's staring me in the face. The other series going on right now between Cold Showers and Latin Souls is now a 2-0 affair in favor of Cold Showers after a 7-2 search and destroy. I want to say it was like a 250 to 119 hard point. So comfortable stuff for Cold Showers there. And so far, comfortable stuff for Team Mobility here.
I mean, it's just one more map for them to go and finish this off. And Zexis is just slowly dwindling down, possibly saying goodbye for today. And again, going back into that game that we didn't really get to see, Cold Showers and Latin Souls. I mean, my pick was in Latin Souls because it was a big question mark, but it just seems like it's a
It's tough scenes.
Yeah.
That's a tough opponent to go up against, man.
Especially,
And that's the thing that we talked about leading up to this entire weekend was like when you've got a great team that is the 8th seed, someone's not going to be happy to see them. But I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't be happy to see mobility in that 1-1 matchup either at the moment because they are firing on all cylinders. Although I will say I was a little upset to not see anything too crazy out of mobility in this search and destroy from either side of the bomb. You do have to give the respect over that they are feeling things out and kind of playing off of a default and then making subtle variability changes depending on what they see on the other side. So who knows? Tough. I think the biggest thing was they just didn't really have a response to Mahia early, neither for Thug, but it's just, like we talked about for Mayhem in a couple of series earlier, you can't rely on 2 players to get you through an entire map. And for mobility, the good news was everyone showed up.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we do have 2 players from both ends just not having the best of days. Sunny being from his X's and Awaken just, I don't know, it's just like 1 for him up to this round already. We were at round number 10 where he just got his 2nd kill right there. Both of these players, actually. And so, I mean, everyone else from mobility just showed up. And I feel like for Mezexis, it was their first 2 rounds. I feel like they could have really just turned things around because they did the same thing.
Yep, agreed. And I think there's something, and we'll see the full stats here in a moment, I think, but I don't even know if Awaken was a part of the play more often than not. So you know, when you've got the ability just to kind of win from one side of your defense, that always spells trouble. Takeoff control, map number 3, though. That's where the reverse sweep would have to start here for MYSGPH. And, well, it's just tough scenes because, you know, defense is just so indomitable at times. And we've seen already on the day that Mobility can put together solid offensive looks from unfavored map mode combos in the control.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the game mode where I was so shocked that Team Mobility actually won and gave NYSL such a hard time. And now that's not going to be great news for MYSGPH as well, because this is such a difficult map. And we already know that, yes, in the respawns, you get to see Mobility just outgun them every single time. But we did see in that S&D, they can fight it, but it's just, I don't know, this is a mix of both.
Yep.
So it's just really if they're going to be sticking together, because it's team play over here.
It looks like it's going to be offense first for MYSGPH. Yeah. So that already kind of spells a bit of tribulation towards trying to get this map into your favor. But you need to stay competitive in this opening round here. You cannot allow yourself to get completely shut out. Not a good opening first gunfight. Awakened for the first, nearly gets the second. Thug will at least be able to confirm one trade, but the kill feed turns up all blue. And a great defensive start comes out early for Mobility.
And now for MYSGPH, you need to have some sort of control here. So far, we're trying to see player number 4. That's going to be Sunny trying to go in there, but unfortunately for him, doesn't really quite get that. That was supposed to be an essential place. You see player number 5 for Mobility. Ingentic already has that spot.
Yep.
And you need to lock that down if you are MYSGPH, if you want to go and try for an A push. But obviously, they're just trying to get some ground here. And unfortunately for them, doesn't really quite get that high ground that they needed.
Oh, it's not great news here. The retake clean as you'd like for Mobility. And with that cleanliness, the opportunity to once again make life extremely difficult for MYSGPH trying to get out of spawn. Good response coming through. Creates an opening in the launch center, maybe for an opportunity to regain the high ground and then set up a bit of a hit either towards A or they can stretch towards B. Awakened making life hard by playing the backside window, but it's shut down. So, okay, all of a sudden, the door has opened towards potentially getting over towards B. Stug able to get at least 2 more kills to help build towards that, but down 7 lives, only 15 seconds to play with. It has to be right here, right now from MYSGPH, and they're going to commit to A.
And now for Mobility, they don't have any control whatsoever in Alpha. The read was right. Yes, they're trying to go for B, but I mean, there's still no defense whatsoever. And just like that, 2 ticks, almost down 13 seconds left, trying to go in there for the stop. So again, there's both of these teams having misplays all over the place, but it's a good thing for them. Play number 5, that's going to be really important. But then unfortunately, S-Tech doesn't really quite get it.
Man.
Oh no, 8 seconds off the clock.
Yeah.
They're too far away. It's not going to be good. That gave too much time for Mobility to go in there for the really solid defense. But hey, 5 seconds. Oh, elegant though. Going in there for the kills. Parka. Oh no, 5 seconds left and they're stopping the clock. And there you go, finally gets the shots. And Parka, it's all about Parka gets that beautiful kill as well. It's going to get that first stick down. And oh my gosh, that just gave me a lot of a heart attack. But
still
8v4.
doable.
Yeah.
Still doable. They've got a lot of map to work with here. Really clean from MYSGPH off of the back spawn. Now it's just down to a 4v6. Mobility's starting to find a little bit of trouble getting out of spawn all of a sudden. 4v5 now the tally. Still 45 seconds on the clock, and Mobility are not moving at all. Waiting for this next hit from MYSGPH. It is still on the onus of the offense to make the play first. And as they start to make their move, shots start to ring out over the top right side of the map. And MYSGPH maybe just missed their opportunity to try to follow up on that hit. 2 kills come through from Ingentic. 25 seconds on the clock. You've got to work your way back over towards B, and Mobility's not going to allow them a chance. A heck of an effort from MYSGPH, but in the end, a little too small and too short in that last charge through A to give them the time and the lives they needed to win that offense.
That was a really good play. I mean, for both of these teams, actually, I would really like to commend MYSGPH for that. Really just clutching up, especially for Parka to stay there, holding down the fort. And now I feel like even for Mobility, they had mistakes there as well. They allowed A to be completely wide open, being played right now from MYSGPH, thinking that they're still going to be committing to B. But there you go. Claps and Gentic and Awaken get 3 apiece.
Not good. 3 down quickly. 3 out also winning backside generators. This is not great news as far as how do you defend this A zone. First tick of progress done. Simultaneously, the offense is finding the first tick at B. Not great news. Purifier out. Awaken cleans things up, no problem. Even though Parka gets the kill onto Yawn to stop the progress at B, there's no one defensively that can threaten this A zone. Awaken just walks into the defensive spot. The Purifier goes prone for the double. Not going to get all 3, but not really all that needed, as the final member alive for Mobility will get the extra 60 seconds by confirming the A zone. And now it's 25v12.
Oh, that is going to be hard because they just allowed Mobility to just invade their space just like that, and just 10 to 24. they're just also really good thing. Good take coming in from Mobility. They played all their score streaks and operator skills to perfection. Not only that, they're fully streaked out. They don't even need to bring it out because they do have the advantage. Yeah. 7 and 21. And now we get to see the rotation. Now we get to see things slow down just a little bit coming in from Mobility where, yeah, they're just saying, you come to us.
The thing about it is you've got every tool needed to break things down. Purifier out. Yawn will get the benefit of 2. Stays alive through the counter burn that was in play. And with still 90 seconds on the clock and only needing 5 eliminations, you start to feel that the 3-0 from Mobility is well on its way with 2 Pred missiles, 3 Pred missiles, and a Goliath that could be used to make that round 3 defense just immovable.
They don't even have to bring it out. I mean, they have a minute to play with, and not just that. Engentic finish things out.
Yikes.
And we have another 3-0 for today, something that we kind of thought was going to happen. But hey, I mean 2-0, I'm sorry. I was like foreseeing it a little bit too much. I got a little bit too excited. I was looking at the scoreboard up on top. My bad. But I mean, hopefully we get to see Mzexis pull things out because they had such a great run a while ago when they were on the offense.
It's just how do you finish off an offense now when you have to go up against operators, score streaks, Goliaths? It's tough scenes. And look, I think the thing about it is like that opening offense was really, really well put together from Mzexis, kind of backs up against the wall. You make 2 really solid hits occur, you put the pressure on, but the problem is you're not able to kind of respond with a defense of your own, and I think that says a lot about this Team Mobility squad's potential, more so than Mzexis' shortcomings that we're currently starting to see.
Although Engentic with a Predator missile play, but then, I mean, Engentic again with the Hunter Killer drone shuts things down. And now they need to rush through. They need to find a way to get into sight because a while ago we got to see Mobility go in there very early with a 2-2 split. Not only that, 1 person in Generator. They need to mirror the same thing because so far they're like toe deep into B and then they just suddenly back out and try to go for A. So I don't know what they're trying to go for here.
I think the biggest problem, and you see this for a lot of different teams across every single region we've had so far, is one thing goes wrong and all of a sudden you're spawn trapped. Like you have to give yourself a base of operations on the offense first and foremost before you can even commit to getting into either of these zones. Kind of like we're seeing right here. Good scaffold control coming out. Sunny and Thug working together. Clock will stop at 8 seconds. And the lives are starting to get a little bit tighter. Still 20 playing up against 13. First tick looks pretty solid. Mahia in the smoke at the Purifier, trying to add to the problem, but unfortunately, as the smoke dissipates, so does the majority of the offense on towards this A zone.
Jan has the biggest gunfight to play with, and there you go, finally wins it, and 4 seconds left with the clock dwindling down, and with them all the way out there in spawn, it's just not gonna do it for today. Again, let me redo the ending that I was gonna do a while ago because I thought the game was gonna end. A 3-0. Beautiful games. Mobility just showed everyone who's boss. I mean, yes, it was a shaky search and destroy. I think so from both sides, but this control, hands down, it was all Mobility.
Wow, this Mobility team looks nasty.
Yeah.
They really do. Like, I cannot understate how good this team looks as a full collective unit. And already having beat Mayhem, that would mean that they should have a pretty, I won't say comfortable road, or not beaten it, but played Mayhem. They should have a more comfortable pathway to try to get to tomorrow. So, I don't know. We'll see. Still a lot to be determined for it, but you look over the course of what just happened in this control, and I think the coolest thing about this Mobility squad is that we're seeing new names start to pop up more regularly at the top of the leaderboard that aren't just Yawn, which is, I think, again, great news when it comes down to what they're able to provide for possibly a Sunday run.
Yeah, it makes it a very whole team, and that Yawn is now at the bottom. He's been the bottom frag for the past few games too, so I mean that's really good sign for him because everyone else in his team is going to step up because everyone else is going to think Rihan and Awaken is probably going to be going top frag, but here we go. I mean, let's take a look at what happened here.
Okay.
Oh?
Cold Showers up 2-0.
Oh, a little treat for us.
All right.
Yes, I like it.
I vibe with that.
Come on, Madden Souls, I put my money on you.
Well, I can say this as we were watching in the smaller picture on our feed. Goliath was used in round 2 for Cold Showers to get their first offense underway. Big shout-outs to production for allowing us to see multiple angles across this Swiss format. Again, this is a do-or-die map here, essentially for Latin Souls. And, oh, it's not looking good. Legacy for the double. starting to build a bit of a defensive numerical advantage, but doesn't stop Fatality from jumping on towards the zone, stopping the clock and nearly single-handedly capturing the first stick of progress at B, but the defense quick to recover and then also deplete.
Not only that, Spawn Trap is underway, and now we get to see it winning all the gunfights here so far. Veteran almost gets one more. Spots a lot of the other players though. So again, this Spawn Trap is going to be really essential because not only that, poolside, you already have play number 5 going in there for the defense as well, going in there for the pinch.
Oh boy. And then, oh no, Jesus throws a Hunter Killer drone right into the face of the spawn of Latin Souls. Wow, okay. This is what if you're a Cold Showers fan, you needed to see this result. You needed to see a convincing 3-0 because, again, I can't say for sure, but I have to imagine that based on the way that the Swiss is going to work, this Cold Showers team will play Mayhem for one of the final spots tomorrow. And at the moment, Mayhem look beatable, and if Cold Showers have picked up and only dropped 10 lives in that defense, you know they're feeling good.
Yet again, another 3-0. Beautiful, beautiful stuff here, and I wish we got to see a little bit more when it comes to Cold Shower and, of course, Latin Souls, my babies, but obviously they're going to have to say bye-bye for today. I mean, that's just really hurtful for my soul, but you know what? They've been absolutely great when it comes to Stage 3, but, I mean, obviously they've had a really hard time here because everyone's stepping it up.
Absolutely. And that's what happens when you've got nearly 2 months between Stage 3 and now. You know, you've got a lot of teams that are putting in a lot of manpower, a lot of hours. You also saw a lot of the team camps. They're all, like, in a centralized location, really taking this serious to push towards Stage 5, and unfortunately we say farewell to our first 2 teams in North America. 2 have also qualified, though. If you're joining us here a little bit late, Tribe, one of them, Undream, the other. Still 2 more that need to make it into the double elimination bracket on Sunday. And to break down the Swiss Round 2 action, we've got our guests back with us.
Thank you so much, Mommy and Chef. What a fantastic cast that was. And as you said, 2 more teams. Well, the first 2 teams are going home. That is MYSGPH and Latin Souls. You know, kudos to them for making it this far. But congratulations here to Team Mobility and Cold Showers, you guys, as they come out on top in a 3-0 fashion. Yeah. Bobby, was you expecting this dominant performance coming out of Mobility? I think you actually said it going into it. You said that they were a dominant team. So I will flip the question on the other side and say, MYSGPH, what could they have done better in this series if they wanted to progress?
I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's just, like, I've watched North America too much. I know how big the skill gap is between these teams.
Yeah. And it shows.
It's not like it's not a changes you can make type of thing.
Yeah.
Coming into this, I think it was kind of a general consensus. Latin Souls and MYSGPH were the bottom 2 teams. Yeah. So nothing super surprising about those results, but the way it was as dominant as it was, definitely a good sign for both Team Mobility and Stamina, but they're going to be facing up against each other next.
Yeah, they are going to be facing up against each other next. And as we said in the beginning of the show, you know, the top 4 teams has been pretty clear-cut, and it kind of showed in those placements as well. But, you know, going forward, we still need to figure out who's going to make it to day 2, okay? Because we got some exciting matchups coming up here soon. As you guys already can see, who has progressed on and who is out the tournament. Now just 4 teams remain. We got NYSL Mayhem going up against Cold Shower, and then Stamina Esports going up against Team Mobility. So we got some good ones coming up, you guys. Now, you know, when it comes down to Mayhem's chances of making it through up against Cold Showers, I think Schiff alluded to it earlier, Bobby, that series is going to be a banger.
Oh, it's definitely going to be a good one. I don't know that you can look too much at what we just saw because, like we said, that Latin Souls roster is one that was very, very inexperienced and struggled in their matchup against Undream as well. These are 2 teams, NYSLM and Cold Showers, that are both super experienced. They've got a lot of talent, and I think we may have yet another Game 5 on our hands.
It's going to be a banger for sure, but that's not our matchup coming up next. Is actually going to be Mobility going up against Stamina. Alley, how do you feel like that one's going to break down?
I feel like this is going to be like the gatekeeping for Mobility right now. I feel like Mobility's been putting up some really good fights, especially when we saw them go up against Mayhem, which is a top team. I think this is going to be a true test to what you're capable of.
All right, it is going to be a true test. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it's going to be Stamina up against Mobility. 4 teams remain, and only 2 more can make it to Championship Sunday. When we come back, we'll find out who. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Regional Playoffs. It's Stage 4. I'm Blaze, joined along with Beef Mommy and Ho Shifter. So, look at her. Oh my God.
I can't see anything.
I feel left out, Chef. Why do everyone have on shades but us today, okay?
At least you guys all have glasses. I'm sitting here like having to create my own.
Hey, you know what? Honestly, if you wear glasses, you are one of the cool kids. Don't let anyone tell you anything different, okay? Now, let's check out the cool kids of this tournament and let you know how the bracket and the results have stacked up so far. As you see, Tribe Gaming and Undream, your 1 and 2 seed, undefeated so far, and they will progress to that championship bracket. We say bye-bye to Latin Souls and MYSGPH, but we still have 4 teams remaining. We're about to see a battle between Mayhem and Cold Shower, Stamina Esports, and Team Mobility to end the day. And what a day it has been so far, as we have said so many interesting results so far, Mommy.
Oh, yeah. And I'm excited for the next matchup because Mobility versus Stamina, this is a rematch that I've been waiting for as well because Stage 3, they did see each other, but Mobility gave Stamina a little bit of a hard time. It really just went down into that map number 5 where obviously Stamina just won that in takeoff, 197 and 250 in favor of Stamina. So again, this is such a good deal. Not only that, we're going on into the very last matchup, NYSL versus Cold Shower. I don't know. I have no interest whatsoever who's going to win it because everyone here, they earn it.
They did earn it, and you have to earn it too. You progressing on forward because you know, no one's not gonna give this up for free. You think about everything that these players have put in, Chef, from stage 1, 2, and 3 to qualify up until this point, and now you got to show up.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, the thing about it is how different the day has looked for each of these 4 squads. Expectations were super high for Mayhem. They've fallen short of those expectations. Even their win versus Mobility, not convincing in any form. Obviously, you go up against Undream, you put up a little bit of a fight in the first hard point, but largely that's about it. For Cold Showers, we were expecting them to at least put up a show versus Tribe in that first matchup, and they were not able to provide us with that. So those 2 teams have had to kind of wake up throughout the day. Whereas Stamina and Mobility have blown expectations right off the hinge. They have looked really solid from start to finish, and I think that both of these 2 squads, or these 2 matches rather, are going to provide some really interesting storylines for us to go through.
Yeah, man, you know, they truly are, okay? And you talked about how good Stamina Mobility been, how they have surpassed a little bit of our expectations for them, but only one can go forward. Only one can progress on to day number 2. And before we break down that matchup a little bit more, let's kind of go into Cold Showers and Mayhem a little bit more, Mommy, okay, in those 2 teams, because Mayhem, they have struggled a little bit with how they started in that Game 5 series. They kind of bounced back, but is it going to be enough? Cold Showers has to show up. They got 3-0. They had themselves a 3-0, but this is going to be the toughest matchup for them so far.
Most definitely. I mean, I feel like it's just so hard to open things up, especially if you're going up against the first seed, which is going to be Tribe. And yes, that 3-0 definitely was granted. We are kind of expected that. But for NYSL, people also expected them to do great. But up against Mobility a while ago in their first matchup, Mobility gave them such a hard time, and that kind of gives you a little bit of how they performed as a team and how inconsistent they can be. And now let's see if Cold Shower can go and respond to that.
The thing is, Mayhem have not had a chance to build any confidence today. Cold Shower had just a chance on their last series. They blew the brakes off of their opponent. It was a quick 3-0. So you kind of have to wonder, how much does the mental taxation that Mayhem faced last year, inconsistency was the name of the game pretty much all the way throughout the year, to not being able to build up any sort of confidence in your play day today? I don't know. You got to manifest it from something.
Yeah, and what Shift is talking about right there is just, you know, Mayhem going to that Game 5 and to get their first win right in that S&D, but then getting 3-0 by Undream, and now you're going up against this Cold Showers team. How confident are you really feeling up against the A team who's trying to come out with the Cinderella story, who may come into the series with not as much to lose, and we know how scary of a team that could be when you don't have anything to lose. Now we'll shift gears and go back to our main matchup of Mobility and Stamina. All right, Mommy, when it comes down to Team Stamina, what game mode do you feel like this squad has to excel in?
Well, Stamina, obviously, we've already seen them before in Stage 3, but again, I feel like this is a team that has definitely eluded me just a little bit because, yes, they did see each other but I mean, at this point, mobility is just such a different beast right now because of how well they performed up against Mayhem, and obviously in their last game. And so, again, the trajectory, the momentum is going for the side of mobility, but for Stamina, can you stop that?
Yeah, and Stamina, they're going to really have to slow them down in the S&D and control there. As I'm looking at these numbers, Chef, Stamina, they have to be successful in those hard points, but is it really going to be that easy?
The thing about it is, the number that I think everyone looks to right here is the 33% win rate in hardpoint for mobility. But you have to keep in mind that those were two pretty tight games, largely speaking, versus Mayhem. Those are the two maps that they had lost, and then they absolutely smoked MYSGPH, as we just saw in the last series. So I think the numbers will give us at least some things to look out for. I think first and foremost, you have to come out of your mobility and show that you can take a hard point versus a solid team. But at the same rate, I don't think that they tell the tale fully. There's still going to be a lot of feeling out for both these two teams against one another.
It is going to be a lot of filling out for both of them. And as we continue to fill out this series and get it ready for you all at home, we are going to take a short break. And when we come back, we'll see who can progress to day 2 and who's going to get eliminated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Regional Playoffs. I'm Blaze, joined with Beef Mommy and Whole Chef. We were about to hop into stamina versus mobility, but we said, you know what? Let's switch it up a little bit, okay? It's Cold Showers going up against NYSL Mayhem because we wanted to see it so bad. We said, you know what? We'll skip it being the last matchup of the day. We'll bring it to you right now. Now, we talked a little bit about this matchup early on, you guys. And, you know, the question was, has Mayhem woken up? Are they ready to come out full throttle because they have been tested to start the day, and now they're going up against a Cinderella Story squad and Cold Showers, who is looking to make it to Sunday. Who are our picks in this series? Mommy, how you feeling?
Okay, I don't really know what to say because we said a while ago that Cold Shower, yes, they do have the advantage because, yes, it was going to be a difficult first matchup for them because they did go up against Tribe, which is no easy feat for sure, but they definitely gathered all of their confidence in the 3-0 that they gathered. And like what Schiff mentioned before was they basically have the confidence here, but for Mayhem, it was lost into that first half because their game against mobility wasn't the best one, and yes, they won that, but it's not really that convincing for me.
Yeah, it's not. How you feeling, Chef?
I love chaos. I love randomness. I love madness.
Yeah, I'm here for that.
What I don't love is mayhem. I think Cold Showers comes through on this one. I spent some time with the thesaurus.
The thesaurus.
The thesaurus. I feel like Ali rubbed off on you just a little bit with the Swift format.
Thesaurus.
Hey, you know, I'm just happy it ain't me today, all right? You know, but we'll see how tomorrow goes. But we know the present moment, and it's going to be NYSL going up against Cold Showers, and I can't think of two better casters to cast this matchup. Hold up. Why does everyone have on shades but me and Schiff? You know what? We're going to get up out of here, and I'm going to toss it to Bobby Too Cool and a cool cat herself, Ali Shades, to cast this star-studded matchup.
I thank you, Blaze. I can't believe I'm catching strays for no reason. I cannot that I have a list. I'm on my villain arc right now. My villain arc is going to be, I'm going to sit here and be like, Cold Showers, we had a very high expectation for them in that first set of rounds. Unfortunately, they went against a Tribe Gaming that is just literally unstoppable. So I'm hoping to see what everybody's been talking them up about heading into the series, but it has to be against the NYSL Mayhem. Bobby, what do you think about ending this matchup?
I mean, coming into this, I said this. Honestly, I'm disappointed because I'm caught off guard right now. I didn't have the time to mentally prepare for this matchup.
Fair?
I thought I was going to have like another hour and a half, and in my mind, this is basically like a third place matchup. I think whoever wins this one is going to lock in one of those final spots for NA Stage 5. Or NA Stage 4 going into Stage 5. So, taking a look at the map pool, obviously, NYSL looked pretty solid on the Summit hardpoint, so you got to look to that map 4 a little bit. Typically, they are going to have the edge in the Search and Destroy. They did get the edge in that Search and Destroy, or rather, I think they took the L in the Search and Destroy up against, I don't know.
I got you.
I'm lost in the sauce right now.
So, in that Hacienda Search and Destroy, honestly, maps 2 and 4 really favor Mayhem. They won the Hacienda Search and Destroy 7-2 versus mobility, and they won the Summit Hardpoint 250-165. That's when we saw Space go on that 9 spree and kind of put themselves back into the game. I think me and you were having a great conversation earlier about the fact that Mayhem, they do so well at the end of the game that if they just started out hot, they started out on that team chem, that they would be winning these maps much more comfortably. So as we begin the map on this firing range, hardpoint, wow, wearing these glasses is so nice. I feel like I'm not as flashbanged by the game colors, but already some trades back and forth, Bobby.
A little bit trying to lock down the high ground right there. Pepe rounds the corner, weak enough, able to get the kill. Very back and forth on this initial hard point, and looks like Pepe is going to be able to lock in a chunk of time right here as NYSL tries to make their way up from below ground. Pepe does get taken down a little bit, should get traded from behind, and as expected, a very back and forth start, and they're going to get beamed off the hard point right here, and more than likely we're going to see these teams trying to make a play to flip spawns. If you're NYSL, you want to be spawning over on that P2 side. Now you can see the map control and the areas that these Cold Showers players are securing right now going to go their way for the hard points to come.
Yeah, the issue is that MYSL had a lot of map control, but they all lost their gunfights all at the same time. So that was a lot of P1 time going to the likes of Cold Showers. Now heading into P2, it is a 32-13 lead.
And again, the initial is going to be touched by Cold Showers as well. NYSL, though, they're getting a lot of kills going their way. Trades back and forth. The final kill onto the point should have gone NYSL's way, but Legacy pops a 3-piece for the control. Time now still in the hands of Cold Showers.
And honestly, we have not gotten a good look at this Cold Showers team so far this weekend, but I talked coming into this, Legacy was the biggest reason, or rather his absence, why we saw Cold Showers in the 8th seed. He's showing why he is so important to this team, already sitting on full streaks. That's going to pay dividends.
I love this team cam right here. Just nothing but vibes in the conference room right now as NYSL are looking to try and put themselves back into this series. 47-33, the scrap time going the way of NYSL. A couple of hunter drones getting used just to solidify that little bit of scrap time. But now they got to start worrying about spawns. They got to start worrying about this mid-map control and trailer. Number 4 in your mini-map, that's going to be Nero. He's trying to hit around. He's shooting some shots, pulling some distraction his way. The pinch could be perfect. The issue is Pengy's going to have something to say about it.
Yep, this is a nice wrap right here. Raballo's going to be able to break one. Teammate looked like he was going to be there for the trade. It's going to be Little B coming away with one. Can't make it two. Purifier going to do a whole lot of damage. NYSL trying to put pressure on the backside. When you got a Purifier on the inside, that is difficult to counter. And well played by Cold Showers as they hold off that initial push for NYSL. They got a nice chunk of time over on P2, and you do see the Gravity Vortex coming on out. NYSL not quite able to find the break, but Carlos there for the trade, and they make their way into the hard point. Pepe takes himself down with the Gravity Vortex.
Space giving a little bit too much trust in his teammates to win all those gunfights inside a trailer there. If he had committed to that push with them, maybe the trades would have gone a different way, but he ended up opting out to sit in mid control, shoot a couple players off spawn, and inevitably not really making much impact on the map. So this is still a lot of time going to the likes of Cold Showers, and that's not a play that we're used to Space making. So NYSL really need to see them regroup here and get some early control because they have been losing these rotations time and time again to the hands of Cold Showers.
And right now, we're seeing some really good operator usage out of this Cold Shower squad, but if you look at NYSL, every single player, with the exception of Space, has one ready to go. Looks like they're banking on finding some big time here on P4's Little B. Wins that crucial gunfight on the rotation up. They've got an opportunity to close the gap.
The big thing now is, do they know where these spawns are at? Little B's going to have the Purifier in hand, and he should be the initial. He does find one player. Probably going to find two here as Pepe is going to try and peek this corner. That's going to be a shot down big time going to the side of NYSL. I appreciate the fact that they held their specialists until they had this objective control. They did not try to use it to break into the hill. They will get pushed off for now, but it is only a 10-point game by the end of this, 93-85. Start to worry about rotation here. Only 20 seconds left on this clock that they're still fighting for this scrap time here in Bottomwood.
I'm kind of curious about this play as we do see Nero climb to top tower right there. This is not a hard point where you're going to be able to get a whole lot of value for it. So they are banking big time on him being able to make some plays up here for that P1 rotation. Right there, they gave up, what, probably close to 20 seconds on that final rotation. It is going to be Little B locking in a couple right there, and he's going to be able to spot out Veteran as well. So at least initially, it's going to earn them the map control, and they are going to look to play for those spawns over toward P2 as well. We got one player on the inside of trailer looking to hold things down, but he gets shut down in a big feed for Cold Showers. Going to be instantly countered by Carlos, but he's taken down as well.
Yeah, an interesting investment there from the Purifier. Got a couple big kills, but I mean, this is P1 that we're talking about. So while that was going down for Carlino, his teammates in the hill get shut down, so it's now 122-95 lead, still in the hands of Cold Showers. I'd like to see Mayhem kind of commit to a side of the map and commit to a spawns, because it seems like a lot of time when they finally collapse and get that control, they're just getting sandwiched from the spawns out of Cold Showers. And once again, they're on the back foot of rotation. There's 15 seconds left on this clock, and there is no pressure from the side of NYSL.
And right now, these are gunfights that you absolutely have to win. The constant solo chells just not working out, and we're going to see Goliath go ahead and make its way on into the hard point. We do want to take a look at the operators and see what's available for NYSL if they have anything to counter. Raballo tries to make his way through the mid-map, not going to be able to connect. Little B taken down there as well, and if you look at the HP on the Goliath, it's still sitting pretty. They're trying to apply some pressure right here, but a lot of wallbang damage going to connect as well. And finally, some trophies going down as they look to hit a big chunk of damage, but it doesn't seem like anybody's got an FHJ. They just want to use those guns, and it looks like they're not going to connect on the gravity vortex either, but somehow still break into the hardpoint.
And this is around the time that we've seen in historical past where Mayhem starts to turn up and put themselves back into the game. It is now a 60-point lead for the likes of Cold Showers, and it looks like the scrap time is also going to go their way. A couple players from Mayhem is going to try and contest, maybe try and get some time off this ult, but they just cannot get anywhere close to this point. Number 5, Jesus can save you. He can certainly save his team as he is sitting in trailer, winning every single rotational gunfight. Again, it has been Mayhem on the back foot. It has been Mayhem not rotating, and it has always been Cold Showers there first.
Yep, just across the board, with the exception of Little B, everybody really struggling for Mayhem right now, and these are gunfights. You just got to win. Like, if your teammate is getting that answer, you got to at least find a way to trade. Taking down that Purifier is going to be huge for Little B, but we know that he can make those plays. He needs some help from his teammates right now. NYSL locks down the hard point, at least initially, and they're going to look to maintain, but Raballo pulls out the Purifier, instantly taken down. Little B going to be there for the trade, but man, it is chaos in the inside of P3.
I mean, he had no help. Space and Nero were still at wood while there's one player from Side Mayhem just trying to stay alive with the Purifier and trailer. You cannot only leave one person in hill, especially a hill-like trailer where you can super soak this time. So now there's 20 seconds of scrap going to the likes of Cold Showers. Once again, Mayhem is just not committing to the pressure on the map. They're going to call in a Goliath as well, maybe a little bit early. I mean, there's only 15 seconds left at this old time. They're going to be setting up for new. Mayhem, I mean, it's just, yeah, that's a Predator missile that takes out the Goliath instantly. Yikes.
You have got to get trophy systems down every single time.
Every time
if you want your Goliath to stay alive, you need trophy systems, especially when you know there's players that are already streaked out on the opposition. And man, what a huge mistake for NYSLM. That'll likely mark the end of this one, because with the way the gunfights are going, it doesn't seem like they have much of a chance of taking this map.
I mean, and it's just the unfortunateness of Mayhem. For some reason, they just turn up in the last couple hard points when it comes to these maps, but it's just never enough. They have to be able to do this early, because, I mean, that is a huge lead in likes of Cold Showers, 225 to 145, 30 seconds left. That old gunfights trading back and forth time still going to Mayhem, but they have to play perfect hardpoint from here on out if they want any hope of closing out this map.
And Little B leading the lobby 35, but once again, they've got so much ground to cover, and it's going to take some perfect hard point for them to make it happen. Obviously, the game not over quite yet, in Space looking to make a play. If he can get that SKS into top tower, this can be huge, but he's got to know there's a player on the inside at 10. Raballo able to get some trailer control here as well. Spots out one player, able to take him down. Couple kills in the feed for NYSL, and when you got that one player on the inside at tower, should be able to lock things down, but he gets taken out by a nade, and now Legacy in position to close out the game.
Yeah, Legacy might just put the nail in the coffin there with that two-piece, and now just getting some damage output in mid here. I mean, we're back to P1, so it's going to be scrappy, but Cold Showers is winning all of the gunfights, 20 more seconds, and they can end it here. Mayhem is all spawning in the back here of Long, and they're going to quickly meet some cavalry on the side of Cold Showers, 240 to 173, 30 seconds left at this old hardpoint. A Goliath is going to be called on the side of Cold Showers. That's going to lock down some of this time and the spawn, and that should be the game.
Yep, even without the trophy systems, NYSL has no streaks to work with. They got one operator, and it's not going to go to use. That is going to be Cold Showers taking map 1 and looking pretty clean doing it right there. Is NYSL unable to find any type of momentum, and they're definitely in a tough spot off the start of this matchup.
I mean, it felt like a very uncharacteristic map out of Space and Euro, to be honest. I mean, Little B was putting it up for the city, 40 and 26, a minute and 38 in time, but I mean, Cold Showers, once again, I mean, all of them across the board on top of it. You got 2 with over a minute in time, 1 with over 2 minutes. Everybody across the board, for the most part, positive, except for Pengy, but you got a minute 15. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, very uncharacteristic.
There is just so many strings of non-stop solo Chels, and I understand the urgency, you want to get the break, but when you've got 2 people, 3 people on the inside of the hard point, even if you slide that corner, you take down one, they still get the points. You got to find a way to get those breaks as a team rather than trying to make the hero play every single time. It feels like right now that's a lot of what we're seeing out of this NYSL squad. We will go ahead and say they have looked pretty strong in the search and destroy, so we'll see if they feel confident heading into that second map, but that one definitely did not look pretty for them.
I think the issue is that Hardpoint actually seemed like Mayhem's strongest game mode heading into this, and for them to lose it in such a fashion where it just felt like they were never in control of the map. They never had map control. They weren't early rotating, and even when it came to spawns, like they were constantly being sandwiched by the players of Cold Showers. And I hate to say it like this, but it felt like they just did not, if there were players, enemy players in the hill, they did not want to push it as a team. Like, they did not want to get anywhere near it. They wanted to kill everybody around the hill before they even set their sights and stepping foot inside of it. And I think that's the biggest issue for Mayhem right now. I think they have the gunny, and I think they have the pressure that if they just committed to those trades like we saw in the Search and Destroy earlier, that they can succeed and come out on top. But I think they're just a little bit too afraid of it for some reason.
And you got to give a lot of credit to Legacy. We talked about his importance coming into this map, and he definitely showed it right there. It's understandable why in Stage 3 they didn't play him. They came in 8th place. He has definitely, following that Tribe game, not missed a beat. We'll see if he can apply that pressure here as we get ready to hop into the Search and Destroy like we talked about earlier. NYSL, a 7-2 win in Search and Destroy up against Team Mobility.
Yeah.
So they at least have that one under their belt, a little bit of confidence, and we'll see if they can manage to tie things up in this next map.
Yeah, and it was everybody on side of Mayhem in that series as well. Like, Brabalo ends it with that huge 1v3, but like Little B, I think, had like 11. Everybody else across the board had 9 to 8 kills. So a very high slaying caliber team when it comes to this map. On the flip side, Cold Showers, I don't think they've played this specific map and mode just yet. And then again, this is kind of our first real look at them. So we'll have to see what they come out and see, but that is a little bit of VOD as well. I don't know how much VOD COD Mobile does, but there's some immediate VOD on Mayhem from their match earlier.
Yeah, it's a very unique map, and for the most part, we saw everybody full send the same side every single time.
Yeah.
The one time we saw somebody try to go to that water side, immediately obliterated by the sniper sitting in the back of the map. So it seems like most of the team's pretty content to play it, but the way that they play that side, a little bit of variation. Sometimes you push and get that mid-map control. Sometimes you just flood through the doorway side and see what happens.
I guess this is a question for you, because I remember when we were watching this map, it was space that was set really, really deep docks, almost out of map, sniping over that B site. Is it the fact that he gets the angle much earlier than the opposing side, or could somebody chow that with the sniper and it be just kind of like a battle?
You can shell it with a sniper, but
I like to be fun. I like to take the route that's less ridden.
The main thing is he's always going to be pre-ADS first, so in that aspect, he's pretty much always going to have the advantage.
Okay.
You can counter that, and I will say Jesus can save you a phenomenal sniper in his own right. He's going to be the player looking to counter both Space and Little B heading into this matchup. We didn't see him have a huge impact up against Tribe, but he had more of an impact than any of his other teammates, so maybe something to take into account.
So I guess this is a certain angle to take it, because when it comes to that site on water side, couldn't you just smoke it out so the sniper can't hit the shot?
There's just a lot of different angles that you can flood, especially if you make the push from mid-map. And it's very tough to hold off a retake because you have very little information from the inside of there.
Fair, I'm learning.
So a lot of times the utility just floods over top and you get overwhelmed.
That's fair. So when it comes to Search and Destroy, who are you favoring? Even though Mayhem won this map earlier, it was against Team Mobility, and Cold Showers have shown a fairly dominant hardpoint series, so...
I mean, NYSL has always been a Search and Destroy dominant team.
Okay.
Obviously, they did. I was very surprised when they lost the Search and Destroy to Mobility, especially in the fashion that they lost it. I think you got to credit a lot of that to Mobility because you had those two snipers just going absolutely crazy for the entire map. I don't see two players on this Cold Showers roster that would be able to have that same amount of impact. But once again, that's not really what we expected out of Mobility either. So we'll have to wait and see. I think NYSL will be able to take this one. I believe they probably pick this one as their map pick as well, it seems like, for the most part. The higher seeds have, in the series that we've watched so far, elected to take fewer map picks and instead get to pick side because that means they can choose to take the defensive side on control, which does give so much of an advantage.
Yeah, it looks like Cold Showers banned Slums and Mayhem banned Raid, which is a fair pick. Raid lead for them has not been too hot. Control in general for them hasn't been too hot, but I remember we were talking about this earlier in the series layout that it was map 2 and 4 that kind of favored the side of Mayhem. Their issue now, though, is this map 2 is literally everything, because if they lose this map 2 and go down 0-2 and head into that control, their control has not been strong, Bobby.
Yeah, I think if they lose this one, it's going to be slim odds that they actually find a way to make the comeback against Cold Showers. The S&Ds for them all year long for the last 2 years have been absolute must-wins. So they've definitely got to find a way to win. This is not team mobility. No discredit to team mobility, but in my book, there's just so much more experience on this Cold Showers roster. That's not a mistake that they can afford to make.
All right, got some stats to look at per our lovely producer in my ear. Hi, Crystal. You're great, and I love you, and I can't wait to see what you pop up for me. Pengy with a .65 right now. Wait, is that in Search and Destroy or overall?
That's
in
Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
Is this the top Search and Destroy, Katie, for...
I don't even want to look at that anymore. Little B with a 1.06. When we saw him going up at Hacienda, like I said, I think he ended with like 11 or 12 kills. I mean, it was those snipes, man. Like, he was hitting every shot.
That's kills per round. We weren't reading. That's kills per round.
That's still, I mean, 0.65 versus a 1.06. I mean, still. I mean, maybe that's just like so incredibly impressive. That makes Pengy look terrible.
1 kill every single round? That's a pretty crazy number.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, that is. That's why I said that's insane. Okay. 1.06. He had like 12 when we were playing Hacienda earlier. But 4 MVPs, you know, he's just that guy. Him and Space are simply that guy when it comes to sniping, especially on a map like Hacienda, too. That's going to be a lot to get through. I believe when it came to the side of Cold Showers, their sniper is going to be Legacy. I personally don't know a whole lot about that player. Do you know if he's a good sniper? Do you think he could handle what Little B brings to the table?
I mean, so the thing about Little B is, he is the streakiest sniper you will ever see. So he's either popping off or
he hits
he gets in his own head and he gets mad at himself. But with the way that he's been playing this weekend, I mean, especially you come off a game where you're like the only player on your team that goes positive, and he, in that process, went, 40 and 26. Like, it seems like he's in rhythm right now. And especially on a long-range map like Hacienda, that's going to pay dividends big time.
I have a good tip for all my snipers out there, snipers at home. Maybe even Little B, maybe even Space, maybe even any snipers across the board, COD Mobile. You give yourself a 3-round grace. If you don't hit a snipe in 3 rounds, you put it away. Because there's so many times that I've seen Search and Destroys where players will just sit on 0 or sit on 1 or sit on 2 and not really have a whole lot of impact on the map, but just refuse to take that sniper, like put that sniper away. So like, I'm going to hit it this time, I'm going to hit it this time. But from what I've seen, Call of Duty Mobile snipers are grosser than some CDL snipers I've seen. So like, maybe 4 or 5 round grace when it comes to you guys. You have overtime, so you have a little bit more of a cushion when it comes to a series like this, but I hope you're right when you say that Mayhem is an S&D team, and I hope they come out hot here in this Hacienda, because we want nothing but Game 5s. We want nothing but exciting series. I want absolutely nothing but overtimes.
Yep. Hopefully it is going to be a good one. And obviously you got 2 snipers on the opposite side. So you got Legacy, but you also got Jesus Can Save You. He was their sniper also last year whenever they were in Stage 5 in the championship up against Tribe Gaming. So he's got the experience. He's probably going to be the one player that they look at as kind of their rock, especially when it comes to Search and Destroy. I got to meet him when I was in Dallas a couple days ago, and he is a super cool guy with way better hair than me as well. So
no, don't say that.
He just has really good hair.
Don't say that. I haven't seen his hair, so I can't really make an argument, but don't say that.
He's got, oh my gosh, hello. Oh, I thought they were going to leave it up there. He's got some of the nicest hair I've ever seen, so might have to ask him for his routine or whatever, but.
You know what I just thought of?
What?
The color of my sunglasses match my red hair, and the color of your sunglasses match your dark brown black hair. Like,
I was wondering if you noticed that it
vibe,
wasn't black, because a lot of people think I have black hair, but it's definitely.
Yeah, no, my glasses definitely make it look like it's black, but like I know from like just memory, not having glasses on, it's definitely like a dark brown. But like the vibe, you look much more put together than me right now.
No.
No.
You have the better glasses.
But you got like the dark and the dark and the dark, and then you got the light contrast.
Oh, this is
the red
this is just because
to be
black shirts don't show sweat. That's the only reason we're saying.
You didn't have to say that. Like, you didn't have to tell, like, nobody thought you were sweaty.
No, they do. They know that I'm sweaty. They know. I'm a sweaty gamer.
There's a chair if you need to take like a seat.
Oh, I'll survive. We
Sorry,
appreciate you guys' patience.
Thank you
Obviously,
so
we're
much.
just waiting for the players to get readied up. Couple technical issues, but we will talk about the teams that have made it so far, the teams that have been eliminated. Obviously, Latin Souls and MYSGPH. Kind of the expectation coming into this weekend as who would be taken down first. Tribe and Dream, the two teams that we expected to advance first. So more than likely, those will be the two teams that lock in the first Stage 5 spots. We do have 3 spots available for North America, and right now, the two teams we've got at hand and the two teams coming up in our final match will be the 4 that battle it out for those last couple spots.
I think the match that we're in the middle of right now is definitely probably going to be maybe the biggest upset of the weekend should Mayhem end up falling to Cold Showers. I know when we opened the show, it was like, well, Cold Showers, even though being the 8th seed, they didn't have one of their star players in the lineup, so they're more so like maybe a 4th or 5th seed. And also Team Mobility has been really, really shocking. And I think Stamina, they have won their match 3-0 and then they lost 0-3. Well, they lost 0-3 first and then they won their match 3-0. So they've been either on or off. And I think Team Mobility could really take advantage of that because they have been pushing and pushing and pushing these top teams, pushing to a Game 5 with Mayhem and then going to that 3-0 to make it into the next side of this bracket. So I think that could be the biggest upset should it happen. Team Mobility versus Stamina. We'll find out later, but one upset could possibly happen right now.
I do feel like Stamina and Team Mobility, honestly, probably like the 2 most evenly matched teams because even in Stage 3, we were pretty unsure of who was going to come out on top. Obviously, like I mentioned, Team Stamina was Team Bobby, so I was rooting for Team Stamina at that point in time. They were Team Wicked, but we've had a really big pickup for Team Mobility. They picked up Ingenic, who was from that UD squad, and he's been really big for them all weekend long.
Okay.
I think because of that pickup, he's probably going to give them the edge that can take out Stamina, but I mean, at this point in the game, it's Stage 4. There's so much on the line. The nerves can get to you. There's no definitive way of knowing who's going to take that one.
Well, I will say if they have any edge in that series that's later on, you know, obviously we're in the middle of Cold Showers versus Mayhem, who's torching our time. We'll figure out who it is. I'll get their number. Don't worry, guys. But for our series later on, I think Mobility, I think their control is really big because that's a hard game mode to kind of be like, that is our best as our favored because what's so important about it is it's in the middle of the series. So even if you're down 0-2, if you can guarantee that control, you're forcing momentum for the reverse sweep for the second half of the series. So instead of just guaranteeing like, oh, well, we're good at hardpoint, map 1 and map 4, you know, like, oh, we're good at search and destroy, so we just have to make it to a Game 5. Having that control under your belt, I feel like gives you so much of like a safety net in a series because it's like, all right, you know what? Forget about the beginning of the series. We're going to start this series now in this control. We're going to 3-0 it and push that momentum to the rest of it. So I think Stamina definitely needs to watch their back out in that series.
Yep. I think at the series that we got ahead for NYSLM, I think the biggest thing for them is avoiding what we've seen out of them for what seems to be every respawn so far, and that they come out so incredibly slow.
Very
and
slow.
I don't know what it is because you got to think they've realized the pattern, right? Like they understand, hey, we're really good at hardpoint, but for some reason, every single time. Okay, we're
going back to map 1!
Replaying map 1, but with NYSL at 122 and Cold Showers at 33.
So Cold Showers needs 33 points to win. NYSL Mayhem needs 122 points to win. We're going to be loading back into that firing range hardpoint. We don't really know what had exactly happened, but we do know that we're going to be loading back into it, and whatever happened, that is going to be the ruling. So Mayhem, I mean, 122 to 33, I mean, it's not possible, but we know they start out so slow at the beginning of a hard point. If we had maybe done this right at the tail end, maybe, but now that we are restarting the hard point again, we have preached at Mayhem. I don't know if you can hear me as I'm shouting into the cosmos. Start out hot, hit things together, group up. I want to see Gorilla Pact on the map. I want to see all yellow arrows going the same way at the same time. Your gunny's going to get you through it. And on the side of Cold Showers, I mean, just do what you were doing.
Yeah.
It was dominant. It was great. You were rotating before everybody else, and you need 33 points, so.
All right. Well, this could be a miracle, or it could be the fastest game of hardpoint ever, because Cold Showers gets the first 33 points, then it doesn't really matter. But I believe we are about to load back into that one. I did not see that turn coming right here, but NYSL, yeah, like she said, you got to come out hot. I'm assuming they don't have any of their score streaks and operators, so
Yeah, they're good at nothing, I'm sure, since we're just